Hello everyone.
About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did.
I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Story 1. I stood in front of my neighbor's house, the streetlight casting long, eerie shadows across the front yard. It was New Year's Eve, a time when celebrations were supposed to be in full swing, but everything about this night felt off. My neighbor, whom I had known for several years, had invited me over to their party, promising a night full of laughter, good food, and fun. The invitation had come just days before, and I had been looking forward to spending time with friends to ring in the new year. I knocked on the door, expecting to hear voices and music from inside. Instead, there was nothing but a thick silence that seemed to press in from all sides. My knock echoed down the empty street, but no one answered. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if perhaps I had arrived too early, but something about the situation felt off, like I was walking into the unknown. I checked my phone to confirm the time, and it was exactly the hour the party was supposed to begin. I rang the doorbell once, then again, but still no response. The darkness inside the house seemed unnatural, as if the lights had been turned off long before I arrived. My heart began to race as I stood there, staring at the darkened windows, trying to make sense of the situation. After a few more moments of waiting, I decided to try the door. I turned the handle, and to my surprise, it was unlocked. The door creaked open, revealing the pitch-black interior of the house. A cold gust of air seemed to rush out, brushing against my face and sending a shiver down my spine. I hesitated for a moment, unsure whether I should enter, but my curiosity got the best of me and I stepped inside. The air inside was musty, as though the house had been abandoned for much longer than just a few hours. I fumbled for the light switch, but my hand only met cold, unyielding walls. The darkness felt alive, pressing in from all sides, and for the first time I felt truly alone. My footsteps echoed through the hallway as I ventured further into the house, calling out my neighbor's name. There was no answer, only the oppressive silence that seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. As I moved deeper into the house, I began to notice strange things, objects out of place, small items knocked over or left carelessly on the floor. It was as though a struggle had taken place, but everything was eerily still. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I walked down the hallway toward the living room, where I could faintly hear the sound of something scratching against the floor. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, but the sound continued, growing louder with each passing second. It was a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging across the hardwood floor. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling as I tried to call my neighbor, but the screen remained black, unresponsive. Panic surged through me as I realized the situation was growing more bizarre by the second. I turned toward the stairs, hoping to find some sign of life, but instead, I found only more darkness. The stairs seemed to stretch into oblivion, and the air grew colder the higher I climbed. I forced myself to move, each step feeling heavier than the last. The scratching sound grew louder, and I found myself trembling with fear, but I couldn't stop myself from going up. There was something compelling me to move forward, something I couldn't understand but couldn't ignore. At the top of the stairs, I found a hallway lined with doors. One of them was slightly ajar, and I couldn't resist the pull to investigate. As I pushed the door open, a gust of cold air rushed past me, and the smell of decay filled my nostrils. Inside the room, there was no furniture, only a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, swaying slightly as if disturbed by some unseen force. The walls were covered in strange symbols drawn in what looked like chalk or some other substance, and the floor was covered in a layer of dust. I stepped inside, my pulse quickening as I took in the scene. It felt wrong, like the house had been turned into something else, something dark and sinister. The scratching sound from downstairs suddenly stopped, replaced by a soft, whispering noise that seemed to come from every direction at once. It was an unintelligible murmur, and yet I could feel it vibrating through my bones. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my feet felt frozen, as if the house was holding me captive. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. I stumbled back in shock, my breath catching in my throat. The air around me grew even colder, and the whispering grew louder, almost as if it were speaking directly to me. In the flickering light, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the corner of the room. I turned, but there was nothing there, only the shadows stretching and shifting in unnatural ways. I heard a soft thump behind me, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. My heart raced as I turned toward the sound, but no one was there. The whispering intensified, filling the room with a low, guttural tone that made my skin crawl. It was as if the house itself were alive, aware of my presence and waiting for something, waiting for me. I tried the door again, but it wouldn't budge. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing against me like a vice. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the room, its form barely visible in the dim light. It was tall and thin, with elongated limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its face was a blur, a shadow that I could not make out no matter how hard I tried. The figure took a step toward me, and I froze, my body unwilling to obey my frantic mind. The whispering turned into laughter, a low, mocking sound that sent a wave of terror through me. I felt my chest tighten as the figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating. It reached out toward me with skeletal hands, and I backed away, my feet stumbling over the floor. I could hear my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, my body trembling with fear. I tried once more to open the door, but it remained locked tight, as though mocking my every attempt. Then, in the midst of the chaos, the figure spoke in a voice that was both familiar and alien, a voice I knew I had heard before. "You shouldn't have come," it said, its tone cold and devoid of emotion. I felt a surge of panic, my heart thundering in my chest as I backed into the corner of the room. The laughter continued, echoing off the walls like a haunting refrain. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, and I turned to see my neighbor standing in the doorway, their face pale and wide-eyed. They rushed toward me, grabbing my arm and pulling me out of the room. As we stumbled into the hallway, the house seemed to return to its normal state, the air warm and the shadows retreating into the corners. My neighbor apologized, but I could see the fear in their eyes, as if they, too, had been trapped in the same nightmare. We hurried out of the house, the front door slamming shut behind us. As we stood on the porch, gasping for breath, I realized that the nightmare was far from over. The figure was still out there, waiting, watching. And the house, dark and empty, would always be a place of terror, a place where the line between the living and the dead had been forever blurred. My neighbor never spoke of what happened inside the house, but I knew that something evil had taken root in that place, something that would never let go. As the clock struck midnight, marking the arrival of the new year, I stood there, shaking, knowing that the night would haunt me forever. The celebration I had expected was gone, replaced by a chilling reminder that not every invitation leads to a night of joy and laughter. Some doors, when opened, should never be crossed. And as the fireworks lit up the night sky, I realized I would never forget the darkness that lurked inside my neighbor's house. Story 2. At the stroke of midnight, my phone lit up with a text that said, "Turn around," though I was alone. It was New Year's Eve, and I was sitting in my living room, surrounded by empty glasses and the quiet hum of the TV in the background. The celebration had ended early, with no one left to share the final moments of the year with. I had expected a peaceful night to usher in the new year, but the text changed everything. The message made my heart race. I glanced around the room, trying to find something out of place. The air seemed colder than usual, and I shivered involuntarily, though I couldn't tell why. I stood up slowly, hesitating, wondering if someone was playing a prank on me. But when I turned around, the room remained empty. There was no one there. I checked my phone again, trying to find any clue as to who had sent the message. The number was unfamiliar, and there were no previous texts from this contact. I considered calling the police, but I stopped myself. It could be a wrong number, or worse, a joke. But the chilling feeling in the pit of my stomach told me it was more than that. It was then that I heard the soft creak of the floorboards behind me. It was unmistakable. Someone was in my house. I turned around quickly, my breath catching in my throat, but again I saw nothing. The room was just as empty as before. I felt like I was being watched, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I backed away from the center of the room, my phone still clutched tightly in my hand. I sent a quick text to my best friend, asking if she had heard anything from me, or if she knew of anyone who might be playing a prank. She replied almost instantly, telling me she was with her family and hadn't sent anything. That was when the weight of the situation hit me. Whoever had sent the text was still in my home. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the situation. I couldn't remember locking the door earlier, but I was sure I had. Still, my instincts told me to check. I moved cautiously toward the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. I glanced over my shoulder with every step, feeling like something was just behind me, waiting for me to turn around again. When I reached the door, I checked the lock. It was secure. I had definitely locked it before sitting down. My fingers trembled as I turned the handle and peered outside. The porch was empty, and there was nothing unusual to see. Yet, I felt a deep sense of unease. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I shut the door quietly, making sure it was locked again. Then, without thinking, I turned around and went back into the living room. I tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, that it was just the after effects of too much New Year's Eve champagne. But as I sat back down on the couch, I heard a faint whisper, so soft that I almost didn't catch it. "Turn around." My blood ran cold. The voice was too clear, too real. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but somehow I knew it wasn't a part of my imagination. I sat frozen, unable to move, trying to process what was happening. I didn't dare to turn around, but I could feel my pulse quickening. The air was thick with tension. In that moment, I had no idea what to do. My phone buzzed again, and I glanced at the screen, half expecting another text from the same unknown number. This time it was different. The message simply read, "It's time." I swallowed hard, the words echoing in my mind. What was this? Who was behind it? I looked around the room, trying to make sense of what was happening. I wondered if I should run, call someone, or just lock myself in a room and wait. But before I could decide, I heard a knock on the door. It was sharp, urgent. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't ignore it. The knocking continued, each thud louder than the last. I stood up, my legs trembling beneath me. I wasn't sure if I should answer the door, but there was a sense of dread creeping up inside me, urging me not to. Yet something pushed me forward. As I approached the door, I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I took a deep breath, and with shaky hands I unlocked the door. What I saw made my heart stop. Standing in the doorway was a man tall and dressed in a dark coat. His face was hidden in shadow, but there was something unsettling about his presence. His eyes were dark, but I could feel his gaze cutting through me. His lips curled into a slow, sinister smile as he whispered, "I've been waiting for you." I slammed the door shut without thinking, my mind racing. I had no idea who this man was or how he had gotten there. I locked the door again, then backed away, my breathing shallow. The silence that followed was suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching me. My phone buzzed again. This time I didn't have to look at it to know what the message said. "He's not gone." Look again. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Was this some kind of twisted joke, or was I really in danger? I turned back to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I shouldn't open it again, but the message made me feel like I had no choice. Slowly, I approached the door once more. My hand hovered over the handle, and I hesitated for a moment, too afraid to touch it. But curiosity, and perhaps something darker, pushed me forward. When I opened the door this time, there was nothing there. The porch was empty. I stepped outside, looking around, my breath visible in the cold air. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. I glanced down at the ground, and that's when I saw it, a small slip of paper, barely visible in the moonlight. I picked it up, feeling a chill run down my spine. The note was simple, written in neat handwriting, "You're not alone." My hands trembled as I read the words, my heart sinking. It was clear now. Whoever had been sending me these messages was still watching me, and I was trapped in some twisted game that I didn't understand. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed help. But as I reached for my phone to call for assistance, I noticed something strange. The screen was cracked, and the home button wouldn't respond. It was as if the phone had been tampered with. I tried turning it off, but it remained frozen, displaying the same chilling message, "It's too late." The feeling of being watched intensified. I looked around the room again, but there was no one there. Yet, I knew someone was watching me, waiting for the moment to strike. I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I grabbed my coat and keys, determined to leave, but just as I opened the door, the power went out. The house was plunged into darkness, and I froze, unable to move. My breath echoed in the silence, and I realized then that whatever had been happening was not a coincidence. It wasn't a prank or a series of unfortunate events. This was something far more sinister. Then I heard it again, a whisper close to my ear, "Turn around." I didn't need to. I could feel it behind me, cold and malevolent, like a presence that had been there all along. The darkness around me thickened, and the silence turned into a deafening roar. In that moment, I realized the truth. I wasn't alone, and I wasn't getting out. Story 3. The fireworks had been an annual tradition in the town, a sight that everyone eagerly awaited. For years, the entire community gathered by the lake, their faces illuminated by the bright bursts of color that lit up the midnight sky. The crackling sounds and showers of sparks were something that every resident looked forward to. This year, however, the festivities took a strange turn, and no one could have predicted the terrifying events that followed. As the clock struck midnight, the first explosion filled the sky, followed by another, and then another. The air was filled with the sounds of joy and laughter as families and friends celebrated the arrival of the new year. But then, something went wrong. The fireworks, which had been so vibrant just moments before, suddenly stopped mid-air. as though some unseen force had seized control of them. For a few moments there was confusion, followed by an uneasy silence. People looked around, unsure of what to make of the sudden change in the atmosphere. The air felt thick, as though the very atmosphere had changed. The excitement quickly turned to concern as whispers began to spread through the crowd. At first, no one knew what was happening. People tried to shrug it off, assuming that it was just a technical malfunction or some sort of glitch. But then, the silence stretched on for longer than anyone could bear. It was as if the world had come to a halt, holding its breath in anticipation of something. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily through the stillness, each footfall amplified by the absence of any other noise. The moon hung high above, casting an eerie glow on the deserted streets. The usual chatter that accompanied such gatherings was replaced by an unnatural quiet. Some people began to gather their belongings, eager to leave, but no one moved quickly enough. The air seemed to press down on them, making even the simplest movement feel laborious. One by one, the residents turned their gaze back to the sky, hoping for the fireworks to resume. They waited, counting the minutes, but the silence remained unbroken. Some tried to make calls, only to find that their phones had lost signal, and the once familiar hum technology had been replaced by an unsettling stillness. The town, once vibrant with the sounds of celebration, now felt like a ghost town, suspended in a moment that would not end. Then it happened. A low rumble echoed from the distant woods, barely audible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It was a sound unlike anything the townspeople had ever heard before, an unnatural, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through their bones. Panic set in as the crowd, which had been filled with laughter and joy just moments before, now found itself paralyzed by fear. In an instant, the first of the fireworks exploded once more, but this time it was not the colorful display that had once filled the sky. Instead, the explosion was a fiery red, and the sound it produced was unlike any fireworks they had ever witnessed. It was as if the firework had been twisted, corrupted, transformed into something monstrous. The explosion left a trail of smoke that hung in the air, thick and choking, casting an ominous shadow over the gathering crowd. A few brave souls tried to run, but the ground beneath them seemed to shift, as though the earth itself was no longer steady. People stumbled and fell, their eyes wide with fear as they struggled to regain their footing. The eerie silence had been replaced by the sound of rushing footsteps, a frantic scramble for safety. But where could they go? The once bustling streets were now empty, and the woods seemed to hold something far worse than anything they could imagine. As the seconds dragged on, more fireworks went off, each one more distorted and menacing than the last. The flashes of light were no longer a symbol of celebration, but rather a warning, a signal that something was terribly wrong. The entire town had descended into chaos, but amidst it all, one figure stood still, unmoving, as if they were waiting for something. In the center of the town square, a large clock tower loomed above, its hands frozen at exactly midnight. The hands of the clock had stopped, just like everything else. No one knew what it meant, but it was as though the passage of time itself had been halted, leaving the residents trapped in that single moment. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the once clear sky was now filled with swirling clouds that seemed to hide something that was watching them from above. A scream echoed from the crowd, followed by another, and then a third. People began to flee in all directions, desperate to escape whatever force had taken hold of their town. But no matter how far they ran, the fear never left them. It was as if the very air had turned against them, and there was nowhere to hide from the growing sense of dread that gripped their hearts. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the trees in the distance began to sway violently, their branches creaking under some unseen pressure. It was as though nature itself was being twisted, reshaped by a power beyond their understanding. The once beautiful woods now looked dark and forbidding, as though they were hiding something unnatural within their depths. Among the chaos, a few townspeople had gathered in the old church, seeking refuge from the growing storm outside. But even here, they found no comfort. The doors, once sturdy and unyielding, creaked and groaned, as if something was trying to break through. A chill swept through the building, making their breath visible in the cold air. The church, once a symbol of peace and safety, now felt like a prison, its walls closing in around them. A loud crash interrupted their thoughts, and a low growl echoed through the building, sending shivers down their spines. It was as though the very structure of the church was under siege, and no matter where they turned, there was nowhere to escape. Panic set in as people cried out, clutching each other for comfort, but the fear was too overwhelming. The building itself seemed to groan, as though it was alive, reacting to the unnatural events unfolding outside. Outside, the fireworks continued to explode, their colors now twisted into grotesque shapes. The bursts of light seemed to form eerie patterns in the sky, as though they were trying to communicate something. The once beautiful fireworks, which had symbolized hope and renewal, now seemed to mock the townspeople, reminding them that nothing would ever be the same again. Some of the brave townsfolk tried to break free, to flee into the night, but the roads were now blocked by thick fog that had rolled in without warning. Visibility was almost zero, and the air was suffocating, as though the fog itself was alive, closing in around them. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the encroaching darkness. Inside the church, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, and a low, guttural voice whispered from the shadows. It was not a voice that anyone recognized, but it seemed to speak directly to their souls. The terror that had already gripped the town now seemed to have found its way into their very hearts, and they knew with a certainty that was almost tangible that they were no longer safe. The doors to the church slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping everyone inside. The people screamed, but it was too late. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath them began to shake again, more violently this time. The once sturdy walls of the church began to crack, and through the cracks, a faint light could be seen, growing brighter and brighter with each passing second. The light was not the bright, joyful display of fireworks that had once filled the night sky. It was something darker, something more sinister. As the light grew, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist, and the people inside the church could feel the presence of something ancient and malevolent creeping closer. They could only watch in horror as the light consumed everything around them, and the once quiet town was no more. The horror of that New Year's Eve would never be forgotten, for it was a night when time itself was broken, and the boundaries between the living and the dead were shattered forever. The fireworks had stopped, and so had the world. Story 4. On New Year's Eve, the air was thick with anticipation. The festive hum of celebration surrounded the streets, with families gathering in their homes, friends huddling together in excitement, and strangers making their way to parties and events. People dressed in their finest clothes, eager to embrace the new year with open arms. But for one person, the eve would be far from the usual joy and laughter. Lena stood alone in her room, her fingers slowly turning the paper she had just found. She had placed a slip of paper into her resolution jar earlier in the year, hoping to remind herself of something positive when the time came to read it. But this slip was different. It wasn't her handwriting, and the words sent a chill through her spine. Run before it's too late. The resolution jar had always been a cherished tradition in Lena's family. Every year they would write down their goals and hopes for the upcoming year, slip them into the jar, and read them aloud on New Year's Eve. It was a comforting ritual, a way to reflect on growth and change. But now, with that ominous message staring back at her, Lena felt a deep unease in her chest. It wasn't just the message that bothered her, it was the feeling of someone else's presence in the room. She couldn't shake the thought that someone or something had been watching her. She glanced around, expecting to see someone in the corner. But there was nothing there, only shadows cast long and eerie by the dim light of her lamp. Yet a strange sense of dread lingered, as if the words on the paper had awakened something. As midnight approached, Lena tried to push the unsettling feeling aside. She told herself it was just the excitement of the holiday playing tricks on her mind. But as the clock struck 11:50 p.m., she heard a knock at the door. At first, she thought it was just a neighbor stopping by to wish her a happy new year. But the knock sounded urgent, desperate even. Hesitating, she slowly made her way toward the door, her heart racing with each step. When Lena opened the door, no one was standing there. She frowned, confused and frustrated. She had no idea who would have knocked at this hour, especially since everyone she knew was supposed to be at a party or with their families. But as she stood in the doorway, something caught her eye, a small, crumpled piece of paper lying at her feet. She picked it up and unfolded it, revealing more words in the same unsettling handwriting. "They know you're here." A cold shiver ran down her spine as she stepped back inside and slammed the door shut behind her. The room felt darker now, the walls closing in on her. She tried to tell herself it was just some cruel prank, but the words felt too real, too personal. She had no idea who was behind this, or why they were tormenting her, but she knew one thing for certain: something wasn't right. Lena turned to the window, hoping to see some sign of life outside, anything to reassure her that the world was still normal. But what she saw made her stomach churn. Across the street, in the dim light, a figure stood in the shadows, watching her. She couldn't make out their face, but the outline of their body was unmistakable. And then, as if they knew she was looking, they slowly raised a hand, pointing directly at her. Heart pounding in her chest, Lena stumbled back from the window. What was happening? Why was someone watching her so intently? She felt trapped, as if the very night itself had turned against her. The festive mood of New Year's Eve had completely evaporated, replaced by a suffocating sense of dread. Desperately, Lena grabbed her phone and tried to call her best friend, hoping for some comfort or reassurance. But when she dialed the number, the call wouldn't connect. She tried again, then again, but there was no response. No ring, just a strange buzzing noise. It was as if the entire network had gone down, leaving her completely isolated. She threw her phone onto the couch in frustration. Minutes passed in silence, but the feeling of being watched never left. Lena began pacing around the room, her mind racing with questions. Who would do this? Why? The resolution jar sat innocently on the table, its contents mocking her goals, dreams, and resolutions she had once hoped to achieve. Now it all seemed meaningless, as if the entire year had been nothing but a setup for something far darker. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. This time it was louder, more insistent. Lena froze, her breath caught in her throat. She had no idea who was out there, or what they wanted, but she knew one thing: she had to get out of the house. She couldn't stay here any longer. With shaking hands, she grabbed her coat and rushed toward the back door. The cold night air hit her like a slap in the face as she stepped outside. The streets were eerily quiet, with no one in sight. The usual sounds of celebration were absent, replaced by an almost oppressive silence. As she walked down the sidewalk, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was following her. Every step felt heavy, as if the ground beneath her was pulling her down. She quickened her pace, hoping to reach the nearby park where she could find safety. But as she turned the corner, she was met with an unexpected sight. A group of people, all dressed in dark clothing, stood in a circle in the middle of the park. They didn't move, didn't speak, but their eyes were locked on her. It was as if they had been waiting for her. Lena's heart raced as she realized she was trapped. The streets were empty. The park was filled with these strange figures, and the only thing she could do was run. Without thinking, she sprinted past them, not daring to look back. She could hear the soft sound of footsteps behind her, growing louder with each passing second. The further she ran, the more disorienting her surroundings became. The familiar streets now seemed foreign, twisting and turning in impossible ways. No matter how fast she ran, the figures in the park were always just a few steps behind her. She couldn't escape them, couldn't outrun the terror that was closing in on her. And then, in a moment of clarity, she realized that they weren't chasing her. They were guiding her, leading her somewhere. At last, she stumbled into an alleyway, breathless and terrified. She leaned against the wall, trying to steady herself, but the cold air made it hard to think. And then, as if on cue, the same message from the resolution jar flashed before her eyes. Run before it's too late. She had run, but now she didn't know if it was too late for her to escape. She looked around the alley, but there was no sign of the figures, no sound of footsteps. For a long time, Lena stood there, her mind racing. She had no idea where she was, or what had just happened. But one thing was clear: this New Year's Eve would be one she would never forget. She had seen the darkness that lay beneath the celebrations, and it was something far more terrifying than she could ever have imagined. As the hours ticked on and the night grew colder, Lena could only wonder if the horror would ever truly end, or if perhaps it had only just begun. Story 5. The air was filled with excitement as the New Year's countdown began. Everyone in the room was eagerly waiting for the clock to strike midnight, signaling the start of a fresh new year. The chatter was a blend of laughter, clinking glasses, and cheerful greetings. It was a perfect celebration, or at least it seemed to be. I was standing near the window, watching the distant fireworks explode in colorful bursts, when something odd caught my eye. In the far corner of the room, behind a thick curtain, there stood a figure. At first I thought it was just another guest in a dark corner of the room, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized no one else seemed to notice. The figure was motionless, standing perfectly still, facing the wall. I looked around at the crowd of people, all absorbed in their conversations or busy making toasts, but none of them looked in that direction. I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just the cold air from the open window. It was something unsettling about the figure. It was as if it didn't belong. I glanced at the clock. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. My heart began to race, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from that dark corner. As the countdown continued, the figure didn't move. I couldn't see its face. It was obscured by shadows. My mind raced to come up with an explanation. Was it a prank? Was someone playing a joke by hiding in the corner? But there was something deeply wrong about it. The figure seemed too still, too lifeless. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild, but the unease I felt only grew stronger. The seconds on the clock ticked away, and I felt compelled to walk closer. Something about the figure called to me, and I couldn't ignore the strange pull. As I moved through the crowd, I noticed no one reacted to my sudden movement, all too absorbed in their own excitement. It was as though I had entered another world, one where I was the only one who could sense the presence in that corner. The nearer I got, the more the air around me seemed to thicken. With each step, the figure remained eerily still, its back turned toward me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was almost there, just a few feet away now. I could see that the figure was draped in what appeared to be a long, dark cloak. The fabric seemed to shimmer in the dim light, though it was hard to tell if it was just the effect of the shadows. I reached the edge of the curtain and hesitated. My breath caught in my throat, and my heart pounded in my chest. The figure was so close now, and yet it felt like it was on the other side of a vast chasm. I slowly reached out my hand to part the curtain, and that was when I noticed something else, something that made my blood run cold. The figure had no reflection in the glass of the window next to it. I stopped in my tracks. The room was filled with reflections of laughing guests, glasses clinking, and the shimmering lights of the New Year's decorations. But there, in the corner, was only emptiness. It was as though the figure existed outside the realm of this world, its presence too wrong to be caught in the reflection. The sudden, deep silence fell over the room, and I looked back to see if anyone had noticed the shift, but no one had. The countdown continued, and as the seconds dwindled, the strange figure in the corner remained unaffected, unacknowledged by the revelers. I stood frozen, my eyes locked on the shadowy form, waiting for anything to happen. As the clock finally struck midnight, the cheers and cries of celebration filled the air. But as the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, I heard something else. It was a faint whisper, barely audible over the cheers, but unmistakable. The words seemed to come from the figure in the corner. "You shouldn't have looked," it murmured, its voice low and raspy, as if coming from a long distance. My blood ran cold. I took a step back, but it was too late. The figure suddenly turned its head towards me. Its face was hidden by the dark hood of its cloak, but I could feel its eyes burning into me. The room seemed to grow colder, and the laughter and music faded away. It was as if time had stopped, and the entire world had shrunk down to just me and that terrifying figure. I could feel my pulse racing as it took a step forward, its presence overwhelming. Without thinking, I turned and ran, my legs carrying me through the crowd. No one seemed to notice as I pushed past them, my heart pounding in my chest. I stumbled out of the room and into the hallway, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The noise of the party seemed muffled, like it was coming from far away. I could still hear the whispering voice in my ears, the words lingering in the air like a curse. When I finally made it to the front door, I looked back. The house seemed eerily quiet now, almost as if it were abandoned. I opened the door and stepped outside into the cold night air. The fireworks had stopped, and the sky was dark once more. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breath, but the feeling of dread still clung to me. I couldn't explain what had happened. The figure, the whisper, the overwhelming sense of being watched, it was as if I had glimpsed something that I wasn't supposed to see. I glanced back at the house one last time before I walked away, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. Who was that figure? Why had no one else seen it? And most chilling of all, why had it seemed to be waiting for me? The rest of the night was a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, that I wasn't alone. The laughter, the joy, the celebrations, it all seemed like a distant memory now. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that figure standing in the corner of the room, motionless, waiting. And the whisper that haunted me long after the new year had begun. Days passed, and the unease never left me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the events of that night were somehow connected to something much darker. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination, the product of too much excitement and too little sleep. But deep down, I knew better. The figure in the corner had been real, and whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. It wasn't until a week later that I learned the truth. I had a friend over for coffee, and as we were chatting, I casually mentioned the strange figure I had seen that night. My friend looked at me with wide eyes and asked, "Do you know what happened in that house before?" I had no idea what they were talking about, but they told me the story of a woman who had disappeared in that very house years ago. Her body was never found, but some people said she had been cursed, trapped in the shadows. The more I listened, the more I realized the connection between the story and the figure I had seen. It wasn't a coincidence. The figure had been waiting for me, and now it was following me. I don't know what it wants, but I do know one thing: it won't stop until it gets what it's looking for. And I have a feeling that my New Year's Eve nightmare is far from over. Story 6. It was a night full of excitement and anticipation. The last day of the year had arrived, and people were buzzing with the thrill of celebrating New Year's Eve. The countdown had begun, and everyone was looking forward to the new year, hoping it would bring happiness, success, and prosperity. As I entered the lavish ballroom, I was greeted by a sea of well-dressed people toasting to a year gone by and to the one that was about to unfold. The atmosphere was electric, with laughter and music filling the air. I was handed a glass of champagne as soon as I stepped in. Its sparkling contents caught my attention, glimmering like tiny stars in the light. The bubbles swirled, and the fragrance was delicate, promising a smooth, refreshing taste. Without a second thought, I raised the glass to my lips and took a sip, letting the cold, crisp liquid glide down my throat. For a moment, everything seemed perfect, just like every other New Year's Eve celebration I had ever attended. But something felt off almost immediately. There was a faint metallic taste that lingered in my mouth, and I couldn't quite place what it was. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was distinct, different from the usual champagne taste. As the minutes ticked by, I dismissed it as something trivial, maybe just a random quirk of the drink, and continued to mingle with the crowd. The music played louder, and the cheers grew stronger, but my attention was now divided between the festivities and the unusual taste on my tongue. The metallic flavor was still there, and I noticed that it wasn't fading as I had hoped. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. My head began to feel a little heavy, and a slight dizziness started to creep in. At first, I thought it was the excitement of the night, maybe a little too much champagne, but as I stood there, something didn't feel right. I tried to brush it off, but the sensation only worsened. The world around me seemed to blur, and I struggled to stay balanced. I took a deep breath, hoping the dizziness would subside, but it didn't. The edges of my vision started to darken, and I clutched the side of a table to steady myself. The metallic taste now tasted more like something sharp, almost bitter, and my body began to tremble slightly. I had to sit down, or else I feared I might collapse in the middle of the dance floor. As I made my way to an empty chair, I realized that something was definitely wrong. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening to me. The dizziness was becoming overwhelming, and I could feel my pulse quickening. Panic set in as I realized that I was losing control of my body. I was no longer sure if it was just the champagne or something more sinister. Had I been drugged? The thought crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. Surely that wasn't possible. After all, this was a high-class event, filled with distinguished guests. Who would do such a thing on such an important night? As I sat in the chair, struggling to maintain my composure, I scanned the room for someone to help. The vibrant atmosphere around me seemed to be fading as my focus wavered. The music was now distant, almost muffled, and I could barely make out the faces of people around me. The thought of calling for help crossed my mind, but I was too weak to even raise my voice. I was trapped in a haze of confusion and fear, with no way out. At that moment, a sudden rush of cold fear washed over me. What if something worse was about to happen? What if this wasn't just a simple reaction to the champagne? I tried to move, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. Every attempt to stand up resulted in more dizziness, and the metallic taste was now overwhelming. My body felt like it was shutting down, as though every muscle was refusing to cooperate. I had never felt so powerless in my entire life. As I continued to sit there, my mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was something in the drink, something no one had noticed. Maybe it was a cruel prank, or perhaps something far more dangerous was at play. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary New Year's Eve celebration. There was something dark lurking beneath the surface of all the excitement and joy. Something I couldn't yet put my finger on, but it was there, waiting to reveal itself. By now, my body had grown numb, and I struggled to breathe as the dizziness intensified. I could hear people talking, but their voices seemed so distant. It felt like I was underwater, trying to make out sounds and movements from miles away. I couldn't even tell if I was imagining things or if everything was truly as distorted as it seemed. The world had become a blur, and all I could focus on was the metallic taste in my mouth and the overwhelming dizziness. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder shaking me gently. I turned my head and saw a concerned woman looking down at me. Her face was kind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. She asked if I was okay, but her voice sounded so far away. I tried to speak, but my throat felt dry and constricted. My vision swam before me, and I couldn't find the strength to respond. The woman helped me to my feet, though I barely had the strength to stand. My legs felt like they would buckle at any moment, but she held me up, guiding me through the crowd. I could hear her talking, but her words were lost in the fog of dizziness clouding my mind. As we made our way through the ballroom, I caught glimpses of people still celebrating, completely unaware of what was happening to me. They continued to laugh and cheer, oblivious to the nightmare that was unfolding just a few feet away. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Something was definitely wrong, and I couldn't understand why no one else seemed to notice. The woman's grip on my arm tightened, and I began to panic. Was she really trying to help, or was this all part of some twisted game? I could no longer trust my own senses. My surroundings were a blur, and every step felt like a struggle. We reached the door to the back hall, and the woman pushed it open, leading me into a quieter, dimly lit space. The moment we stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind us, and I was struck with a sudden, bone-chilling realization. The people in the ballroom might not have been the only ones celebrating that night. What if the people behind the scenes were part of something darker, something far more dangerous? The metallic taste, the dizziness, the way everything seemed to shift around me, it all started to make sense in a horrifying way. Before I could process my thoughts, the woman turned to face me, her expression no longer kind. There was a coldness in her eyes, a glint of something sinister that sent a shock of terror through my entire body. She began to speak, but her words were incomprehensible, drowned out by the pounding in my ears. My vision swirled in and out of focus, and I could no longer tell what was real and what was a product of my weakening mind. Then, everything went black. I woke up in a small, dimly lit room, the faint metallic taste still lingering in my mouth. My head was pounding, and my limbs felt heavy. The dizziness had subsided, but a sense of unease clung to me. The events of the night rushed back, and I realized that I had narrowly escaped something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. I had been drugged, likely with something that caused the strange symptoms I had experienced. I slowly sat up, my mind still foggy from the effects of whatever had been in that champagne. The room around me was unfamiliar, and the air was thick with a musty odor. Panic gripped me once more as I realized that I had no idea how I had ended up here or who was responsible. But one thing was clear: I had narrowly avoided a much worse fate than New Year's Eve, and the horrors of that night would stay with me forever. Story 7. Info. The chill of New Year's Eve hung in the air as I stood amidst a lively crowd. The rhythmic booms of fireworks resonated above, coloring the sky in bursts of gold, red and green. People cheered, kissed, and toasted to fresh beginnings, while I lingered near the edge of the festivities, lost in thought. That was when a stranger, cloaked in a long, dark coat, approached me with a disarming smile. His gloved hand extended a single lit sparkler toward me as he leaned in close, whispering, "This will be your last celebration." A nervous laugh escaped my lips as I took the sparkler hesitantly, unsure of whether this was some odd tradition or a stranger's morbid sense of humor. His words lingered like a sinister echo, heavy with an unspoken warning. Before I could ask him what he meant, he had melted into the crowd, leaving me alone with the small, crackling flame. The sparkler hissed and popped, its light dancing against the night, but it felt heavier in my hand than it should have. I scanned the crowd for the man, but he was gone, as if he had never been there in the first place. The sensation of unease settled deep in my chest, pushing out the joy I had felt moments before. The sparkler continued to burn, its glow oddly mesmerizing yet unnerving. I thought about tossing it away, but something compelled me to hold on to it. The words he had spoken replayed in my mind, their weight growing heavier with each repetition. My heart raced as I questioned whether this was a joke or something far darker. As the countdown to midnight began, the crowd's energy surged, their cheers vibrating through the night. I could feel the tension in the air, but it was different from the usual excitement of New Year's Eve. It was almost as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. The sparkler's flame reached its end, fizzling out with a faint sizzle, leaving me in darkness. Just as I exhaled in relief, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I turned around quickly, convinced I would find the stranger standing there, but there was no one. The crowd had erupted into cheers as the clock struck midnight, their voices drowning out the strange whispers I had heard. Fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating the faces of the jubilant revelers, but I felt entirely detached from their joy. Something was wrong, deeply and fundamentally wrong. My gut screamed for me to leave, but I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to move. As I stood frozen, the lights from the fireworks began to blur and distort, their colors bleeding together unnaturally. It was as if the world was shifting, breaking apart at the seams. The faces of those around me seemed to change too, their smiles twisting into grotesque, hollow expressions. I stumbled backward, my breathing ragged, as the sound of laughter morphed into something darker, a cacophony of screams and wails that grated against my ears. The stranger's words surged back to me, carrying an ominous clarity I had ignored before. Panic surged as I tried to push through the crowd, desperate to escape this surreal nightmare. No matter which direction I turned, the massive bodies seemed endless, their distorted faces leering at me. I screamed for help, but my voice was lost amidst the chaos. Suddenly I caught sight of the man in the dark coat standing at the edge of the crowd, his gaze fixed on me. His eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the flames of the fireworks, and his mouth curved into a knowing smirk. I broke into a sprint, my only thought being to put as much distance as possible between me and him. My surroundings became a blur as I ran, my heart pounding like a drumbeat in my chest. I did not know where I was going, but I could not stop. The sound of footsteps echoed behind me, deliberate and unhurried, but somehow always close. No matter how fast I ran, the stranger was never far away. Finally, I burst out of the crowd and into an empty street, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence was deafening, a stark contrast to the cacophony I had just escaped. I turned around, expecting to see the man following me, but there was nothing. The street was deserted, and for a moment, I thought I was safe. That illusion shattered when I saw the sparkler lying on the ground in front of me, its tip glowing faintly as if it had been recently lit. A cold dread washed over me as I picked it up, unable to resist its pull. The flame ignited once more, brighter and more intense than were casting eerie shadows around me. The whispers returned, louder now, filling my mind with disjointed words and chilling promises. I realized then that the sparkler was not just a simple firework. It was something far more sinister, something that had marked me in some way I could not understand. Desperation clawed at me as I tried to extinguish the flame, but it would not go out. I stomped on it, threw it against the pavement, and even tried to douse it with water from a nearby fountain, but the sparkler burned on, defying all logic. My hands began to tremble as I felt an invisible force tightening around me, suffocating me. The air grew thick, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in my mind, "Your time is up." Before I could react, the world around me dissolved into darkness, and I was plunged into a void. I could feel nothing, see nothing, and hear nothing but the steady crackle of the sparkler in my hand. Time lost all meaning as I drifted in this empty space, trapped with only my fear and the haunting echo of the stranger's words. Just as I thought I would lose my mind entirely, a faint light appeared in the distance, growing brighter with each passing second. The light resolved into the familiar glow of fireworks, and I found myself back in the crowd, surrounded by the laughter and cheers of revelers. It was as if nothing had happened, as if the nightmare had been a figment of my imagination. The sparkler was gone, and my hands were empty. Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the stranger once more, standing on the edge of the crowd, his dark coat billowing in the wind. He raised his hand in a mock salute before disappearing into the shadows, leaving me with a chilling realization. This was not over. Whatever had happened, whatever he had done to me, it was only the beginning. The celebration continued around me, but I knew deep down that my life would never be the same. The sparkler may have burned out, but the darkness it had ignited within me would never be extinguished. Story 8. It was a cold evening, and the temperature outside had dropped dramatically. A strong winter storm swept across the town, leaving a blanket of snow and ice everywhere. I had been searching for something in the kitchen when my eyes happened to glance over at the freezer. That was when I saw the party hat. I had placed it there months ago, intending to use it for New Year's Eve. But now it was sitting there covered in frost, a strange symbol etched onto its surface. I was immediately unsettled, unsure of what had happened since I last saw the hat. The symbol was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It resembled a twisted, angular design, almost like a series of sharp, overlapping triangles. At first glance, it seemed like a random pattern, but as I stared longer, I felt a creeping sense of dread building up inside me. The more I looked at it, the more I began to notice small details that made it feel unnatural. The symbol seemed to almost pulse, faintly glowing beneath the layers of frost as though it had a life of its own. My heart started to race, and I felt an inexplicable urge to throw the hat away and forget about it. Despite the unease it caused, I couldn't bring myself to discard the hat. There was something oddly compelling about it, like it was calling to me. I lifted it out of the freezer, the cold sensation making my fingers tingle. The moment I held it, A strange chill ran down my spine, and the air around me seemed to grow thicker, heavier. It was as though I had just unearthed something ancient, something that had been waiting in the dark for far too long. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. I decided to leave the hat on the kitchen counter and go to bed. It was nearly midnight, after all, and I still had preparations to make for the New Year's Eve party. As I tried to focus on the festivities, however, my thoughts kept drifting back to the hat. There was a sense of foreboding that I couldn't escape, no matter how hard I tried. It was as though something was watching me, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, the atmosphere in the house grew colder, more oppressive. By the time I sat down to eat dinner, I had almost convinced myself that the whole thing was a product of my overactive imagination. Maybe the symbol on the hat was just a result of some minor damage, a pattern that had formed over time. But then, strange things started happening. The lights in the house flickered, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. The air grew heavier, the silence more deafening. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And just as the final moments of the year approached, I heard a faint whisper from somewhere behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, and the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator. Yet the whisper continued, a low murmur that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was as if the voice was trapped in the walls, seeping through the cracks and filling the space with an unspoken dread. My heart was racing now, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I realized that whatever was happening was connected to the hat. I couldn't escape it. The clock struck midnight, signaling the start of the new year. But instead of the usual cheers and celebrations, the room seemed to freeze in time. I could still hear the whispering, growing louder now, more insistent. It sounded almost like chanting, a rhythmic, unintelligible language that sent chills through my entire body. I felt an overwhelming compulsion to reach for the hat, to examine it one more time, even though every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. As I picked it up, the frost melted away almost instantly, revealing the symbol in its full, terrifying detail. It wasn't just a random pattern after all. The symbol was a sigil, something ancient and dark, a mark of a ritual that should never have been disturbed. A surge of panic flooded my chest as I realized what had happened. The party hat had been more than just a simple decoration. It had been a vessel, a conduit for something far darker, something that had been waiting for the exact moment to make itself known. And now that moment had arrived. The air grew even colder, and the whispering turned into guttural growls like some primal force was awakening. I tried to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The room seemed to spin, and the walls began to close in around me. The shadows in the corners of the room grew longer, stretching toward me like claws. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I thought I was losing consciousness. Then, everything stopped. The house fell silent once more, and the air returned to its normal temperature. I was left standing there, trembling, holding the hat in my hands like a guilty prisoner. The moment was over, but the fear lingered. For the next few days, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, telling myself it was just a bad dream. But something had changed. The house felt different, as though a dark presence had taken root within its walls. Strange things began happening. Objects would be moved when I wasn't looking. The air was thick with an unshakable sense of dread, as if something was always just out of sight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whatever had been unleashed on that New Year's Eve was still here, lurking in the shadows. The party hat was never far from my thoughts. Every time I passed by it, it seemed to draw me in. I tried to hide it, to lock it away in a drawer, but every time I turned my back, it would somehow reappear on the counter. It was as if it had a will of its own, a force that refused to be contained. I even tried to burn it, but the flames would not touch it. It remained unscathed, as though it was impervious to the laws of nature. I realized then that I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making, and there was no escape. One evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was happening, what had truly been awakened by that symbol. I turned to the only place that might hold the answers, the town's old library. The librarian, an elderly woman with a sharp gaze, had always been helpful in the past, so I hoped she could point me in the right direction. I explained the situation, omitting the more supernatural details, but she seemed to understand all the same. She led me to a dusty old section of the library, filled with books on occult practices and forgotten rituals. It didn't take long for me to find what I was looking for. The symbol on the hat was unmistakable. It matched a symbol used in an ancient ritual that involved the summoning of an otherworldly entity. The ritual was said to take place on the first night of the new year, when the barrier between worlds was at its thinnest. The hat, it seemed, had been an unintentional focus of this dark energy. The ritual had been set in motion when I placed the hat in the freezer, and now I was caught in its grip. I left the library in a daze, my mind reeling from the revelation. I had to find a way to stop this, to undo whatever I had unleashed. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I might already be too late. The entity that had been awakened was far more powerful than I had ever imagined. It would not be easily dismissed. As I made my way home, the shadows seemed to grow darker, more oppressive. I could feel its presence, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. It was only a matter of time before it made its move. And so I found myself back at the house, standing in front of the party hat, now completely free of frost. I had no choice but to confront whatever it was that had followed me home. The air around me crackled with energy as I approached the hat, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached out with trembling hands, preparing to destroy it once and for all. But before I could touch it, I heard the whisper again, louder this time, as if it were right beside my ear. And then I understood. There was no escaping it. The New Year's Eve horror had only just begun. Story 9. The countdown on the television froze at 10 seconds, but the voices in the room kept counting. At first, no one noticed the discrepancy. The cheers and laughter were loud enough to drown out any doubt, the kind of energy you would expect at a lively New Year's Eve party. Confetti cannons were primed, and glasses of champagne trembled in excited hands. Yet as the voices reached 7, a strange stillness descended over the room, as though something invisible had brushed past. Someone pointed out the frozen countdown, but it was dismissed as a glitch. "It is just the broadcast," someone said, their voice wavering slightly. Others nodded in agreement, but the words sounded hollow, as though they were trying to convince themselves. The air felt thicker, and a faint hum seemed to rise, barely perceptible but enough to set teeth on edge. A sense of unease began to ripple through the crowd like an unseen shadow. When the voices reached 4, the lights flickered violently. A collective gasp rippled through the room, and the jovial mood evaporated. Someone joked nervously about the power grid, but their laughter died in their throat when the hum grew louder. It was no longer faint, but a vibrating force that made the walls tremble. People looked at one another, wide-eyed as if searching for an explanation that none of them could provide. At 3, the television screen began to distort. The frozen numbers morphed into swirling patterns, dark and chaotic, as though a void had been opened. A low, guttural noise emerged from the speakers, nothing human or mechanical, but something primal. The laughter and whispers stopped altogether, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the strange sound. People instinctively moved closer together, their faces pale and strained. As they reached two, the hum became a deafening roar. Lights in the room burst simultaneously, plunging the house into darkness. Screams echoed in the sudden blackness, and the sound of shattering glass added to the chaos. The air felt electric, charged with a kind of dread that made every hair stand on end. Someone fumbled for their phone, but the screen refused to light up, as if the devices themselves were being drained. At one, the front door slammed shut on its own, though no wind had stirred. A chilling gust swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of decay. Shadows began to shift and writhe along the walls, independent of any light source. Panic set in as guests scrambled to escape, but every exit seemed locked, sealed by an unseen force. The countdown had ended, but the nightmare was only beginning. The distorted television emitted a flickering glow, illuminating the terrified faces of the partygoers. In its light, the shadows on the walls took on monstrous forms, grotesque and never-changing. The guttural noise from the speakers turned into a low, menacing laughter that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was as if the house itself had come alive, trapping them in a twisted game. Someone attempted to break a window with a chair, but the glass remained intact, as though made of something other than glass. Another person shouted to call for help, but phones were dead, and no one outside seemed to hear their cries. The streets beyond the windows looked oddly deserted, void of any life or movement. It was as though they had been cut off from the world, suspended in a reality that was not their own. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, every second a torturous eternity. The flickering glow of the television cast grotesque shadows that seemed to inch closer with every heartbeat. The air grew colder, biting into their skin as whispers began to fill the room. They were faint at first, indistinct murmurs, but they grew louder, forming words that none of them could understand. Fear gripped their hearts as the realization dawned. They were not alone. One brave soul ventured toward the television, perhaps hoping to unplug it or smash it entirely. As their fingers touched the screen, a shockwave rippled through the room, knocking everyone off their feet. The screen turned black, and for a moment there was silence. But then faces began to appear on the screen, faces of the people in the room, distorted and twisted in agony. Each face disappeared with a scream, as if being consumed by the darkness. Panic turned to hysteria as the guests tried everything to escape their confinement. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with a sinister energy that mocked their efforts. Doors would not budge, and windows showed nothing but an endless void. One person suggested it was a prank, but the terror in their voice betrayed their own disbelief. The room was no longer just a room, it was a trap designed to torment. The whispers became deafening, an unrelenting cacophony that seemed to come from the very walls. The shadows grew bolder, taking on forms that defied logic and nature. One by one, the guests began to vanish, pulled into the darkness by unseen hands. Their screams echoed briefly before being swallowed by the void. Each disappearance left the remaining few more paralyzed with fear, their minds unraveling under the weight of the incomprehensible. Desperation drove the survivors to huddle together, clutching at one another as though unity could protect them. The glow of the television flickered erratically, casting unsettling patterns on their faces. It was then that someone noticed the clock on the wall. Though it had stopped ticking, the hands were slowly moving backward, counting down to an unknown hour. The realization sent a fresh wave of terror through the group. The final moments were a blur of chaos and despair. As the clock's hands reached midnight, the room was engulfed in darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow sound itself. The last thing anyone saw was their own distorted reflection in the television screen, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. And then, there was nothing, no sound, no light, no trace of the revelry that had filled the house just moments before. The next morning, the house stood silent and empty, as though no party had ever taken place. Neighbors who had heard the commotion the night before now found only an eerie stillness. Inside, everything was untouched, glasses still filled with champagne, confetti strewn across the floor. But there was no sign of the guests, not even a footprint. The only thing out of place was the television, its screen cracked and dark, as if it had been broken from within. Rumors began to circulate about the house and the party that ended in silence. Some said it was cursed, that the revelers had disturbed something ancient and malevolent. Others claimed it was a punishment, a reckoning for sins unknown. Whatever the truth, no one dared to enter the house again, and it remained abandoned, a chilling reminder of a New Year's Eve that no one could explain. Story 10. The evening had started off perfectly. I had invited a few close friends and family over to my apartment to celebrate the arrival of the new year. The decorations sparkled in the soft glow of the string lights, and everyone was in high spirits. We laughed, danced, and shared stories as the countdown to midnight approached. It was a night meant to be filled with joy and cherished memories, but things took a strange and unsettling turn. At around 11:30 p.m. I decided to capture a group photo to commemorate the evening. Everyone squeezed in together, their faces glowing with excitement as we posed in front of the shimmering backdrop. The flash went off, and I quickly glanced at the screen to ensure the photo had come out well. At first glance, everything seemed perfect, but something caught my eye as I zoomed in. There, just over the shoulder of one of my friends, was a face I did not recognize. The face was pale, almost ghostly, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce right through the camera. It did not resemble anyone at the party or anyone I had ever seen before. For a moment I convinced myself it must have been a trick of the light, or perhaps a reflection in the window behind us. However, the more I looked at it, the more convinced I became that it was not something easily explained. I hesitated to show the photo to anyone else at first. I did not want to dampen the mood or scare anyone unnecessarily. Instead, I decided to take another photo, hoping whatever anomaly had appeared would not be there this time. Everyone eagerly gathered again, laughing and joking about how many pictures I was taking. The flash went off once more, and I checked the new photo. To my horror, the same face was there, only this time it was closer. It was as if whoever or whatever it was had moved toward us in the span of mere moments. My heart began to race, and my hands trembled as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I finally decided to show the photo to one of my closest friends, hoping they could offer a logical explanation. Their reaction, however, confirmed my worst fears. My friend's expression shifted from amusement to shock as they stared at the screen. They muttered something under their breath, their voice barely audible over the sound of the music and laughter around us. I could see the color drain from their face, and they quickly handed the phone back to me. "This is not normal," they whispered, glancing nervously around the room. Trying to remain calm, I decided to discreetly step away from the party to examine the photo more closely. I compared it to the first image and noticed subtle changes in the face's expression. It was no longer neutral, but seemed to be forming a sinister smile. A chill ran down my spine as I realized this was not a mere coincidence or optical illusion. Returning to the group, I struggled to keep the growing sense of dread from showing on my face. I did not want to alarm anyone, but I could not shake the feeling that we were being watched. The room, once filled with warmth and laughter, now felt colder and heavier, as if an unseen presence had settled among us. I decided to delete the photos, hoping that erasing them would somehow break whatever strange connection had been made. The final countdown to midnight began, and everyone gathered near the television to watch the ball drop. I tried to push the unsettling incident from my mind and focus on the moment. As the clock struck 12, cheers erupted, and glasses clinked in celebration. For a brief moment, the strange events of the evening were forgotten, and the joy of the new year took over. However, the relief was short-lived. As the party wound down and guests began to leave, I noticed something chilling. The decorations in one corner of the room had been disturbed, as if someone had brushed against them. Yet no one had been near that area all night. The unsettling feeling returned stronger than before, and I could not shake the sensation of being watched. After everyone had left, I began to clean up, hoping the familiar routine would calm my nerves. But as I moved around the apartment, I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there. The sense of unease grew with every passing minute, and I found myself checking the locks on the doors and windows multiple times. Unable to sleep, I decided to review the photos again, even though I had deleted them earlier. To my shock, they were still in the recently deleted folder on my phone. Against my better judgment, I opened them, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The face was still there, but now it was looking directly at me, its eyes filled with malice. In a panic, I deleted the photos permanently and turned off my phone. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment turned on, too afraid to close my eyes. The events of that night left me shaken, and I could not shake the feeling that whatever had appeared in those photos was still lingering, watching, waiting. Days passed, but the sense of unease never fully disappeared. I started noticing strange occurrences around the apartment. Objects would be out of place, lights would flicker, and there would be unexplained cold spots in certain areas. I tried to rationalize these incidents, but deep down I knew they were connected to the face in the photos. Eventually, I decided to share my experience with a friend who was knowledgeable about the paranormal. They listened intently as I recounted the events of that night, their expression growing more serious with each detail. When I showed them the spot where the face had appeared in the photos, they suggested performing a cleansing ritual to rid the apartment of any lingering negative energy. We carried out the ritual together, burning sage and reciting prayers to banish whatever presence had taken root. The atmosphere in the apartment felt lighter afterward, and for the first time since New Year's Eve, I felt a sense of peace. However, I could not help but wonder if it was truly gone or merely lying dormant, waiting for another opportunity to make its presence known. Even now, I am hesitant to take photos in my apartment, especially around the time of year when it all began. The memory of that face haunts me, a chilling reminder of how easily the boundary between our world and the unknown can blur. While I hope to leave that night behind me, I know it will always linger in the back of my mind, a cautionary tale about the mysteries that can unfold when the clock strikes 12. Story 11. N. As the clock struck 11, the atmosphere in the house seemed to shift, as though the air had thickened with an invisible presence. The house, which had once seemed empty and lifeless, now felt strangely charged, like a storm was brewing just beneath the surface. I could hear the faint crackling of the balloons from the corner of the room, where they hung in various colors, floating innocently against the backdrop of the darkened walls. The gentle hum of the music played on, but the joy that had filled the air moments before seemed to have vanished, replaced by an unsettling tension that made my heart race. I was staring at the balloons when the first one popped. The sharp, sudden sound made me jump, and I instinctively looked around, half expecting someone to have been startled as well. but there was no one in sight, and the room remained eerily still. Before I could even process what had happened, another balloon burst, followed by another. One by one, they popped in rapid succession, each sound more deafening than the last. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the remaining balloons shuddered and twitched, as if they were alive, unwilling to be silent. As the final balloon popped, I glanced down at the floor, where the deflated remnants of the colorful decorations lay scattered. My blood ran cold as I saw that they had formed a clear message in the center of the room. The words "leave" were spelled out in a precise line, with each balloon's burst leaving behind a perfectly formed letter. I blinked, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. How could the balloons have arranged themselves like that? There was no one in the room, and yet the message was unmistakable. I felt a chill settle deep within my bones, a sensation that ran deeper than mere fear. Something was watching me. A sense of urgency gripped me as I took a step backward, my body frozen in place. The laughter that had filled the house earlier seemed to have faded into a faint echo, replaced by a suffocating silence. I turned toward the door, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The message was clear: leave. But something inside me resisted. I couldn't understand why I felt compelled to stay, as if the house were pulling me in deeper, its sinister grip tightened with each passing second. I glanced around the room, my breath shallow as I tried to shake off the feeling of being trapped. The walls seemed to close in on me, and the floor beneath my feet felt unstable, as though the very foundation of the house was beginning to tremble. I turned back to the message on the floor, the letters of leave seeming to burn into my eyes. I didn't know what I was expecting, but a deep, unsettling voice suddenly broke the silence, a voice I couldn't place, but which sent a jolt of terror straight through me. "Why did you come?" the voice whispered, its tone cold and mocking. The words came from nowhere and everywhere at once, resonating in the very air around me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. The whisper seemed to slither through the walls, curling into my ears, making my skin crawl. I could feel the weight of its presence, even though nothing was visible. The air grew heavier, and my mind raced with possibilities. Was I hearing things? Was it my own fear twisting my senses? No, it was real. The house was alive with something dark, something ancient that had been awakened by my presence. My hand shook as I reached for my phone, desperate to call someone, anyone, but the screen flickered and went black. I tried again, but it remained dead, offering no help, no escape. The house had taken control, and I was trapped. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, filling the room with an oppressive force. I backed away, my feet stumbling over the debris of popped balloons, their deflated remnants crunching beneath my steps. I tried to ignore the panic rising in my chest, but it was impossible. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out, but my body refused to obey. Something was keeping me there, something that wanted me to see, to feel the terror that was waiting for me. Suddenly, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a brief, heart-stopping moment. I gasped, my breath catching in my throat, and then the lights came back on, but the room was no longer the same. The walls had shifted, or perhaps they had always been like this and I hadn't noticed until now. The floor beneath me seemed to undulate, as though the very ground was breathing, alive with an unnatural pulse. The balloons that had once floated harmlessly on the ceiling now hovered in midair, swaying gently, as if they were waiting for something to happen. I took another step backward, and that's when I saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows, slowly, deliberately, as if it had been watching me the entire time. Its form was indistinct, a shadow within the darkness, but I could feel its presence, its hunger. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and I could see my breath misting in the air. The figure moved closer, its shape becoming clearer with each step, but it was not human. It was something else, something that should not exist in the world I knew. The whispers became a chant, a low, rhythmic murmur that echoed through the house, filling every corner. The figure reached out, its long skeletal fingers grazing my arm, and I recoiled in horror. Its touch was cold, like death itself, sending a shock wave of fear through my body. It spoke, its voice a guttural rasp, each word a command that filled my soul with dread. "Leave now or remain forever," it hissed, its breath smelling of decay. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls tightening, the air growing thicker with each passing second. I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, as if the house itself was alive, its purpose to trap me in its depths forever. Without thinking, I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest as I dashed for the door. But the path was no longer clear. The hallway stretched endlessly before me, the walls warping and bending in impossible ways. The door that I had entered through was gone, replaced by a solid wall that seemed to mock me, to trap me. I screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. The house had swallowed my voice, and I was left in complete silence, surrounded by an oppressive darkness that seemed to close in from all sides. I stumbled through the house, desperate to find an exit, but every door led to another hallway, every window open to a view of endless night. The whispers were all around me now, growing louder, more insistent, until they drowned out everything else. "Leave," they chanted, "leave, or stay forever." I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't escape. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The house was still. The whispers faded into silence, leaving only the faint sound of my own breathing in the dark. I was no longer sure if I was dreaming, or if I had truly entered a nightmare that had no end. But I knew one thing for certain: I was never leaving this place. The house had claimed me. Outside, the world had moved on. The fireworks celebrating the arrival of the new year filling the sky with bright, colorful bursts. But here, inside the dark house, time had frozen. The balloons had stopped popping, and the message "leave" had faded into nothingness. I was alone in the dark, with nothing but the echoes of the past and the promise of something worse to come. And I knew deep in my soul that no one would ever hear my cries for help. The house had taken my voice, and it would take my soul as well. Forever. Story 12. It was the last hour of New Year's Eve, and the celebration was in full swing. Laughter filled the air as everyone gathered around, enjoying the food, the drinks, and the sense of joy that the new year brought. It had been a long-standing tradition to host this gathering, and every year more friends and family seemed to join the festivities. But this year, something felt different. Just as the clock struck 11, my friend Emma arrived, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She wasn't alone, though. Standing beside her was a person I had never seen before. They were tall, with dark hair and a calm demeanor, dressed in an outfit that looked a little too formal for the casual party. Emma introduced them, but when I asked their name, she only smiled and said, "Oh, don't worry. You'll get to know them better tonight." I thought it was a little strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. The evening continued, and I found myself occasionally glancing over at Emma's guest, trying to place them. The guest didn't speak much, keeping to the sidelines while the rest of us mingled. Their face seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't remember ever meeting them before. It was almost as if they had simply appeared out of nowhere, blending into the background without leaving a clear impression. Still, I chalked it up to the excitement of the evening and the many faces I had been introduced to over the years. As midnight approached, the energy in the room peaked. Everyone gathered around for the countdown, their cheers echoing through the house as we shouted the final seconds before the new year arrived. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. The room erupted in celebration. People hugged, clinked glasses, and shouted their well wishes. Amid the chaos, I turned to look for Emma and her guest, but they were nowhere to be found. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming they had just stepped out for a moment or were in another room. But as the night wore on, I realized I hadn't seen Emma's guest at all. I asked around, but no one else seemed to remember seeing the man either. Emma was still around, chatting with other guests. But when I asked her where her friend had gone, she simply shrugged. "Oh, they left," she said casually, almost as if it were no big deal. The next morning, I woke up with a headache from the festivities, the house still filled with the remnants of the celebration. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the photos I had taken, laughing at some of the silly moments from the night before. That's when I noticed something strange. There was no photo of Emma's guest. There were plenty of pictures of everyone else, but not a single one of the person who had been with Emma. I checked my text to see if I had saved their contact information, but there was nothing there either. I couldn't even recall their name. I thought back to the previous evening, trying to piece together any details I might have missed. I remembered the vague sense of familiarity, the way they looked at everyone without really engaging. But it was more than that. There was something unsettling about the way they seemed to blend into the shadows, as if they weren't truly part of the party at all. It felt like they were a ghost, existing in the background without ever really being noticed. I called Emma to ask if she could tell me more about her guest, but when she picked up, her tone was odd. "What do you mean?" "They were just a friend from work," she said, as if I should have known. But I could tell she wasn't being entirely truthful. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then she added, "Look, it's fine. I'll explain later." The conversation ended abruptly, leaving me more confused than before. Later that day, I ran into one of the other guests from the party, a woman named Sarah, and I asked her if she remembered Emma's friend. She furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment. "I don't think I ever saw them," she said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I remember Emma talking about them, but they were always standing off to the side, you know. It was weird, actually." The more I thought about it, the more I realized that no one seemed to remember anything concrete about Emma's guest. It was as if they had never really been there at all. Every person I asked about them described the same vague recollection someone was with Emma, but I don't know who or I think I saw them, but it's all a blur. It was as though the guest had been a part of the celebration and yet, simultaneously, never truly existed. Days passed, and the feeling of unease settled in. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the guest had been someone Emma had invited last minute, someone we hadn't paid much attention to. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept revisiting the photos, looking for any clue, but there was nothing. Just empty spaces where Emma's guest should have been. One evening, I decided to confront Emma about it. I met her at a cafe, and as we sat down, I asked her directly, "Who was that person you brought to the party?" Emma looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. Her face seemed distant, almost too calm. "What person?" she replied, her voice steady but lacking any emotion. I stared at her, trying to understand. "The person you brought with you to the celebration," I pressed. "The one no one remembers. The one who never seemed to leave." Emma's eyes flickered, and for a moment, I saw something behind them, something darker, something unspoken. She took a deep breath, then looked away. "You're overthinking it," she said, her voice soft and almost apologetic. "They were just someone I wanted to bring. Nothing more to it." But I knew something was off. I could feel it in my bones. As I walked home that night, the unease gnawed at me, a cold presence that lingered at the edge of my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that the guest had been more than just a forgotten face, that they had been there for a reason. The days passed, and life returned to normal, but I couldn't forget the strange occurrence. I never brought it up again with Emma, and the others who had been at the party seemed to forget about it as well. But every year since that New Year's Eve, as the clock ticks closer to midnight, I can't help but feel the weight of that moment. The name, the face, were they ever real at all? Or were they just a shadow? A part of something far more unsettling than a simple party guest. Some things are better left unexplained, but the question remains, who or what was Emma's guest? Story 13. My wristwatch ticked backward as the new year approached. At first, I thought it was a malfunction, something harmless like a battery running low or a glitch in the mechanism. I had worn the same wristwatch for years, a gift from my late grandfather, and it had always served me well. But as the seconds seemed to reverse, the rest of the world around me continued to move forward, unaware of the anomaly that was taking place on my wrist. At first, no one else seemed to notice. The party was in full swing, the noise of laughter, clinking glasses, and the soft music filling the air. People were busy exchanging stories, making resolutions, and talking about their plans for the coming year. I tried to push the odd sensation aside, hoping that my mind was just playing tricks on me. But the tick-tock of the watch grew louder, more insistent, as if it had a life of its own. I glanced at the face of the watch again, and sure enough, the hands were moving backward. A chill ran down my spine. How could this be? Watches don't just start ticking backward. I checked the time on my phone, everything seemed normal there. But the watch, it wasn't just ticking backward. It was as if it was pulling me into the past, each second stretching longer than the last. It felt wrong, unsettling. I turned my wrist over, hoping to stop the movement somehow, but it continued, as if some invisible force was compelling it to tick in reverse. I started to feel dizzy, as though the room itself was shifting, distorting with each backward tick. I excused myself from the group, hoping to get some fresh air, thinking that the party and the noise had somehow triggered a weird sensation. The cold January night greeted me as I stepped outside. I looked at the watch again. Now the minute hand had moved back an entire minute. A strange sound, like a distant whisper, filled the air, making my skin crawl. It wasn't the usual buzz of fireworks or the hum of the city. It was something far darker, almost as if time itself was unraveling around me. As I stared at the watch, I heard footsteps approaching. I turned to see a man, his face obscured by shadows, walking toward me. He was dressed in an old-fashioned coat, the kind you would see in photographs from decades ago. His steps were deliberate, but his movement was unnaturally smooth, as though he was gliding instead of walking. My heart skipped a beat as he drew nearer, and I could feel my body tense, caught between fear and curiosity. "Time is a fragile thing," he said, his voice low and raspy, as if he had been waiting to speak those words for a long time. His eyes gleamed in the dim light, dark and knowing, as though he had seen the threads of time unravel countless times before. I wanted to speak, to ask what was happening, but the words seemed stuck in my throat. I could only stare as the strange figure came closer, his presence growing more oppressive with each passing moment. That watch," he continued, his gaze fixed on my wrist. "It is not what you think it is." My breath caught in my throat. I could feel my pulse quicken, the backward ticking of the watch growing louder in my ears. "You're not just counting down the seconds to a new year, you're counting down to something else." His words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I tried to pull my arm away, but it was as if I had no control over my movements. The watch had me in its grip. The man reached out, his cold fingers brushing against my wrist, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. "You've already begun to travel backward," he whispered. "And once time starts to turn, there's no stopping it." The world around me seemed to blur, and I felt a strange pull, as though I was being sucked into the very fabric of time itself. The sounds of the party, the city, even the wind, it all faded, replaced by a deep, suffocating silence. I tried to scream, but no sound came. The man stepped back, watching me with a knowing smile as I struggled. My surroundings began to distort, the edges of reality flickering in and out of focus. I looked at the watch one more time. The hands were no longer moving backward at a steady pace. They were racing, frantically, faster and faster, until everything around me dissolved into a blur. The last thing I remember was the distant echo of laughter, as if it were coming from a far-off memory. The sensation of weightlessness followed, and then I was falling, or maybe floating. Time no longer had any meaning. When I finally opened my eyes again, the world had changed. The city, once vibrant with New Year's Eve celebrations, was eerily still. The streets were empty, save for the distant hum of streetlights. I looked around, disoriented, trying to make sense of my surroundings. The watch still ticked backward on my wrist, but it was no longer the only oddity. The world around me seemed frozen, stuck in a moment that was neither past nor present. I was standing in the middle of a ghost town, a place that existed outside of time. I turned, desperate for answers, and saw a figure standing in the distance, staring at me with an expression of both recognition and pity. It was the same man from before, but he looked different now, his features sharper, more defined. He was no longer standing in the shadows, but was illuminated by an unnatural light, as though he existed outside the constraints of reality itself. "You're trapped," he said, his voice echoing in the silence. "Once time slips backward, it never comes forward again. You've crossed the threshold, and there's no way back." His words were like a heavy weight pressing down on me, suffocating the last remnants of hope that I had. I wanted to run, to escape this place, but my body refused to move. "Time is a prison," he continued, stepping closer, "and you are now part of its curse." The air around me grew colder, and the sky darkened, as if the very heavens were closing in. I looked at the watch one last time, but now, the hands had stopped moving entirely. I was frozen in time, a mere spectator to a world that continued on without me. The man reached out, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Happy New Year," he said, his smile twisting into something that was not quite human. And then, with a final deafening tick, the world collapsed in on itself, and the watch shattered into pieces, scattering across the cold, lifeless ground. Time had stopped, and I was left to wander in the darkness, lost in a place that was never meant to exist. In that moment I understood. Time was not just a measurement of the past, present, and future. It was a force, a living thing that could break, twist, and turn upon itself. And once it was broken, there was no way to repair it. I had become part of its unraveling, forever caught between moments, with no way of returning to the world I had once known. The new year had come, but it was not the fresh start I had expected. It was the beginning of an endless nightmare. Story 14. The knock at the door came as the clock struck midnight. The sound was sharp, startling in the silence that had fallen over the house. I had been alone in the living room, the glow of the television the only light. The holiday celebrations outside felt distant, as if the world was moving on without me. Everyone was in their own little worlds, unaware of the dread slowly creeping in. I hesitated for a moment before rising from the couch, unsure who could be at the door. I hadn't been expecting anyone, and the night felt too quiet, too still for a visitor. The knock came again, this time more urgent, and my heart started to race. It was strange. No one had visited me this late, especially not on New Year's Eve. Slowly, I made my way to the door, the uncertainty in my steps growing with each one. When I opened the door, a man stood there, dressed in a long, dark coat, his face obscured by the shadows. He looked out of place, like a character from a nightmare rather than someone from the world I knew. His eyes were wide, scanning the interior of my home, and when he spoke, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "Have they arrived yet?" he asked, his words carrying an unsettling weight. I blinked in confusion, unsure how to respond. I took a step back, still holding the door halfway open, my mind racing for an explanation. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Who were you looking for?" The man didn't answer at first. Instead, he looked around as if searching for something just out of sight, something I couldn't see. His eyes flickered nervously, and his hand twitched as though he wanted to reach inside but wasn't sure whether it was safe. After a tense pause, he spoke again, his voice colder this time. "They're coming. You must prepare. Have they arrived yet?" A chill ran down my spine. I wanted to slam the door and forget this strange encounter, but my body refused to obey. I could only stare at him, trying to make sense of his words. Who was he looking for? And what did he mean by they? I felt a rush of panic surge through me, but my feet stayed rooted to the ground. The man's eyes never left me, and it felt like he was waiting for something. As though the moment hung in the air, too heavy to be ignored. I opened my mouth to ask again, but before I could speak, he turned and started to walk away. His footsteps echoed in the street, the sound growing fainter as he disappeared into the darkness of the night. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind spinning. What had just happened? Why had this stranger come to my door? And who was he looking for? The questions piled up in my mind, but no answers were forthcoming. I closed the door, locked it, and backed away slowly, still trying to process the bizarre interaction. The room felt colder now, and the air seemed denser, heavier. I turned back to the living room and sat down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. There was a strange energy in the air, a tension that hadn't been there before. I tried to tell myself that I had just encountered a random person, that it was nothing to worry about. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Hours passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the night was far from over. The quiet outside had turned into an eerie silence, and the darkness seemed deeper, more oppressive. I found myself staring at the clock, waiting for something. For what? I wasn't sure, but the feeling of dread kept growing. The words of the stranger echoed in my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Have they arrived yet? I glanced out the window, half expecting to see someone or something waiting in the shadows. But the street was empty, as it had been all night. The world outside seemed normal, but the atmosphere of my home was anything but. It was as though a veil of tension had descended, and I was trapped within it. Then, as if on cue, there was a soft tap at the window. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Slowly, I turned toward the glass, dread filling every corner of my mind. But when I looked outside, no one was there. Just the empty street, bathed in the faint light from a distant street lamp. I shook my head, trying to push the thoughts out of my mind. The stranger's words seemed to be playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just some random person, a misunderstanding. Maybe my mind was just overwhelmed with the night's strange events. But as I turned back to sit down, I noticed something odd. The shadow of a figure standing in the yard, just beyond the edge of my window. My breath caught in my chest, and for a moment, I couldn't move. The figure didn't move either, it just stood there, unmoving, as if waiting. Waiting for what, I had no idea. I stepped back from the window, fear spreading like wildfire inside me. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I tried to process what I was seeing. And then, as if sensing my fear, the figure stepped closer to the window, its face briefly illuminated by the dim light outside. But what I saw made my blood run cold. The face was twisted, contorted in a way that didn't seem human. It was as though the person standing there had once been alive, but now they were something else, something wrong. I staggered backward, my legs giving way beneath me. I fell to the floor, unable to tear my eyes away from the figure outside. My mind raced and panic began to settle in. What was happening? Who were these people, and why were they here? What did the stranger mean by they? Were they coming for me? Before I could gather my thoughts, the figure outside turned and began walking away, vanishing into the darkness. I sat there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity. The silence returned, but it was different now. Heavier, suffocating. It was as though the world had shifted, and I was the only one left untouched by whatever had come to pass. I slowly got up, my legs trembling, and looked around the room. The fear had taken root deep within me, gnawing at my insides. I had no idea what to do next, or how to protect myself from whatever was unfolding. I could hear the faint sound of footsteps outside, distant and echoing, like a warning. But the worst part was knowing that I was no longer sure if I was the one being hunted or the one who had already arrived. As the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night was far from over. The clock continued to tick away, marking the passing hours as I sat there, waiting. But for what? I wasn't sure. I just knew that whatever the stranger had meant, the world I once knew was gone, replaced by something far darker. And somewhere, out there in the night, they were still waiting. Story 15. The moment the fireworks exploded across the sky, they created a breathtaking display of colors and lights. For a split second, it seemed like a normal New Year's celebration, a perfect end to the year. However, as the final burst lit up the dark night, something odd happened. Amidst the shimmering stars of the fireworks, words began to form, words that seemed impossible, yet undeniably there. The message was simple, but it sent a chill through my entire body. Don't look behind you. I froze, my heart racing as I stared up at the sky, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it part of the show? A special effect? But no, the words didn't belong in the sequence of firework explosions. The letters weren't just an artistic display, they were clear, precise, and eerily directed at me. The message hung in the sky for what felt like an eternity, and as the last spark faded into the night, a deep silence fell over the crowd. No one else seemed to have noticed. The revelers were still laughing, hugging and celebrating the new year, oblivious to the strange warning that had just appeared in the sky. I felt an overwhelming compulsion to turn around, as though something unseen was waiting just behind me. The message was so specific, so urgent, it seemed to demand action, yet warned against it at the same time. I wanted to look. I had to know what was behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would mean crossing some unseen line, a line that shouldn't be crossed. I clenched my fists, trying to steady my nerves. but I couldn't ignore the voice in my head urging me to stay still, to ignore the pull of curiosity. The crowd continued their celebrations, but the sense of isolation around me grew stronger. It was as if I had become aware of something everyone else had overlooked. The world around me seemed to grow quieter, the sounds of laughter and music becoming muffled, as if they were being absorbed by something far away. My feet felt rooted to the ground, and my gaze drifted once more toward the space behind me. Every fiber of my being screamed at me not to turn, but the warning in the sky still haunted me. I took a slow, shallow breath. My heart thudded louder in my chest, and my pulse quickened with every passing second. The air around me felt heavy, oppressive, and the chill that had crept up my spine earlier returned with a vengeance. I could almost feel the presence of something or someone standing just behind me, waiting. It was a pressure I couldn't explain, but I knew it was there. The warning had been clear, but it wasn't the only thing that unsettled me. There was something more, something deeper lurking in the shadowy corners of my mind. Against every instinct, I slowly turned my head to glance behind me. The world seemed to slow as I did. My breath caught in my throat. There was nothing or nothing visible, but it didn't feel empty. I could sense something in the air, something that had been hidden just out of sight, waiting for me to look. The longer I stared into the empty space behind me, the more I felt that something was wrong, terribly wrong. A shadow moved across the floor in my peripheral vision, a dark shape that seemed to ripple in the air, as if it were part of the darkness itself. I turned back quickly, my stomach churning. My mind was racing with thoughts of what had just happened, but nothing made sense. The fireworks had been a message, a warning, but to what end? What was it that I had just witnessed? And why had I felt such an overwhelming need to turn around? The crowd had returned to their revelry, but it was different now. I felt disconnected from everyone, as though I were in a separate world entirely. The laughter around me now seemed forced, too loud, too bright, and it only heightened my sense of isolation. No one else was aware of the eerie presence that lingered just out of sight, but I was certain of it. The more I tried to ignore it, the stronger it seemed to grow. It was as though the very space around me had shifted, and I had unknowingly crossed into a realm where the rules of reality no longer applied. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, expecting to see someone behind me. But no one was there. I blinked in confusion, trying to calm my racing heart. The tap had felt real, but there was nothing but the empty space where someone should have stood. My eyes darted around the room, scanning for any sign of what had just happened, but the crowd remained blissfully unaware. It was then that I realized the figure had been waiting for me. The shadow I had sensed earlier, the one that had lingered just behind me, was no longer a mere feeling. It had become something tangible, something I could no longer deny. But where had it gone? What was it waiting for? I began to back away from the crowd, my eyes darting around nervously. It was as though the very room had become a trap, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had become blurred. The warning in the sky had been real, and now I had crossed the threshold into something far darker than I could have ever imagined. The room felt oppressive, and my pulse raced as I looked around for any sign of the shadow that had followed me. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. It was soft at first, but as it grew louder, it became unmistakable. "You should have listened," it whispered, the words carrying a weight of ancient knowledge, as though they had been spoken by something that had existed long before me. The voice seemed to come from every direction, swirling around me, drowning out the sounds of the party. I tried to move, but my feet were frozen to the floor. It was as if something unseen had locked me in place, forcing me to listen, to feel the cold grip of whatever had been lurking behind me. The voice continued to echo, growing louder, more insistent. "You shouldn't have looked," it repeated, each word sending a ripple of fear through my body. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the voice, but the darkness around me seemed to thicken. The shadows in the room stretched unnaturally, reaching toward me as if they had a life of their own. The crowd was gone now, replaced by an oppressive stillness. I was no longer in the room I had once known. It had become something else, something ancient, something that had been waiting for this moment to arrive. When I opened my eyes again, the room was different. The decorations, the laughter, the joy, everything had disappeared, leaving only a cold, dark emptiness. The figure from the corner of the room was standing there again, watching me. But this time it wasn't just in my mind. It was real. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I realized then that I had made a terrible mistake. The fireworks were a warning. The figure was a consequence. And now there was no way out. Story 16. The sudden flicker of the lights was the first sign that something was wrong. The entire ballroom gasped as the clock struck midnight, signaling the arrival of the new year. People cheered, glasses clinked, and the room filled with a chorus of well wishes and laughter. But in that brief moment when the lights went out, everything changed. The festive atmosphere shifted from joy to an unsettling silence, and I could feel my pulse quicken as the darkness enveloped me. I stood still, trying to adjust to the sudden lack of light. It felt as though the entire world had paused, and for a few seconds, there was nothing but an eerie quiet. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a hand grab my arm. It was cold, unnaturally so, and the grip was tight, almost as though it was not letting go. My heart raced in panic, and I immediately tried to pull away, but the hand held firm, sending a shiver down my spine. The crowd around me was oblivious to the sudden change, still laughing and shouting, unaware of the strange tension in the air. I twisted my arm, trying to free myself, but the hand didn't release its hold. The darkness seemed to deepen, and I felt a creeping sense of dread. Who could it be? Was it just someone playing around in the dark? Maybe a prank to mark the arrival of the new year? My thoughts raced, but the longer the hand stayed on my arm, the more the feeling of unease grew. It was as if something was wrong, something was different. The grip wasn't that of a friend or someone familiar, but of a stranger, and the coldness was something I couldn't ignore. It was almost as if the hand didn't belong to a living person at all. A voice in my ear whispered, barely audible over the muffled sounds of celebration. It was soft, almost like a hiss, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Don't scream," the voice said, its words sharp and urgent. I froze. The voice didn't sound like anyone I knew, and it was so close that I could feel the breath on my neck. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Who was this person? What did they want from me? I felt my breath quicken as panic started to take over. My mind screamed at me to turn around, to face whatever was behind me, but my body refused to move. The grip on my arm tightened, and I could feel the pressure start to cut off the blood flow. Every muscle in my body tensed, and I struggled to stay calm. The darkness seemed to be closing in, making it impossible to see anything around me. I could hear the sound of my heartbeat, each beat more frantic than the last, as if it could somehow drown out the fear creeping up my spine. The moment felt like an eternity. My thoughts were disjointed, fragmented as I tried to figure out what was happening. Why had the lights gone out just then? Why had I been grabbed in the darkness? My mind kept racing back to the strange sensation that had taken hold of me, that cold, clammy hand, the voice that hadn't belonged to anyone I knew. It was as though I had been plunged into a nightmare, with no escape, no way to wake up. The warmth and excitement of the party felt miles away, replaced by the cold grip of something sinister. The moment the lights went out, I had crossed a line into something darker, and I wasn't sure if I could find my way back. The darkness around me deepened, and for a brief moment, I could swear I felt a presence beside me, looming. It wasn't just a person, it felt wrong, like something that didn't belong in this world. I had no idea what kind of person or entity I was dealing with, but I could feel it watching me, listening to my every breath. Every second felt heavier, as if the air itself was thickening with tension. It was as though I was surrounded by shadows that had come to life, encroaching on my space and my sense of reality. The grip on my arm loosened for a split second, and I seized the opportunity to break free. I yanked my arm away as quickly as I could, stumbling forward in the darkness. My heart was racing, and I could feel the panic rising within me. The room felt disorienting, as though the familiar setting had transformed into something unrecognizable. I reached out blindly, my hands desperately searching for something solid, something to ground me in the chaos of the moment. But there was nothing, just the cold, suffocating darkness. I could hear the sounds of the party slowly fading in the background, replaced by an eerie silence that filled the room. It was as if I had been transported to a different reality, one that was no longer governed by the rules of the festive world I had just been part of. The laughter and clinking of glasses had vanished, replaced by an oppressive stillness that felt almost unnatural. I fumbled forward, my fingers grazing the edge of a table, and then suddenly the lights flickered back on. The room burst into brightness, and for a moment I was momentarily blinded by the sudden shift. My eyes struggled to adjust to the light, and when they finally did, I could see the faces around me again. Everyone appeared as though nothing had happened, their expressions bright and cheerful, as if the entire incident had been nothing more than a figment of my imagination. But I knew what I had felt. I knew that something had been there in the darkness with me, something that no one else had noticed. I spun around, looking for any sign of the person or thing that had grabbed me. The crowd continued to celebrate, completely unaware of what had transpired in those few seconds of darkness. My heart was still racing, my body trembling from the adrenaline that had coursed through me. I was shaken, disoriented. But there was one thing I couldn't deny: what I had experienced was real. Something had grabbed my arm, something that didn't belong in the light, and it had whispered in my ear. I wasn't imagining it, but who or what had it been? As I stood there, trying to calm my racing heart, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, lurking just beyond the edges of the light. The darkness had harbored something that had vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving me with nothing but a lingering sense of dread. The party continued around me, but I could no longer enjoy it. The celebration, once full of joy, had been tainted by that brief moment in the dark. The lights might have come back on, but the unease lingered, and I couldn't help but wonder if I had just narrowly escaped something far worse than a New Year's Eve scare. Story 17. The city skyline was ablaze with the vibrant explosions of fireworks, casting their brilliant light against the midnight sky. I stood by the window, eyes transfixed on the dazzling display, the world around me alive with celebration. The rhythmic pops and cracks of the fireworks echoed in the distance, a soundtrack to the joy and chaos of the night. But something felt off, an uncanny sense that I was not alone. despite being surrounded by friends and strangers in the room. I glanced away from the window for a brief moment, my reflection catching my eye in the glass. I saw myself, my face lit up by the burst of colors. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My reflection was not mimicking my every movement. It stood still for a moment, watching the fireworks as I had been. But then, it moved its eyes, turning slowly toward me. The reflection wasn't supposed to do that. It was supposed to follow me, to be a mirror image, but this one wasn't. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at my reflection, my heart beating faster. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, that the flickering from the fireworks had created an illusion. But no matter how much I willed it to be just a glitch, my reflection did not move in sync with me. It was staring directly at me now, its face slightly twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile, more of a grimace. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. It just watched. I could feel a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. In an almost involuntary movement, I raised my hand to my own face, and my reflection did the same. But then it did something that made my heart stop. It raised its other hand and slowly, deliberately, pressed its palm against the glass, mirroring my movements, but with a delay that felt unnatural. It was as if it was trying to reach out to me, to touch me. My breath hitched in my chest, and I stumbled back from the window, away from the reflection that wasn't mine. As I stepped backward, my reflection didn't follow. Instead, it stayed, still pressed against the window, its hand still on the glass. I could feel my pulse racing in my throat as I tried to force myself to look away, to not be consumed by the eerie sense of dread. But the reflection, no, it wasn't just a reflection anymore. It had become something else, something alive and separate from me. It was no longer a mere mirror of my actions, but something that moved on its own accord, something with its own intentions. I turned quickly, desperate to get away from the window, but as I did, I felt a sharp, icy sensation across my face. My hand shot up to my cheek, and for a moment I thought I had been struck. But when I looked, there was no one near me. The room was still filled with people, their faces lit with joy and celebration, oblivious to what I was experiencing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something that wasn't quite right. I forced myself to turn back toward the window, to face the reflection once more, but when I did, it was gone. The glass was smooth, clear, and silent, just as it should have been. My reflection now moved in perfect unison with me, as though nothing had happened. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, trying to convince myself that it had all been a trick of the mind, an illusion born from the strange combination of light, shadows, and excitement. But just as I began to calm down, I noticed something else. A single fingerprint was smudged on the glass, right where my reflection's hand had been. The print was too large, too distinct, to be mine. I froze, my stomach lurching as I realized that whatever I had seen, whatever had happened, it wasn't just in my mind. Something or someone had been there, just on the other side of the window. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the other side of the room. The sound of shattered glass filled the air, and I spun around to see a friend of mine, sprawled on the floor, holding their arm in pain. "What happened?" I asked, rushing to their side, but they couldn't respond, their eyes wide with terror, locked onto something behind me. I turned to follow their gaze, but there was nothing. Nothing except the reflection in the window, now staring back at me with a look of cold, unblinking malice. My heart hammered in my chest as the fireworks continued to explode in the distance. But the bright flashes no longer brought joy, they only served to amplify the horrifying reality that something was very wrong. My reflection, once again, was not mine. It was smiling, but not in a friendly way. It was a grin that sent chills through my entire body, a smile that promised nothing but dread. I stumbled away from the window, my legs shaking, and tried to tell myself that it was just the stress of the night, the overload of excitement and fear. But deep down, I knew something more sinister was at play. The room, with all its noise and celebration, felt hollow now, as though the joy of the crowd was only a facade for something darker. The reflection in the glass was no longer just a harmless trick of light. It had become a harbinger, a reminder that there were forces in this world that could not be explained. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls shifting with the distortion of the fireworks light. I turned to my friend, desperate for reassurance, but their face was pale, their eyes vacant. They weren't looking at me, they were staring at the reflection in the window. I followed their gaze and felt the air leave my lungs. In the reflection, there was no longer just me. Standing next to my own mirrored image was another figure, its form dark and indistinct, like a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was watching me, just as my reflection had done, but its presence felt even more ominous, more threatening. I wanted to scream, but no sound came from my throat. The reflection smiled again, but this time, the smile stretched wider, more grotesque. I turned and ran, my mind clouded with fear. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away from the window, from the reflection that wasn't mine, from whatever had been left behind in the glass. I pushed past people in the room, hearing their voices dim as I moved farther from the source of the terror. But no matter where I went, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me. As I reached the door, I hesitated. My eyes flickered back toward the window, half expecting to see the reflection still watching me. But the glass was now dark, the fireworks no longer illuminating it. It was as if the reflection had been erased, wiped clean from existence. But deep in my gut, I knew that it wasn't over. The shadowy figure, the one that had emerged beside me, had not disappeared. It had only been waiting for me to turn my back, waiting for the moment I would let my guard down. With a final glance toward the dark window, I stepped out into the night, unsure of what awaited me, but certain that the horrors of that moment would follow me wherever I went. The new year had come, but it had come with a price. My reflection, once a simple reflection, had become something far more sinister, a warning that some things should not be reflected, and some mirrors should never be looked into. Story 18. It was the evening before the highly anticipated New Year's Eve party, and I was excited. I had received the invitation earlier that week, hand-delivered by my neighbor, who always threw the best parties in town. The shimmering envelope was adorned with gold accents, and the card inside was elegant, carefully designed, as it always was. The date was clearly marked to December 31st, but the time printed on the invitation seemed odd. Everyone else had been invited for the usual hour, 8 p.m., but my card read 10 p.m. At first I thought it was a mistake, but when I double-checked, I realized it was intentional. I tried to brush it off, thinking that maybe it was just a small mix-up, or perhaps a personal invitation meant for someone else. It was too late to worry about it now, and I had already made plans to go. I was excited to see everyone and to ring in the new year with good friends and fun music. So when the clock struck 9 p.m., I got ready and left, not letting the strange detail bother me. The snow was falling softly outside, and the streets were unusually quiet, which seemed odd for a night that was supposed to be filled with excitement and revelry. Arriving at the house, I noticed that the lights were dimmed and the windows were mostly shut. It seemed different than usual, almost too quiet. Normally, the place was lit up with decorations, and the laughter and chatter of people filled the air as soon as you stepped onto the driveway. But tonight there was nothing. The house stood in stark contrast to the festivity I had expected. I rang the doorbell several times, but there was no response. I checked the invitation again, confirming the time, and then knocked loudly, hoping to catch someone's attention. After a few more minutes of waiting and receiving no answer, I began to feel uneasy. I wondered if I had gotten the date wrong, or if something had changed last minute. I texted my friends, asking if they were already there, but the messages went unread. That was strange, because everyone usually responded quickly. It was then that I began to question the oddness of the situation. The clock on my phone read 10:15 p.m., the time I was meant to arrive according to the invitation. But no one had shown up yet, and the house remained eerily silent. I walked around the property, my breath misting in the cold night air, trying to figure out what was going on. The driveway was empty, the cars that would usually be parked there absent. There were no signs of anyone coming or going, not even a hint of sound coming from inside. The front door was unlocked, which was strange for a party where so many guests were expected. Despite my growing unease, curiosity took over. I stepped inside, the door creaking as it opened, and I found myself alone in the dark hallway. There were no decorations, no music playing, not even the faint murmur of conversation. It was as if the house had been abandoned. I called out, hoping someone would answer, but my voice only echoed back at me. My footsteps were the only sounds as I moved deeper into the house. The place looked almost as if it had been frozen in time and untouched. Perfect shell with no one around to fill it. I could see the remnants of what looked like party preparations, streamers, an untouched table set for drinks, and party hats arranged neatly on the counter. Everything was arranged as though waiting for a celebration that never came. I stood there for a moment, overwhelmed by a strange sense of isolation. After walking through the rooms and finding them all just as empty, I decided to sit down in the living room, trying to calm my nerves. My phone buzzed with a message from one of my friends, finally getting back to me. "Where are you? We're already here." Confused, I texted back, explaining that no one was at the house. I had arrived early, as per the invitation, and found everything locked and empty. My friend replied quickly, "What are you talking about? The party starts at 8 p.m. You must be at the wrong place." I froze. The message made no sense. My invitation had clearly said 10 p.m., and now I was being told I had shown up hours too late. The anxiety rising within me only deepened as I stared at the text. I checked my invitation again, turning the card over in my hands, and once again read the time. It was still there, clear as day, 10 p.m., but there was no one here. I began to wonder if this was some kind of cruel joke, a prank they were playing on me, but nothing about the situation felt lighthearted. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had walked into something that I wasn't supposed to see. The house seemed to grow colder, the shadows darker, and my unease only continued to escalate. I tried to leave, but as I turned toward the door, I noticed that the walls seemed to close in around me. It was as though the house was shifting, changing, becoming something unfamiliar. The hallway seemed longer than it had been when I first entered, and the room where I had been sitting now seemed distant and unreachable. Panic rose in my chest as I hurried toward the door, only to find it suddenly locked. I pulled at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I stepped back, breathing heavily, trying to collect myself. Was I imagining all of this? Maybe it was the cold or the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But then, A faint sound caught my attention, a low hum, almost like an ambient chant. It was coming from somewhere deep within the house, distant and echoing. The air grew colder still, and I realized with a sinking feeling that the sound wasn't coming from the living room or any other part of the house I had explored. It seemed to be coming from below, as though there was a hidden basement or a room I hadn't discovered. I hesitated but found my legs moving of their own accord, guiding me down the narrow staircase at the far end of the hallway. The hum grew louder as I descended, my heart pounding in my ears. The basement door creaked open, revealing nothing but pitch-black darkness. I couldn't see a thing, but I could feel the oppressive weight of the air pressing in on me. Without thinking, I stepped into the darkness, a sense of foreboding growing with each footstep. The hum now sounded more like voices, whispers rising from the depths. Suddenly, I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder, and I spun around, my heart stopping. But there was no one there. The whispers grew louder, and I realized that they weren't just whispers, they were words, chanting in a language I didn't understand. I stumbled backward, my hand fumbling for the stairs, but they seemed to stretch farther away, as if the house itself was pulling me deeper into its bowels. Panicking, I reached for the door, finding it now wide open and illuminated by a faint, unnatural light. The basement floor was covered with strange symbols, and in the center of the room was a large, ornate mirror reflecting nothing but shadows. I felt as if I was being drawn toward it, the voices urging me forward. I reached out to touch the mirror, and when my fingers made contact, a cold, electrifying shock surged through me. I recoiled, falling backward, and the house seemed to rumble, as though it were alive. Then, in a split second, the light blinked out, and everything went silent. The whispers stopped, and I was left alone in the dark. It was only when I looked at my watch that I saw the time, 8 p.m. The time that everyone else had been invited for, the time I should have been there. Suddenly it all made sense, the invitation, the time difference, the strange emptiness of the house. It wasn't a mistake. I had been invited to a different version of the party, one that existed outside of time, in a place where the rules no longer applied. And now I was trapped, caught between worlds, with no way of escaping the horrors that awaited me. Story 19. I received a voicemail from my number recorded just minutes before midnight, but I hadn't used my phone. The message was nothing more than static at first, an eerie crackling sound, but then I heard a faint voice, distorted and barely audible. It sounded like my own, but different. There was something off about it, something unnatural, as if it wasn't me speaking but an echo or a shadow of who I was. As I strained to make sense of the words, my heart started racing, and a cold chill crept down my spine. The voicemail was time-stamped just a few minutes before midnight, and it immediately sent my mind reeling. I had been with friends, surrounded by people, celebrating the New Year's Eve festivities. There was no possible way I could have recorded a message, especially not one that seemed to come from me, speaking in a voice I couldn't quite recognize. Panic gripped me as I replayed the voicemail, the voice growing louder in the silence of my apartment, each word more distorted and chilling than the last. "Don't look behind you," the voice whispered. My blood ran cold at those words. I froze, staring at my phone, as if it were some sort of trap waiting to spring. My hands trembled, and I felt the strange urge to check the room behind me, even though I was sure nothing was there. I glanced toward the door, the hallway beyond, the windows. Everything looked normal. But the voice on the voicemail, repeating the same warning over and over again, sent an unsettling shiver through my body. I tried to dismiss it as a glitch or a prank, but the more I thought about it, the more the feeling of dread grew. The message continued, and this time the words were clearer, more forceful. "They're waiting for you." I immediately stopped the recording, my fingers trembling as I tried to process what I had just heard. There was no one in the apartment with me. I was alone. Yet somehow the voice seemed to know things it shouldn't have, things that no one else could have known. I had no idea what they were, but the sense of impending danger was overwhelming. I glanced around my apartment, the dim lighting casting long shadows across the walls. Every little noise, the creaking of the floorboards, the distant hum of the refrigerator, made my pulse quicken. Was someone watching me? Had someone accessed my phone without my knowledge? Or was there something else at play, something more sinister? I pulled the blankets tighter around me, hoping it would shield me from whatever was lurking outside my own thoughts. Trying to calm myself, I did the only thing that seemed reasonable. I checked the time. It was 12:10 a.m., just minutes after the voicemail had been sent. But the strangest part was that I hadn't heard my phone ring. The message should have been a missed call, yet I had no memory of any call coming through. I had been staring at my phone earlier, and it hadn't made a sound. I stared at the screen, confused and unsettled, as the volume of the voicemail's distorted message echoed in my head. I glanced toward the window, half expecting to see something moving in the shadows. There was nothing, only the dark street outside, yet the words kept repeating in my mind. "I don't look behind you. They're waiting for you." Who was I supposed to be afraid of? Who was waiting for me? My thoughts raced as I tried to rationalize what had just happened. Could someone have hacked into my phone and left this strange message? Or was it something worse, something that couldn't be explained so easily? I picked up my phone again, searching through the recent calls. There was no record of the voicemail in my call log, just the usual texts and notifications. No missed calls, no unknown numbers, just an empty history. That didn't make sense. How could a voicemail be sent from my number, yet not show up in my call log? And why was it so specific, warning me about something I couldn't even comprehend? For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every creak of the house, every flicker of the lights, made me jump. My phone sat on the table, its screen dark, but I kept glancing at it, waiting for something more. I tried to sleep, but the words from the voicemail kept playing over and over in my mind. "They're waiting for you." The next morning I went through my phone again, hoping to find some explanation, but there was nothing. No missed calls, no strange messages, no sign of anything unusual. Yet, the memory of that distorted voice lingered, pressing in on me from every direction. I tried to call my friends from last night, asking if they'd seen anything strange, or if they knew anything about what had happened, but none of them had any clue. They had been with me the entire time, celebrating the new year in the same room, and no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Feeling desperate, I tried contacting my phone carrier, hoping they could shed some light on the strange occurrence. They checked the records, but nothing unusual came up. They even suggested that I might have been imagining things or that it was some kind of glitch. But how could it have been a glitch? The voice on the voicemail was unmistakable, and the message was far too specific to ignore. The more I thought about it, the more I began to wonder if there was something I had missed, something I hadn't seen or understood. The strange feeling of being watched never left me. Days passed, and I tried to go back to my routine, but it was impossible to shake the growing dread. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, checking my phone every few minutes, as though the next message would provide some sort of answer. But no new voicemails came, no strange calls. It was as if the night had never happened. That is, until I received another voicemail a week later, just a few minutes before midnight again. This time the message was even clearer. You shouldn't have ignored us. I could hear the coldness in the voice, the malice that had been missing before. My heart sank as I listened to the message again and again. The same warning, the same chilling voice, echoing in my ears. My blood ran cold as I realized something terrible. Whatever had been trying to reach me, whatever had been waiting for me, was not finished yet. The dread that had been simmering in the back of my mind now erupted, and I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was coming for me, something I had no control over. The question was no longer whether I would be affected, but when and how. And as the days passed and midnight approached once again, I could only wonder if I would be ready, or if the voicemail would be the last warning I would ever receive. Story 20. The night had been full of laughter, excitement, and the usual New Year's Eve cheer. My friends and I had gathered in my apartment, ready to ring in the new year with bubbly drinks, fun games, and plenty of dancing. The decorations were set perfectly, the music was lively, and everyone was in high spirits. We counted down to midnight, ready to celebrate, and as the clock struck 12, the familiar sound of confetti cannons filled the air, covering the room with colorful paper. But as the confetti rained down, something unusual happened. Instead of scattering randomly, the confetti seemed to fall in a precise, almost deliberate way. The pieces formed distinct shapes in midair, twisting and curling as if being directed by some unseen force. My guests and I stared in confusion as the confetti continued to fall, settling gently on the floor in an unsettling arrangement. When the final pieces drifted down, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The confetti had formed words clear as day: "You're not safe." A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the message in front of me. The words seemed so out of place, especially on such a joyful night. I thought it must have been some sort of prank, a trick my friends had pulled off. But as I glanced around the room, no one seemed to know what had happened. Everyone was equally stunned, some even starting to laugh nervously, unsure of how to react. I bent down to examine the confetti closely, wondering if someone had written the words on it, or if it had been somehow staged. But as I sifted through the colorful paper, there was no sign of any markings. The confetti was just ordinary, simple pieces, with no ink or writing on them. It was as if they had magically aligned themselves to form the message, something beyond any explanation I could muster. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't a joke. As I stood up, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, hoping it would distract me from the strange events unfolding around me. It was a text message from an unknown number. My hands trembled as I opened it. The message was short but chilling. "I'm watching you." My heart raced, and I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck. Who could be sending this? How did they know what had just happened with the confetti? I turned to my friends, hoping for some comfort, but they were all just as shaken as I was. Some of them had already begun to gather their things, eager to leave, while others were still frozen, staring at the floor where the confetti lay. I glanced at the clock on the wall, but it felt like time was moving slower than usual. The music in the background suddenly seemed eerie, its once cheerful beat now taking on a sinister tone. I tried to laugh it off, convincing myself that this was just some weird coincidence, but deep down I could feel that something was terribly wrong. The atmosphere in the apartment had shifted from celebration to fear, and it seemed like the walls themselves were closing in on us. I decided to check the security cameras around my apartment, hoping that they might offer some explanation. Maybe someone had snuck in earlier and staged the whole thing as a prank. But as I scrolled through the footage, my stomach sank. The cameras had been disabled. There was no sign of anyone entering the apartment, and yet the confetti had still fallen in that precise pattern. There was no logical explanation for how it had happened. I quickly turned off my phone, trying to push the nagging fear out of my mind. I didn't want to involve the police or make a scene. After all, it could just be some twisted joke. But as I glanced back at the confetti, I saw something that made my blood run cold. One of the pieces was moving. It wasn't much, just a slight shift, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. My friends noticed it too, their faces contorting in confusion and fear as they backed away from the confetti. We all stood in stunned silence, not knowing what to do or how to explain what was happening. Then, without warning, the lights flickered, casting the room in an eerie half-light. For a moment, everything was quiet, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the sound of our collective breathing. In that silence, the doorbell rang. The sudden noise made us all jump, and for a moment no one moved. Who could it be at this hour? We had barely seen anyone else since the start of the party. I hesitated, my eyes darting nervously between the door and my friends. Finally, I got up and slowly walked toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I opened the door, half expecting to see someone standing there with a silly grin, revealing it all to be some elaborate prank. But when I looked outside, there was no one there. Just the empty hallway of my apartment building, eerily quiet. I quickly closed the door, but the feeling of being watched grew even stronger. I couldn't shake the sense that someone or something was lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to make itself known. I tried to reassure my friends, telling them it was probably just some sort of malfunction or coincidence. But my voice trembled, and I could tell no one believed me. Everyone was on edge, their eyes flicking nervously around the apartment, as if expecting something to jump out at any moment. The laughter and joy of the evening were long gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. We all gathered in the living room, each of us too afraid to leave, yet too terrified to stay in any one place for too long. The strange message, the unknown text, the moving confetti, it all felt like pieces of a puzzle I couldn't solve. What was happening? And why had it happened on this particular night, of all nights? There were no answers, only a growing sense of danger that seemed to close in on us. As the hours passed, things only got stranger. The temperature in the room dropped, and we all noticed the faint smell of something metallic in the air. The television turned on by itself, displaying static before flickering to a black screen. The lights continued to flicker, casting long shadows across the room. It was as if the apartment had become a living nightmare, with no escape and no way out. By the time the morning light began to creep through the curtains, we had all but given up on trying to make sense of the events of the night. No one spoke much as we gathered our things and left. Some of us had planned to return later, but none of us could shake the feeling that we should never come back. Whatever had happened on that New Year's Eve, it was something far beyond our understanding. It was a warning, a message we couldn't ignore. As I locked the door behind me and stepped into the cold, early morning air, I couldn't help but feel that the nightmare wasn't over. The message in the confetti, "You're not safe," echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder that some things are better left unexplained. And as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had haunted my apartment was still out there, waiting. Story 21. The evening had already taken a strange turn. The house felt unnervingly still, and yet I could not shake the sensation of being watched. As I wandered through the living room, I noticed the couch pushed slightly out of place, as if someone or something had moved it in a hurry. A glint of light caught my eye from underneath, and I crouched down to see what it was. Reaching out, my fingers brushed against the brittle edge of a photograph, hidden beneath a thick layer of dust. When I pulled the photo out, I immediately felt a chill run down my spine. It was a black and white picture, slightly yellowed with age, depicting a group of people at what appeared to be a party. The room in the photograph was unmistakably the same living room I was standing in, right down to the ornate chandelier hanging above and the distinct floral wallpaper. But the faces in the photo were unfamiliar, their smiles wide and frozen in time. The dated clothing suggested the photo was from decades ago, long before I had ever set foot in this house. What struck me most was how similar the scene in the photograph was to the party I had arrived for. The arrangement of the furniture, the decorations, and even the placement of a cluster of balloons in the corner of the room matched exactly. My stomach turned as I noticed a small detail in the photo that I could not explain. The balloons spelled out a single word: stay. I stared at it, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. I flipped the photograph over, hoping for some clue, a date, or a note scribbled on the back. There was nothing but a faint smudge of ink that might have once been writing, long since faded. As I examined it more closely, I noticed that one of the smiling faces in the photo was vaguely familiar. It was not someone I knew personally, but it was an unsettling familiarity, as if I had seen them in passing somewhere, or perhaps even tonight. I turned the photo back around and scanned the faces, my pulse quickening. Suddenly, the air in the room grew colder, and I heard the faint sound of footsteps echoing from the hallway. My heart leaped into my throat as I turned toward the source of the noise, but there was no one there. The house remained silent, yet the oppressive feeling of being watched was now unbearable. Clutching the photograph tightly, I tried to convince myself that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe my neighbor had found the photo years ago and thought it would be amusing to recreate the scene as a theme for the party. But why would they not mention it? And why had the balloons in the photo spelled a message so ominous? I placed the photo on the coffee table, unable to look at it any longer, and turned my attention to the rest of the room. As I scanned my surroundings, my eyes landed on a mirror hanging on the far wall. It was cracked in one corner, but it reflected the room perfectly, or so I thought. I froze when I noticed something unusual in the reflection. In the mirror, the couch appeared untouched, pushed neatly against the wall as it had been when I arrived. There was no photograph lying on the coffee table in the reflection. My breath hitched as I glanced back at the table. The photograph was still there, its edges curling slightly as if it had been untouched for years. But in the mirror it was gone, replaced by an unbroken surface of polished wood. I stepped closer to the mirror, my pulse racing. The more I stared at the reflection, the more I began to notice subtle differences. The chandelier's lights flickered slightly in the mirror, even though the bulbs above me were steady. Shadows in the reflection seemed to move independently of the furniture and walls. I turned back to the photograph, feeling a compulsion to examine it again. This time, as I looked more closely, my heart dropped. One of the faces in the photo, a man standing near the edge of the group, seemed to be looking directly at me now. I was certain that his gaze had been fixed elsewhere when I first saw it. I rubbed my eyes, telling myself it was just a trick of the mind. But when I looked again, his expression had changed too. The smile was gone, replaced by a grim, almost angry stare. The room felt suffocating, and I knew I could not stay much longer. I had to leave the house, but something deep inside warned me that it would not be so easy. Before I could move, a faint voice broke the silence, whispering my name from somewhere behind me. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed, and slowly turned to face the sound. There was no one there, but the air was charged with an unnatural energy, as though the house itself had come alive. As I stood paralyzed, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. The balloons that had been scattered across the room were now drifting together, clustering unnaturally near the ceiling. Their strings twisted and curled, forming words in the air. I felt my blood run cold as I read the message, "You are next." The letters floated briefly before the balloons began popping. One by one, each burst echoing like a gunshot in the empty room. I stumbled backward, clutching the photograph as if it were some kind of shield. The whispers grew louder, filling my ears with a cacophony of unintelligible murmurs. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs as I backed toward the door, desperate to escape. But before I could reach it, the lights flickered violently, plunging the room into darkness. In the pitch black, I could feel a presence closing in around me. The whispers turned to laughter, cold and mocking, as though whatever was here was enjoying my fear. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, and when I finally found it, I wrenched the door open and stumbled out into the night. The cold air hit me like a wave, and I ran as fast as I could, not daring to look back. When I reached the safety of my own home, I locked the door and collapsed against it, gasping for breath. The photograph was still in my hand, crumpled but intact. I wanted to throw it away, to burn it, but something stopped me. A part of me feared that destroying it would only make things worse. I placed it face down on the table, too afraid to look at it again. That night, as the New Year's fireworks lit up the sky, I sat alone in my darkened house, unable to shake the feeling that the party in the photo was not over. Somewhere, in some twisted fragment of time that continued on, its guests trapped in an endless loop. And I knew, deep down, that they were waiting for me to join them. Story 22. The energy in the room was electric, the kind of vibrant buzz that only a New Year's Eve countdown could create. Glasses clinked, voices mingled, and laughter filled the air as we all crowded together in the living room. The TV displayed the enormous glowing ball in Times Square, and the seconds began to tick down. 10, 9, 8, everyone shouted in unison, their faces bright with anticipation. Then, the countdown stopped. The screen froze at 7 seconds, and the room fell eerily silent. At first, I thought it was a technical glitch, some bizarre hiccup in the broadcast. But then I looked around, and my breath caught in my throat. Everyone in the room was frozen, their eyes wide and blank, staring directly at me. The joy and laughter that had filled the air moments before were gone, replaced by an oppressive, unnatural stillness. "Guys," I said, my voice trembling as I tried to break the silence. No one responded. They remained motionless, their gazes locked on me as if they were waiting for something. My heart began to race, the festive warmth of the moment replaced by a chilling sense of dread. I stepped back, scanning their faces, looking for any sign of recognition or movement, but there was none. I reached out to my best friend, Emily, who stood closest to me, her champagne flute still in hand. "Emily, what's going on?" I asked, shaking her shoulder gently. She didn't move. Her eyes stayed fixed on mine, unblinking and lifeless. It was as if she had turned into a statue, her body present but her mind absent. A cold wave of fear washed over me. I grabbed the remote and tried to change the channel, desperate for something, anything that could explain what was happening. But the TV remained frozen on the 7-second mark. The vibrant celebration now a distorted, muted image. I looked back at the others, and a horrifying thought struck me. What if I was the only one still aware? What if they were gone, trapped in some kind of limbo? I backed away from the group, my mind racing. "This has to be a prank," I whispered to myself, though I didn't believe it. The air felt heavy, charged with something unnatural. Then, without warning, the lights in the house flickered and dimmed, casting long, ominous shadows across the room. The stillness was suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the frozen TV. The clock on the wall began to tick louder, each second stretching longer than the last. I turned to look at it, my pulse quickening. The hands were moving backward. It wasn't subtle or slow, it was deliberate, as if time itself were unraveling. I stumbled back, the room spinning around me. The frozen faces of my friends seemed to shift slightly, their expressions growing more twisted, more inhuman. "Stop this," I shouted, my voice echoing in the empty space. But no one answered. The silence was deafening, a void that swallowed my words. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, and I spun around, but there was nothing there. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was in the room with me. Suddenly, the countdown resumed, but the voices were not the same. The cheerfulness was gone, replaced by a slow, guttural chant. 7, 6, 5. The sound reverberated through the room, low and menacing, as if it came from everywhere and nowhere at once. My friends' mouths were moving now, but their eyes remained fixed on me, empty and void of humanity. I screamed and ran toward the door, fumbling with the lock. My hand shook as I tried to twist the knob, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the house itself had turned against me, trapping me inside. The countdown continued, each number sending a wave of dread through me. 4, 3. Tears streamed down my face as I pounded on the door, begging for someone to help me. But deep down, I knew no one could hear me. Whatever was happening, it wasn't normal, it wasn't part of the world I knew. 2. The voices grew louder, filling every corner of the room, pressing against me like a physical weight. I turned back to face my friends, and my heart stopped. Their faces were no longer human. Their features had twisted into grotesque, otherworldly shapes, their mouths stretched into unnatural grins. Their eyes, once full of life, were now black voids, endless and hungry. They stepped toward me in unison, their movements jerky and unnatural. 1. The lights flickered again, and the room went completely dark. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive void around me. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The lights came back on, the TV resumed its normal broadcast, and my friends were laughing and cheering as if nothing had happened. "Happy New Year," they shouted, raising their glasses in celebration. I stood frozen, trembling and gasping for breath, my back pressed against the door. No one seemed to notice my panic. Emily turned to me, her face bright and cheerful, as if nothing had happened. "You okay?" she asked, her tone light and casual. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't answer. My heart was still racing, and the memory of their twisted faces burned in my mind. I looked at the TV, expecting to see the normal celebration, but my blood ran cold when I saw the timestamp, 11:59:53. The countdown had reset, and the clock was ticking down again. This time I knew I wouldn't make it out. Story 23. The party was in full swing, with laughter, music, and clinking glasses filling the air. The living room was packed with friends, all eagerly counting down to the new year. My best friend, always the joker, raised their glass high and proclaimed, "Here's to the end of the world." Everyone laughed, a ripple of amusement spreading through the group. It was such a ridiculous notion. What better way to poke fun at the endless stream of bad news we had endured throughout the year? Just as the laughter was dying down, the glass in my friend's hand shattered midair. The room fell silent in an instant, shards of glass scattering to the floor in slow motion. The champagne sprang out like a burst of fireworks. For a moment, no one moved. The sound of glass breaking seemed unnaturally loud, echoing in the quiet that followed. My friend looked at their hand, unharmed but trembling slightly, as though the strange event had sent a chill down their spine. "It must have been a weak glass," someone said nervously, breaking the silence. A few others nodded in agreement, eager to return to the festive mood. But something about the way the glass had broken felt deliberate. There had been no sudden movement, no reason for it to shatter so violently. My friend's face was pale, their eyes fixed on the empty space where the glass had been. "Did anyone else feel that?" they whispered, their voice barely audible. The uneasy atmosphere lingered as people tried to shake it off and continue the celebration. The music started up again, and the chatter resumed, though it was noticeably subdued. I couldn't stop glancing at the broken glass, now swept into a corner. There was something strange about it, as though the shards were too perfect, too sharp, their jagged edges glinting ominously in the dim light. It was as if the glass had been waiting for that moment to break. Minutes later, the lights flickered, drawing everyone's attention to the ceiling. A collective groan spread through the room, people blaming the old wiring or the winter storm raging outside. But then, the flickering stopped, and the lights dimmed, casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. A strange hum filled the air, a low, vibrating sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. People exchanged uneasy glances, the earlier laughter now replaced with nervous murmurs. My friend, still standing in the center of the room, spoke again, their voice trembling. "I was just joking, you know. It was just a toast." They tried to laugh, but it came out hollow, forced. No one responded, their words drowned out by the growing hum, which was now accompanied by a faint whispering sound. It was as though the house itself was alive, murmuring secrets too dark to comprehend. Then, the clock struck midnight. But instead of the usual cheers and countdown, the chime was deafening, each strike reverberating through the room like a thunderclap. The windows rattled in their frames, and the temperature plummeted. People clutched their coats, their breaths visible in the sudden cold. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, though the words were incomprehensible. It felt like something was surrounding us, watching, waiting. The atmosphere was suffocating. A few people made a move for the door, but it wouldn't budge. No matter how hard they pulled or pushed, it stayed firmly shut, as though some unseen force was holding it closed. Panic set in, spreading like wildfire through the group. Someone tried to call for help, but their phone displayed only static, the screen flickering erratically before going completely black. Every attempt at contact with the outside world failed. In the corner of the room, the shattered glass began to move. At first it was subtle, a faint glimmer as the shards shifted slightly. Then they started to rise, hovering in the air as though drawn by an invisible magnet. Gasps filled the room as everyone watched in horror, unable to look away. The shards swirled together, forming a shape, a twisted, jagged figure that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. "What is that?" someone whispered, their voice trembling. No one answered. The figure floated in the center of the room, growing larger with each passing second. Its presence was overwhelming, an oppressive force that seemed to crush the air out of the room. My friend, the one who had made the toast, stepped back, their face a mask of fear. "This is my fault," they said, their voice cracking. "I shouldn't have said it." The figure turned, or at least, it felt like it did. There were no eyes, no face, but somehow everyone in the room knew it was looking directly at my friend. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and chaotic, filling the room with a cacophony of sound. My friend dropped to their knees, covering their ears, but it was no use. The sound was inside all of us, a voice that spoke not to our ears, but to our very souls. The rest of us could only watch, frozen in place, as the figure began to move toward my friend. It reached out, a long, jagged appendage forming from the swirling shards. My friend screamed, a sound that pierced through the whispers for just a moment before being swallowed by the noise. The figure touched them, and in an instant they were gone. Not in the sense of running or vanishing, they were simply erased. There was no trace of them, not even the indentation where they had been kneeling. The room fell silent. The figure lingered for a moment longer, its form flickering as though it were struggling to stay together. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it collapsed, the shards clattering to the floor once more. The oppressive air lifted, and the whispers ceased. The door creaked open, and the lights returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. We stood there in stunned silence, unable to process what we had just witnessed. My friend was gone, and there was no explanation, no way to make sense of the events that had unfolded. The only reminder of their existence was the shattered glass on the floor, now dull and lifeless. No one spoke as we slowly left the house, each of us carrying the weight of what we had seen. The new year had arrived, but it was not a time for celebration. Something had answered my friend's toast, and whatever it was, it had taken them as its price. None of us ever spoke of that night again, but we all knew the truth. Some jokes should never be made, especially when the end of the world is listening. Story 24. The New Year's party had been a blur of laughter, music, and champagne, but as the night wore on, exhaustion began to take its toll. By the time I left, the parking lot was nearly deserted, with only a handful of cars scattered under dim, flickering streetlights. I stumbled to my car, my breath clouding in the cold night air, eager to get home and collapse into bed. Sliding into the driver's seat, I turned the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. I frowned and tried again, but the car remained stubbornly silent. A sinking feeling crept into my chest as I jiggled the key and turned it once more. Still nothing. The partygoers had all but disappeared, and I realized with growing unease that I was one of the last people left in the lot. The air felt colder, heavier, as though the night itself was pressing down on me. Frustrated, I popped the hood and stepped out of the car, my shoes crunching on the frost-covered pavement. The streetlights buzzed faintly overhead, casting long, eerie shadows across the lot. I was no mechanic, but I leaned over the engine, hoping something obvious would catch my eye. That was when I felt it, that undeniable sensation of being watched. I froze, my breath hitching as I slowly straightened up. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure standing at the far edge of the parking lot. The person was motionless, just barely illuminated by the weak glow of the furthest streetlight. I couldn't make out any details, but the silhouette was clear, a tall figure with broad shoulders, their face obscured by the shadows. My heart began to pound as I quickly turned back to the engine, pretending I hadn't noticed them. I told myself it was probably just another partygoer waiting for their ride, or maybe someone out for a late-night walk. But deep down, I knew something was off. There was no reason for anyone to be lingering out here, especially in this freezing cold, and their stillness was unnerving. I glanced up again, hoping the figure had moved on, but they were still there, unmoving. If anything, they seemed closer now, as though they had taken a step forward while I wasn't looking. Panic began to creep in as I slammed the hood shut and climbed back into the car, locking the doors behind me. My fingers fumbled with my phone as I tried to call for help, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. No signal. The silence in the car was deafening, broken only by the sound of my shaky breathing. I peeked through the rearview mirror, praying the figure would be gone. Instead, I saw that they had moved closer, now standing halfway across the parking lot. They were still too far away for me to see their face, but their posture was unnerving, rigid, unnatural, as though they were waiting for something, or someone. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my mind racing. Should I make a run for it? Stay in the car and hope they went away? The thought of stepping out into the open filled me with dread, but staying put didn't feel much safer. I tried the ignition again, desperation taking over. The car sputtered weakly but refused to start. When I looked up this time, the figure was closer, now standing just beyond the beam of my headlights. I could see them more clearly now, a man, wearing a long coat that fluttered slightly in the wind. His face was still obscured, but there was something unnatural about the way he stood, as though his body didn't quite move the way it should. My stomach churned as I realized he was staring directly at me. A wave of cold fear washed over me as I clutched my phone, willing it to work. Still no signal. The man took another step forward, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body refused to cooperate. I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of the situation. Finally, I snapped out of it and made my decision. I couldn't just sit here and wait for him to reach me. Throwing open the car door, I bolted toward the main road, my breath coming in short, panic gasps. I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to know how close he was. My only thought was to put as much distance between us as possible. The night air stung my face as I ran, the sound of my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty lot. But as I neared the edge of the parking lot, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A second set of footsteps, heavier and faster than my own. He was chasing me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning with the effort. The road was just ahead, and I prayed someone would be driving by, someone who could help. But when I reached the street, it was empty, stretching out in both directions with no sign of life. The footsteps behind me grew louder, and I knew I couldn't stop. I veered off the road and into the woods, hoping the dense trees would slow him down. The branches clawed at my face and arms as I stumbled through the underbrush, but I didn't care. I could hear him crashing through the trees behind me, relentless in his pursuit. The darkness was disorienting, and I had no idea where I was going, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw a faint light in the distance, a cabin, or maybe a house. I pushed myself toward it, hope flickering in my chest. As I got closer, I realized it was an old gas station, its sign barely glowing in the darkness. I sprinted to the door and pounded on it, screaming for help. The door opened, and an older man stepped out, his face lined with confusion and concern. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out in jumbled gasps. He looked past me into the woods, his expression hardening. "Get inside," he said firmly, pulling me in and locking the door behind me. For a moment I thought I was safe, but then I saw the man's face pale as he looked out the window. "You brought it here," he whispered, his voice trembling. My heart sank as I turned to look, my blood turning to ice. The figure was standing at the edge of the gas station's lot, motionless once more, waiting. Story 25. The party was in full swing, the laughter and cheers of friends filling the air as we celebrated the final minutes of the year. I was in charge of the music, using my phone to curate the perfect playlist for the night. Each song had been carefully chosen to keep the energy alive, a mix of upbeat hits and nostalgic classics. As the countdown approached, I grabbed my phone to ensure the next track would match the celebratory mood. But as I unlocked the screen, something strange happened. The playlist suddenly stopped and the speakers went silent. Confused, I glanced at my phone to see what was wrong. The screen displayed something I didn't recognize, a single audio file titled "Play Me." My stomach turned. I hadn't downloaded anything like that, and the file wasn't part of my playlist. Before I could think to stop it, the file started playing on its own. A low hum filled the room, a sound so deep it made the walls seem to vibrate. Slowly, the hum gave way to a series of whispers, layered on top of one another, distorted and disjointed. At first, the whispers were too faint to make out, but they grew louder, more insistent. The sound spread through the room, cutting through the laughter and conversation. The others paused, looking around in confusion, wondering what had happened to the music. "What is that?" someone asked, their voice tinged with unease. I frantically tried to stop the audio, tapping at my phone, but the controls wouldn't respond. The whispers continued, growing clearer, sharper, until the words became distinguishable. "Do you hear us?" the whispers asked, their tone both curious and accusatory. A wave of dread washed over me as the words echoed through the room. Everyone else seemed frozen, their eyes wide as they stared at the speakers. The whispers weren't just random sounds, they were directed at us. The distorted voices layered over one another, speaking in unison, each word cutting deeper than the last. "We've been waiting for you." The temperature in the room seemed to drop as the whispers grew louder, more menacing. I held my phone tightly, trying to turn it off to silence whatever was happening, but nothing worked. The screen flickered, the audio file refusing to close. It was as if the device had a mind of its own. My heart pounded in my chest as the whispers continued, now interspersed with strange, guttural noises that sounded almost like laughter. The others began to move closer to me, their expressions filled with a mix of confusion and fear. "What is going on?" one of my friends asked, their voice trembling. "Is this some kind of joke?" I shook my head, my mouth dry, unable to find the words to explain what was happening. It wasn't a prank, and I had no control over it. The whispers were relentless, growing louder still, until it felt as though they were coming from inside my head. "Look outside," the voices commanded. My breath caught in my throat as the words echoed through the room. I didn't want to obey, but the pull was undeniable. Slowly, I turned my head toward the window, and the others followed suit. At first, we saw nothing but the night sky and the faint glow of fireworks in the distance. But then, a shape appeared, a figure standing just beyond the glass, motionless, its face hidden in shadow. The whispers shifted, their tone becoming darker, more urgent. "Invite us in," they demanded, the words filling the air like a physical force. The figure outside remained still, but I could feel its presence pressing against the glass, as if it were waiting for permission to cross the barrier. My friends began to back away, their fear palpable. One of them grabbed my arm, whispering, "Turn it off. Whatever this is, make it stop." I tried again to shut off my phone, but the screen remained frozen, the whispers continuing to pour from the speakers. The figure outside seemed to grow larger, its shadow stretching across the ground like it was reaching toward us. My breathing grew shallow as the whispers became a deafening roar. "Let us in," they repeated, over and over, until it was all I could hear. The lights in the room flickered, and the shadows seemed to lengthen, creeping toward us with unnatural speed. Suddenly, the room went completely dark. The whispers stopped, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. For a moment, no one moved, no one breathed. Then a sharp knock came at the window, shattering the stillness. The sound was impossibly loud, echoing through the room like a gunshot. We all turned to face the window, and that was when we saw the figure was no longer outside. It was standing in the room with us. Panic set in as we scrambled to get away, but the figure didn't move. It stood there, its face still hidden, its form obscured by the shadows. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I looked down to see a new message flashing on the screen. Too late. The screen went black, and the whispers returned, louder and more distorted than before. They seemed to surround us, coming from every direction, impossible to escape. The lights flickered back on, and the figure was gone. But the sense of dread remained, hanging in the air like a storm cloud. The whispers faded into silence, leaving us shaken and terrified. No one spoke as we stared at each other, the weight of what had just happened sinking in. My phone was back to the playlist, the music playing as if nothing had happened. But we all knew the truth. Something had been there, something that wasn't meant to be part of our world, and it had left its mark on us. Story 26. The New Year's Eve celebration at my house had been lively, with music, laughter, and glasses clinking in cheerful toasts. As the party wound down, I found myself alone in the living room, enjoying the peaceful quiet that followed the chaos of the evening. The room was lit by the soft glow of string lights, their warm hue casting faint shadows on the walls. I stood by the glass door that opened to the backyard, sipping the last of my champagne, savoring the stillness of the night. That was when I noticed a faint face in the reflection of the glass. It was subtle at first, so faint that I thought it might have been a trick of the light. The face appeared blurred, its features indistinct, but it was undeniably there, staring back at me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized it wasn't my own reflection or anyone else's from the party. My body stiffened as I turned slowly to look behind me, expecting to see someone standing there. The room was empty. There was no one in sight. My heart began to race as I faced the glass door again. The face was gone. I stared hard, searching for any sign of movement, but all I could see was the faint outline of the backyard, shrouded in darkness. The thought of someone lurking outside crossed my mind, and I rationalized it as one of the neighbors playing a prank. Perhaps someone from the party had slipped out without me noticing, but deep down I felt uneasy. The face hadn't looked playful or familiar. It had felt wrong, too still, too lifeless. I tried to shake off the unease, convincing myself that I was just tired and imagining things. The adrenaline in my veins, however, said otherwise. Every instinct screamed that something wasn't right. I walked closer to the glass door, pressing my hand against the cool surface, and peered into the darkness beyond. The backyard was silent, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, their shadows dancing under the faint glow of the moon. No movement, no sound, yet I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. Stepping back from the door, I glanced at the reflection again, almost hoping to see the face again, so I could make sense of what had happened. But the glass now only showed my own face, pale and tense, framed by the dim glow of the room behind me. I decided to lock the door, sliding the latch into place, and drew the curtains shut, shielding the room from the unnerving darkness outside. I told myself it was just a precaution, nothing more, but the tight knot in my stomach suggested otherwise. As I turned away from the door, the unsettling image of the face lingered in my mind. It wasn't like anything I had ever seen before. Its features had been faint, but its presence had been unmistakably real. The eyes had seemed empty, devoid of any emotion, and the longer I thought about it, the more I realized that they had been staring directly at me. It was as though the face wasn't just reflected in the glass, but had somehow been watching me, waiting for me to notice it. The rest of the house felt unusually quiet, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every creak and rustle. I tried to distract myself by cleaning up after the party, stacking empty glasses and tossing confetti into the trash. But the sense of unease stayed with me, growing heavier with every passing moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that whatever had appeared in the reflection might still be nearby, lurking in the shadows. I decided to check the backyard, hoping to put my mind at ease. Grabbing a flashlight, I hesitated for a moment before pulling the curtain aside and unlocking the door. The cold night air hit me as I stepped outside, the quiet even more oppressive now that I was out in it. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and the empty patio. Everything appeared normal, but the knot in my stomach only tightened as I stepped further into the yard. The flashlight's beam passed over the tree line, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw movement. I froze, the light trembling slightly in my hand as I pointed it back to the same spot. There was nothing there, just the dark outlines of the trees swaying in the wind. My breath came faster, and I had to remind myself to stay calm. It was late, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. But even as I thought that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here. I turned back toward the house, eager to get back inside where it felt safe. As I reached the glass door, I stopped, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest. In the reflection of the glass, I saw the face again. It was clearer this time, its features more defined, though still unnervingly still. The hollow eyes stared back at me, and this time I was certain they weren't my eyes or anyone else's I recognized. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing right behind me, but once again, there was nothing. I bolted inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with trembling hands. My heart was racing, my breath shallow, as I tried to make sense of what I had seen. Was someone out there, toying with me, or was it something else entirely? The face, those eyes, they hadn't felt human. I backed away from the door, my eyes fixed on the curtain, half expecting the face to appear again. The house felt colder, darker, as though the warmth of the celebration had been drained away. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. I stayed in the brightly lit living room, refusing to let the shadows creep in. But even as I sat there, surrounded by light, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The face in the glass had left an imprint on my mind, a lingering presence that refused to let go. New Year's Eve had taken a sinister turn, and as the hours crept by, I knew I would never look at my glass door the same way again. Story 27. The laughter in the room was infectious as we gathered in the living room, drinks in hand, ready to toast the new year. Someone turned on the television, hoping to catch the countdown to midnight, but the screen flickered and filled with static. A collective groan rose from the group as someone joked about the cable going out at the worst possible time. But then, the static shifted, and the television displayed something that silenced us all, a live feed of our party, from an angle that none of us could understand. At first we thought it might have been a glitch or a prank. The camera feed seemed to be taken from high up, as though mounted in the corner of the room, but there was no camera there. We exchanged uneasy glances, our laughter dying down as we tried to make sense of what we were seeing. The feed showed us exactly as we were, standing and sitting around the room, frozen in confusion. "Who's doing this?" someone asked, their voice shaky, but no one answered. A strange sense of unease crept over me as I approached the television, trying to inspect it for any sign of tampering. The image on the screen was eerily clear, every detail of the room perfectly captured, right down to the flickering candles on the mantel. I turned to look at the corner of the room where the camera angle seemed to originate, but there was nothing there, no camera, No wires, nothing at all. My pulse quickened as I felt the air grow heavy, the atmosphere shifting from festive to oppressive. As we all stared at the screen, the camera feed changed slightly. The angle panned slowly as though someone was adjusting it, and a collective gasp rippled through the group. The camera zoomed in on a figure sitting at the edge of the couch me. My image filled the screen, my face frozen in a look of growing dread as I stared back at the television. But what truly terrified me was what I saw next. On the screen behind me was a shadowy figure standing just out of reach, its form dark and indistinct. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. The space behind me was empty, just as it had been moments before. I turned back to the television, hoping that what I had seen was some kind of trick or optical illusion, but the shadow was still there, standing closer now, its vague outline sharper. The figure on the screen raised its hand, and my reflection on the television flinched, mirroring the terror that was consuming me. But I hadn't moved. I was frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away from the screen. "Turn it off," someone shouted, their voice breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the room. One of my friends lunged for the remote and began frantically pressing buttons, but the television would not respond. The static returned for a brief moment, accompanied by a low, grating sound that sent chills down my spine. When the image came back, the room on the screen was empty. The partygoers, myself included, were gone. The screen now showed the same room we were in, but devoid of life, the furniture slightly askew. We all stared at one another, panic beginning to set in. "What is going on?" someone whispered, their voice trembling. No one had an answer, and the tension in the room became suffocating. The television screen flickered again, and the live feed returned, but now the angle was different. It showed us from above, as though the unseen camera had moved to the ceiling. We all looked up instinctively, searching for the source of the feed, but there was nothing there. Just the smooth expanse of the ceiling, unchanged and unremarkable. The image on the screen shifted once more, and my breath caught in my throat. The shadowy figure had returned, standing in the center of the room. This time it wasn't just a blurry outline, it was clear, almost tangible. It had no discernible face, but its presence was undeniable, radiating a sense of malice that seemed to seep into the very air. It raised an arm, pointing directly at the television, and then at us. The room plunged into chaos as we scrambled to make sense of what we were seeing. Someone pulled the plug from the television, plunging it into darkness, but the sense of dread didn't leave. The room was unnervingly quiet now, the only sound the rapid breathing of those around me. Then the television turned back on, its screen blazing with the same live feed, despite having no power. The shadow was gone, but something far worse replaced it. The feed showed us still standing in the room, but now our expressions were blank, our eyes wide and unseeing. We looked like lifeless versions of ourselves, puppets waiting for strings to be pulled. The room began to feel colder, the lights dimming inexplicably as the screen flickered once more. A new message appeared, written in shaky, blood-red letters. "This is your last New Year." The words burned into my mind as the screen faded to black, leaving us in silence and darkness. The candles on the mantel extinguished themselves, plunging the room into complete shadow. I could hear someone sobbing softly, the sound barely audible over the deafening silence. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. As if driven by a collective instinct, we all bolted for the door, tripping over one another in our desperation to escape. The air outside felt sharp and biting, but I welcomed it, the fresh cold a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the house. We ran until our legs gave out, not stopping to look back until we were far from the house. When we finally did, the windows of the house were glowing faintly, as though something or someone was still inside, watching us leave. To this day, I cannot explain what happened in that house, and none of us have ever dared to go back. The events of that New Year's Eve haunt my dreams, the images replaying in my mind whenever I close my eyes. The live feed, the shadowy figure, the lifeless versions of ourselves, they are all burned into my memory. A reminder of the night we saw something that should never have been seen. And every year, as midnight approaches, I can't help but wonder if that shadow is still out there, waiting for us to celebrate again. Story 28. The New Year's Eve party was in full swing when I first noticed it. Laughter and music filled the air, and the living room was packed with friends and acquaintances, all dressed in festive outfits. Streamers hung from the ceiling, and the scent of spiced cider mixed with the faint chill of winter that seeped in from the slightly ajar windows. It was shaping up to be a perfect night. On the table near the entryway, a pile of party favors caught my eye. Small, wrapped packages sat in neat rows, each labeled with a name. Among them was one that bore mine, written in a shaky, almost childlike script. I paused, holding the little package in my hands. It was light but felt oddly cold to the touch, as if it had been sitting in the freezer. The handwriting was strange, unfamiliar, and nothing like the neat penmanship I knew some of the hosts had. I laughed it off at first, thinking it must be a quirky touch from one of my friends. Maybe they were trying to be mysterious, adding a fun little twist to the evening. I looked around the room, holding the favor up, and asked, "Who left this for me?" But no one responded. The lack of an answer didn't seem too unusual at first. The party was loud and people were busy mingling, drinks in hand, shouting over the music. Still, something about the package unsettled me. It felt deliberate. When I asked again, raising my voice to cut through the people curious. A few people glanced over, curious but uninterested. Not me, someone shrugged, and others just shook their heads. No one claimed responsibility. My unease grew, but I decided to open the package anyway. It was, after all, just a party favor, or so I thought. Inside the wrapping was a small wooden box, intricately carved with strange symbols I didn't recognize. The designs looked ancient, almost like runes, and the box had a faintly metallic scent, like rusted iron. I held it up, turning it over in my hands, and noticed a latch keeping it shut. For a moment I debated whether I should open it at all. The crowd around me was oblivious, lost in their celebrations, and I felt a strange sense of isolation. It was as if the box and I existed in a separate pocket of reality, detached from the party. Curiosity won out, and I flipped the latch. The lid creaked open, revealing a single slip of paper inside. Written on it, in the same shaky handwriting as my name on the wrapping, were the words, "For you, Midnight." My heart sank, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my neck. The room suddenly seemed too warm, the noise too loud. The strange little gift, paired with a cryptic message, sent a shiver of dread through me. I scanned the crowd again, trying to see if anyone was watching me, but everyone seemed oblivious, too caught up in their drinks and laughter. I slipped the box into my pocket, trying to shake off the unease. Maybe it was all part of some elaborate joke, a playful prank to keep things interesting. I tried to rejoin the festivities, forcing a smile as I moved through the crowd, but the box weighed heavily in my pocket. The words on the note echoed in my mind, "Midnight." The more I thought about it, the less it felt like a joke. Midnight was when the new year would begin, the moment when everyone would count down and cheer. Why would someone give me a mysterious message tied to that exact moment? As the night went on, I found myself unable to relax. Every time the clock chimed, marking the passing of another hour, my anxiety grew. I tried asking the hosts if they knew anything about the party favor, but they looked genuinely confused. "We didn't prepare anything like that," one of them said with a frown. "All the party favors were just little gift bags. Maybe someone else brought it." Their answer didn't help. It only deepened the mystery, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. By the time the countdown to midnight began, my nerves were frayed. Everyone gathered in the living room, glasses raised, ready to toast to the new year. I stood at the back of the crowd, clutching the box in my pocket, my heart racing. The energy in the room was electric, but I felt detached from it, as though I were standing on the edge of something far darker. When the final seconds ticked away, the room erupted into cheers, the sound deafening. But I couldn't focus on the celebration. I could only focus on the box and the note inside. The instant the clock struck 12, the lights in the house flickered and then went out completely. The cheers turned to startled gasps and laughter as people fumbled in the dark. "Probably a blown fuse," someone joked, and there was a brief pause before the emergency lights came on, casting the room in a dim, eerie glow. The crowd seemed unnerved, but they quickly tried to laugh it off. I, however, felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. My hand tightened around the box as I realized that something was terribly wrong. I felt compelled to open the box again, as though an unseen force was urging me to do so. With trembling hands, I flipped the latch and lifted the lid. The slip of paper was still there, but now there were new words written beneath the original message. "Time's up." The handwriting was the same, but the ink looked fresh, as though it had just been written. My breath caught in my throat, and I looked around, desperate to find someone who could explain what was happening. But the room seemed different now, quieter, almost suffocating. A sudden noise from the far corner of the room made me jump. A shadow moved, slow and deliberate, weaving through the crowd. It wasn't a person, I could tell that much. It was taller than anyone there, its shape distorted, like smoke curling into a vaguely humanoid form. No one else seemed to notice it, their laughter and chatter continuing as if nothing had changed. But I saw it. I saw the way it turned its head toward me, its hollow eyes locking onto mine. My chest tightened, and I realized with chilling clarity that the box had been a summons. The figure moved closer, and the room seemed to grow darker with each step it took. The partygoers' voices faded, their movements slowing until they were frozen in place, caught in a moment of time. I was the only one who could move, the only one who could see the shadow as it reached out. Its hand, if you could call it that, stretched toward me, long and claw-like, and I felt the box heat up in my pocket. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to move. The shadow leaned in, and a voice, low and guttural, echoed in my mind, "You were chosen." The last thing I remember before everything went black was the feeling of the box dissolving in my hand, its weight vanishing as though it had never existed. When I woke up, the house was empty, the party over, and the New Year's celebrations long gone. The decorations were gone, the tables bare, and the space looked abandoned, as though no one had been there in years. My name was still etched into the floor where I had stood, written in the same shaky handwriting. I never found out who or what had sent that favor, but I know one thing for sure. The new year had come, but I was no longer a part of it. Story 29. The countdown timer on the television jumped ahead by 3 minutes, but everyone's watches stayed the same. At first, the guests at the New Year's Eve party thought it was just a technical glitch. Someone laughed nervously, pointing out that the timer had skipped right over the best part of the countdown. What kind of broadcast skips the final moments before midnight? Someone joked, but their laughter didn't catch on. Unease began to settle over the room like a low fog, subtle but undeniable. People checked their phones and watches, confirming what they already knew. The time was 11:57 p.m., not midnight as the timer on the screen now claimed. Despite their attempts to rationalize it, the atmosphere in the room began to shift. Conversations grew quieter, laughter faded, and the festive air was replaced by something colder, something heavier. The television, still displaying a frozen 12, seemed to dominate the room, its glow casting harsh shadows that felt unnatural. Suddenly the power flickered, and for a brief moment the room was plunged into darkness. When the lights came back on, the television was no longer showing the countdown. Instead, the screen displayed a static image, a grainy black and white shot of the room itself. The angle was strange, as though it was being filmed from above, but no one could see any cameras. A collective shiver ran through the group as they realized they were staring at themselves in real time. "What kind of sick joke is this?" someone muttered, but no one had an answer. The image on the screen didn't move even when people began shifting uneasily, stepping out of frame or waving their hands. It was frozen, a snapshot of the room taken at some point they couldn't remember. The longer they stared, the more details they noticed, small things, like how some people weren't in the frame, even though they should have been, or how others seemed off. Their reflections in the television weren't quite right. Then, without warning, the screen changed again. The same countdown appeared, but now it was counting backward from 3 minutes. The numbers ticked down with a sharp, mechanical precision, the kind that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. No one spoke as the timer reached 2:59, then 2:58, then 2:57. The air felt electric, charged with a strange tension none of them could explain. Some guests moved toward the door, muttering excuses about needing to leave early, but when they tried the knob, it wouldn't turn. Panic started to bubble up as they realized the door wouldn't budge. One man tried forcing it open, slamming his shoulder against it repeatedly, but it was no use. Another guest went to check the windows, but they were all locked tight. A chill swept through the room, and someone pointed out that the timer had reached 1:30. The numbers seemed to tick down faster now, the sound of each second echoing unnaturally in the room. People exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to do. When the timer hit 1 minute, the room began to change. The walls seemed to pulse, the shadows deepening and twisting in ways that defied logic. The television screen flickered, and for a brief moment, it showed something horrifying, a dark, featureless figure standing in the center of the room. Its form was indistinct, like smoke or static, but its presence was undeniable. The image vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, but the damage was done. The guests were no longer confused, they were terrified. The timer reached 30 seconds, and the whispers started. They came from everywhere and nowhere, low murmurs that seemed to rise from the floorboards and seep from the walls. The voices spoke in overlapping tones, some soft and pleading, others sharp and cruel. No one could understand the words, but the message was clear: they were not alone. Someone screamed, and the room descended into chaos as people scrambled to find a way out. At 10 seconds, the lights flickered violently, and the television screen went black. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, as the countdown ticked towards 0. The shadows on the walls began to move, stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes. People clung to each other, their faces pale with fear, as the room seemed to close in around them. The air grew colder, and the whispers gave way to a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very foundation of the house. When the countdown hit 0, the room was engulfed in complete darkness. The growl stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow worse. For a moment, no one moved, no one breathed, as they waited for something to happen. Then the television flickered back to life, displaying a new image. It was the room again, but now it was empty. No one was in the frame. The next morning, neighbors reported that the house was completely empty, as if the party had never happened. Decorations were still hung. Glasses of champagne sat untouched, and the television was still on, displaying the frozen image of an empty room. The guests were gone, vanished without a trace. The only clue left behind was the countdown or timer, now stuck at -3 minutes, blinking ominously on the screen. Story 30. The evening had started like any other New Year's Eve. My friends and I had gathered outside in the crisp winter air, bundled up against the chill but eager to celebrate. We brought sparklers, a long-standing tradition that always added a touch of magic to the festivities. As the countdown to midnight approached, everyone lit their sparklers and waved them in the air, creating trails of shimmering light. It was a moment of pure joy, or at least it should have been. When I lit my sparkler, I noticed something strange almost immediately. Instead of the usual random flickers, the sparks seemed to form patterns deliberate and precise. At first, I thought I was imagining things, the flickering light playing tricks on my eyes. But as I waved it gently, the sparks clearly spelled out a word: help. My breath caught in my throat and I froze, staring at the glowing letters as they hovered momentarily before fading into the night. I looked around at my friends, wondering if anyone else had noticed. They were laughing and cheering, entirely unaware of the strange phenomenon unfolding in my hand. For a moment, I debated whether to say anything. Maybe it was just a fluke, some weird trick caused by the angle of the light or the way I was holding the sparkler. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The word had been too clear, too intentional. Trying to shake off the unease, I grabbed another sparkler from the pack. I lit it, hoping this one would burn normally and prove that I was just imagining things. But as the sparks ignited, the same word appeared again: help. This time the letters were even larger and brighter, as if the sparkler was desperately trying to communicate something. A cold wave of fear washed over me, and I quickly dropped it onto the ground, watching as it fizzled out in the snow. I turned to my closest friend, tugging on their sleeve and pointing at the remains of the sparkler. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling. They frowned, confused, and glanced down at the ground. "See what?" they replied, clearly oblivious to what had just happened. I tried to explain, but the words felt ridiculous as they left my mouth. The sparkler spelling out a message. Who would believe that? Determined to prove I wasn't imagining things, I grabbed a third sparkler, ignoring the knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. As soon as it ignited, the sparks began forming words again, but this time the message was different. "Please hurry," it spelled out in shimmering letters. My heart raced and I felt my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. Whatever this was, it was not a coincidence. I backed away from the group, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The joyful chatter and laughter around me felt distant, like I was watching everything through a fog. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to run away from whatever this was, but a part of me felt drawn to the message, as if someone or something was genuinely pleading for my help. Out of desperation, I lit one final sparkler, determined to see if the message would continue. This time the sparks formed a full sentence. I am trapped. The words lingered in the air longer than before, almost burning themselves into my vision. It was as if whoever was sending the message was growing more urgent, more desperate. My knees felt weak, and my breath came in shallow gasps. This was no trick of the light. Something or someone was trying to reach out to me. Unable to ignore it any longer, I turned to my friends and tried to explain what I had seen. They stared at me, their faces a mix of confusion and concern. One of them laughed nervously, suggesting it was just a coincidence or my imagination playing tricks on me. But I could see the unease in their eyes, even if they refused to admit it out loud. No one else's sparklers had acted that way, only mine. The celebration continued, but I couldn't bring myself to join in. I felt a growing sense of dread, like something was watching us from the shadows. The air felt colder, heavier, and even the fireworks exploding overhead seemed muted, their colors dulled against the dark sky. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something emerging from the darkness. As midnight came and went, I couldn't shake the feeling that the messages were meant for me specifically. Who was trapped? What were they trying to tell me? I felt a strange compulsion to stay outside, to wait for another sign. But nothing else happened, and as the hours passed, my friends eventually convinced me to head back inside. The warmth of the house should have been comforting, but it only made the silence more oppressive. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, replaying the events over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of them. Was it a warning? A cry for help from beyond? Or something darker, something I wasn't ready to face? The messages had been so clear, so deliberate, and yet I had no idea how to respond or what to do. All I could do was wait, hoping that the answers would come to me eventually. The next morning I found myself drawn back to the spot where we had lit the sparklers. The snow was undisturbed, save for a few melted patches where the sparklers had burned out. But as I knelt down to look closer, I noticed something chilling. Etched into the ice, as if scratched by an invisible hand, were the same words I had seen the night before. Help and I am trapped. The letters were faint but unmistakable, their presence undeniable. I stood there, frozen in place, as the realization sank in. Whatever had reached out to me last night wasn't gone. It was still here, still trying to communicate, and for reasons I couldn't understand, it had chosen me. Whether I wanted to or not, I was now a part of whatever mystery was unfolding, and I had no choice but to see it through. Story 31. It had been a long night, filled with the excitement and revelry of ringing in the new year. I had spent the evening with a small group of friends on the rooftop, watching the fireworks light up the sky as the city erupted in celebration. The chill in the air had been refreshing, and the view of the city below, with its sparkling lights and distant sounds of laughter, had made everything feel almost magical. But now, as the night grew quieter, and I made my way back down to my apartment, a strange unease began to settle over me. The elevator doors opened as I approached, but there was no one inside, not even the usual soft hum of the elevator's mechanism. It was peculiar, considering that the building was usually bustling with people even on New Year's Eve. I stepped forward, expecting to see the familiar interior of the elevator, a small space with dim lighting and the faint smell of industrial cleaning products. Instead, I was met with darkness. At first, I thought the power had gone out, but as I peered inside, I realized that the elevator shaft stretched downward into an abyss, a dark void that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. The elevator floor wasn't visible, nor was there any light to indicate where the cables might have led. It was as if the elevator had opened up to an entirely different dimension, one that didn't belong to the building I knew. A cold draft wafted up from the shaft, carrying with it an unsettling smell, stale, damp, and metallic, like something long forgotten. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. My logical mind told me that it was probably just a malfunction, a temporary glitch in the system, and that the elevator would return to normal after a moment. But deep inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Something far more sinister than a technical issue was at play. I leaned in closer, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as I peered into the inky blackness below. A faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears, a soft creaking, like the groan of an old structure shifting under pressure. It sent a shiver down my spine. My mind raced, thinking of every horror story I had ever heard about malfunctioning elevators, dark forgotten shafts, and things lurking in the shadows. But I quickly shook off the fear, trying to convince myself it was nothing. The elevator had just been idle for too long, nothing more. Then, without warning, the doors to the elevator slammed shut behind me. The sound was deafening, as though they had been pulled together with an unnatural force. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. I had not even touched the buttons to close the doors, and yet they had sealed shut with such finality that it felt as though they were trapping me. A sudden sense of panic gripped me. The elevator, which I had assumed would be my means of escape, was now the one thing keeping me from leaving. My fingers fumbled for the emergency button, but before I could press it, I felt a tremor beneath my feet. The elevator lurched downward, its descent sudden and swift, as if it were no longer bound by the rules of gravity or physics. I barely had time to brace myself as I was thrown against the cold metal wall of the elevator, my breath knocked from my lungs. The walls began to shimmer like a mirage, warping and rippling as though the reality around me was fracturing. A voice echoed up from the depths of the shaft, barely audible at first, but growing clearer with every passing second. It was a whisper, soft and sinister, but distinct enough to make my blood run cold. "You shouldn't have come," it said, its tone low and threatening. The words seemed to seep into the very air, filling the confined space of the elevator like a poison. I couldn't tell if the voice was coming from the elevator itself, or if it was somehow coming from the very shaft I was descending into. The tremors intensified, and I clung to the railing, my heart racing. The elevator wasn't stopping. The floor beneath me seemed to stretch into infinity, and I could feel myself plummeting deeper and deeper into the unknown. The voice continued to taunt me, each word laced with an eerie sense of malice. "You shouldn't have come," it repeated, growing louder, as though something or someone was approaching. I couldn't take it any longer. I pressed the emergency button, desperate to make the elevator stop. But the lights flickered, and the buttons refused to respond. The hum of the elevator's machinery, which had been a comforting background noise, now sounded distorted, like something scraping against metal. I felt a pressure building, as though the air itself was thickening, compressing around me. Every second felt like an eternity. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the elevator jerked to a halt. The silence that followed was deafening. My breath was shallow, and I had to fight to steady my trembling hands. I looked around, hoping to see the familiar sight of the building's lobby, but all I could see was an oppressive darkness. The doors, still closed, reflected nothing but the blackness beyond. The shaft had swallowed me whole, and there was no way to know how far down it had gone. It felt as though I had entered another world, one where time and space no longer mattered. The voice whispered again, closer now, as if it was right behind me. "Leave, now, before it's too late." The words hung in the air like a curse, sending a chill down my spine. I could feel the temperature dropping, and I knew that whatever force was in control of the elevator was not done with me. It wanted me to stay, to descend further, to lose myself within the depths of the building's forgotten core. But I couldn't let it. I had to get out. I reached for the emergency phone, praying that somehow someone would answer. My fingers trembled as I dialed the number, the sound of the line ringing echoing loudly in my ears. Finally, a voice came through, but it was not the voice of someone from the building's management. It was something else, something dark and distorted, its tone familiar but wrong. "You shouldn't have come," it said, the words dripping with venom. I slammed the phone down, my mind racing. I had to get out. But before I could think of my next move, the elevator began to move again, this time ascending. Slowly, almost too slowly, it climbed upward, as if taunting me. I gripped the railing, fighting the urge to scream, knowing that if I didn't get out soon, I would be trapped forever. When the elevator doors finally opened, I expected to see the familiar lobby of my building. But instead, the scene before me was nothing like I had ever seen before. The lights were dim, casting long shadows across the walls, and the air was thick with an oppressive silence. The hallway stretched before me, endless and dark, as though it led to nowhere. I took a step forward, and the door slammed shut behind me, sealing me into whatever nightmare had claimed this building. The voice, now louder than ever, whispered one last time, "You shouldn't have come." Story 32. It was New Year's Eve, and I had just finished writing out my resolutions for the upcoming year. The usual goals were there: exercise more, eat healthier, read more books, and travel to at least one new place. But as I looked at the list, something about it felt incomplete. I felt like I needed something more, something urgent, something primal. So I grabbed my pen and added a new entry at the bottom, the words scrawled hastily in red ink, "Survive." At first I brushed it off as a weird impulse, an odd moment of anxiety that I didn't quite understand. The rest of the evening went as planned. I attended a New Year's Eve party with a few close friends, the atmosphere warm with laughter and the clinking of glasses. We all counted down to midnight, shared kisses and cheers, and welcomed the new year with open arms. But the strange sensation didn't leave me, lurking just below the surface. It felt like something was coming, something I couldn't explain. Later that night, as I returned home, I found myself staring at my list again. The red ink seemed even more ominous now, the word "survive" standing out against the other entries. It was like the universe was trying to tell me something, but what? I tried to push the thought away as I went about my usual bedtime routine, brushing my teeth, washing my face, and slipping into bed. The house was quiet, and I could hear the faint hum of the streetlights outside. But even in the silence, I felt an undeniable sense of unease creeping into the corners of my mind. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes, quick, unsettling images of things I couldn't quite make out. They weren't nightmares, but they were still enough to make me restless. There were whispers in the darkness, faint voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I could feel a presence in the room, something watching me. It wasn't a figure I could see, but I could sense it hovering just beyond my line of sight. Then, around 3 a.m, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, the quiet broken only by the sound of my own breath and the distant hum of the world outside. I reached for my phone, but the screen remained black, unresponsive. I sat up, heart pounding in my chest, my eyes adjusting to the dark. The only light now came from the faint glow of the streetlights seeping through the curtains. A cold draft brushed against my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. I knew I had closed the windows before going to bed, so how could there be a draft? I got out of bed, my footsteps muffled on the carpet as I moved toward the living room, hoping to find a source for the cold. The silence was unnerving, the kind of stillness that felt too thick, too suffocating. And then, just as I reached the hallway, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible knock at the door. I froze. The knock came again, louder this time. My heart began to race as I hesitated. Who could be at the door at this hour? No one had any reason to visit at 3 a.m, especially on a night like tonight. I slowly approached the door, my breath shallow. As I stood in front of it, my hand hovering over the doorknob, a terrible thought struck me. What if this was the reason I had written survive? I stepped back, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. I could feel something dark and foreboding pressing against me, urging me not to open the door. But curiosity and fear pulled me closer. What if I was wrong? What if it was just someone who had lost power, someone who needed help? I hesitated one last time before I grabbed the doorknob and twisted it. When I opened the door, no one was there. The porch was empty, and the cold air rushed in, making me shiver. I looked left and right, my pulse racing, but there was no sign of anyone. Just as I was about to close the door, something caught my eye. On the ground just outside the threshold was a piece of paper.
I bent down to pick it up, my fingers trembling. The paper was old and yellowed, as if it had been lying there for a long time. There was something written on it in dark, uneven handwriting. You're being watched. Don't trust anyone. A chill ran through me as I read the words over and over again, unable to shake the feeling that something was horribly wrong. My mind raced. Who would leave such a note? Why now? Of all times, the unease that had been growing inside me all night exploded into full-blown fear. I slammed the door shut, locking it as quickly as I could. The note was still in my hand, and I stared at it, wondering what to do next.
I felt the same cold draft again, stronger this time, sweeping through the room. It was as if something was moving in the darkness, circling me, watching me. I turned quickly, looking over my shoulder, but no one was there. The house felt too empty, too silent, as though it was waiting for something to happen. The sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. They were slow, deliberate, as if someone was walking toward me. I stood frozen, my heart hammering in my chest, the note still clutched tightly in my hand. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I could feel the floor beneath me vibrate with each step. I slowly backed away, my mind racing. Where was it coming from? No one was supposed to be here. I reached for my phone again, but it was still black. The house seemed to hum with a strange energy, the walls vibrating with some unseen force. The footsteps were now at the door, and I could hear them on the other side, just inches away. I held my breath, waiting for whatever was on the other side to make its move. Then, the door handle turned. The sound of it twisting was enough to send me into a panic. I turned and ran, not thinking, not knowing where I was going. I darted through the house, my footsteps echoing in the empty rooms, but no matter where I went, the feeling of being followed never left me. It was as though someone was always just behind me, too close for comfort.
Finally, I found myself in the basement. I didn't know why I went there, but it felt like the only place that might offer some safety. I slammed the door behind me, locking it as quickly as I could. Basement was cold, dark, and smelled of dust and old wood, but it was the only place that felt isolated enough to keep whatever was after me at bay.
I stood there, listening to the silence, my heart pounding in my ears. The power was still out, and the only light came from the faint glow of my phone's screen, which had miraculously turned back on. I looked down at the screen, my hands shaking as I navigated through it. The red ink from my list, the word survive, flashed before my eyes. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I hadn't been wrong. Whatever was happening, whatever had been watching me, had just begun. And the worst part, I didn't know if I could survive it. Story 33. The party had been going on for hours, everyone laughing and chatting as the countdown to midnight began. We gathered around the living room, toasting to the new year, ready to embrace the fresh start we all hoped for. The mood was light, the air filled with excitement as we raised our glasses. Suddenly, right as the clock struck midnight, the shrill sound of the fire alarm pierced the room, shattering the celebratory atmosphere. At first, we all froze, staring at one another in confusion. Fire alarms had gone off in buildings countless times, and the usual protocol was to leave calmly, check the area, and return once it was all clear. But as the sound rang out, it became clear that something was off. The alarm blared louder and louder, as if the building itself was trying to tell us something, but there was no smoke or any sign of fire anywhere. The hallway was silent, and the kitchen, where we'd been preparing food earlier, was untouched. "Is there a fire somewhere?" someone asked, glancing nervously around the room. We all exchanged uneasy looks, instinctively checking our phones, but there were no emergency alerts or warnings on any of them. "It must be a malfunction," someone suggested, shrugging it off as a typical false alarm. But the alarm didn't stop. The longer it went on, the more unsettling it became. It was as if the sound had taken on a life of its own, growing more intense with each passing second. Some of us moved toward the door, ready to exit the building, but when we tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. Panic started to set in as we realized that the door, like everything else, seemed to be frozen in place. I checked the windows next, expecting to see smoke rising in the distance, maybe even flames from nearby buildings. But all I saw were the dark streets, the occasional flicker of streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. There was no fire, no danger, just an ominous, unyielding silence that followed the blaring alarm. "I'm going to check the basement," someone said, their voice shaking slightly. Maybe something down there triggered it. Several others followed them, and we ventured down the stairs together, the sound of the alarm still ringing in our ears, growing louder with each step we took. The basement was as ordinary as any other storage: shelves, old furniture, and boxes piled up in corners. No fire, no smoke, not even the faintest smell of something burning. Just a stillness that seemed unnatural, like the world had paused for a moment and was holding its breath. We stood there for a while, waiting for the alarm to stop, but it didn't. It felt like it was pressing in on us, echoing off the concrete walls and vibrating in our chests. A few people started to argue, trying to rationalize what was happening, but none of us had an answer. It was as though the fire alarm had become a force of its own, something we couldn't control, something we couldn't stop. Each of us felt the same dread creeping over us, the realization that something was wrong, something that didn't fit with the world we knew.
Suddenly, one of us screamed, and we all turned in alarm. It was Anna, the quiet one in the group, who had always been the most logical of us. She was pointing at something on the floor, her eyes wide with terror. A faint but unmistakable smoke was rising from the corner of the basement, not thick or burning, but enough to make the air feel heavy and thick. We rushed over, but as we got closer, the smoke seemed to vanish as if it had never been there at all.
"Did you see that?" Anna whispered, her voice trembling. There was something in the smoke. Her words hung in the air, and the unease that had been creeping up on all of us seemed to solidify. The alarm continued to shriek, and despite our every attempt to stop it, it remained relentless. Suddenly, one of us noticed the door at the far end of the basement. It had always been locked, leading to a storage area that no one ever used, but now it was slightly ajar. None of us had opened it, and the fact that it was now standing wide made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Slowly we approached it, the sound of the alarm still blaring in the background. Each step we took felt heavier, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to act. As we stepped into the storage area, a cold breeze swept past us, sending a chill through our bodies. The room was dim, lit only by a single flickering light bulb. But in the corner, something caught our attention. A large old mirror stood against the wall, its surface cracked and covered in dust. And reflected in the mirror was something that made us all freeze. It wasn't just our own reflections. In the glass, a figure stood behind us, its features blurred and obscured by the shadows. It was tall, almost unnaturally so, with long, pale fingers stretched out toward us. There was no sound, but we could feel its presence as if it was watching, waiting. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the reflection vanished. We all gasped, stumbling backward. But as we did, the fire alarm stopped. Just like that, the blaring sound that had filled the house for what seemed like hours abruptly ceased, leaving nothing but an eerie silence in its wake. The sudden quiet was deafening, and we stood there, breathless, as the realization sank in. Something had been in the house with us, something that had made its presence known through that alarm. What was that? Someone whispered, their voice barely audible. The room seemed to close in on us, and we all stared at the mirror, unsure whether it was safe to even look at it again. The door to the storage area had closed on its own, and the faint feeling of dread that had taken hold of us had not relented. We quickly left the basement, none of us speaking, our minds racing with thoughts we couldn't express. The door to the house was still locked, but the alarm had stopped, and no one felt brave enough to confront whatever had been lurking in the shadows. We didn't even attempt to go back upstairs or find out where the sound had come from. There was an unspoken agreement between us all. Whatever had happened was not meant to be understood. When we finally exited the building, the chill of the night air was a welcome relief. We stood outside, not quite believing the events that had just unfolded. The alarm had gone off without a cause, and whatever was in the mirror had made sure we knew it was still out there, waiting. We couldn't explain it, and we didn't want to try. That New Year's Eve had been meant to be a celebration, but instead, it became a night none of us would ever forget. The fire alarm, though no fire had ever existed, had marked the beginning of something far darker. Something had tried to make itself known to us, and as we left the building, none of us were ever quite the same again. The house, the alarm, the mirror, it had all been a warning, but we didn't know from what. We only knew we had narrowly escaped. Story 34. The clock had just struck midnight, marking the beginning of a new year. I sat alone in my dimly lit living room, a glass of champagne resting on the coffee table in front of me. The silence was overwhelming, broken only by the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I had decided to spend this New Year's Eve by myself, avoiding the usual parties and celebrations. After a long year, I needed time to reflect, to be alone. Yet, as the new year began, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As I took a sip from my glass, the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood on end. The air in the room seemed to grow colder, heavier, and I instinctively glanced around. The curtains swayed slightly, though there was no breeze. My eyes flicked toward the door, half expecting someone to be standing there, but it remained empty. I told myself it was just the anticipation of the new year playing tricks on my mind. but deep down I couldn't escape the unease that settled in the pit of my stomach. Then, without warning, I heard a soft whisper, so close that it felt like someone was standing right next to me. "Happy New Year." The words were clear, each syllable distinct, and the voice that spoke them was eerily familiar. My breath caught in my throat, and I turned swiftly, expecting to see someone there. But I was still alone, my apartment as empty as it had been moments before. The whispering voice lingered in my ears, and my heart began to race. I stood frozen in place, my mind spinning. Who could have said that? I hadn't heard any footsteps, no door opening, no sound that would have signaled the presence of another person. It didn't make sense. There was no one in the room. The only explanation I could come up with was that my mind had tricked me, that I had imagined the whispering voice in the silence. But something deep inside me told me that wasn't the case. My eyes darted nervously around the room. The shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should have, and the room, once familiar, now felt foreign. A chill crept down my spine, and I felt a sudden compulsion to leave. I grabbed my phone from the table and quickly texted a friend, hoping to calm my racing thoughts. As I typed the message, a shiver ran through me, and I glanced up. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the doorway to the hallway, but when I looked again, it was gone. My heart skipped a beat. I walked cautiously toward the door, my pulse quickening. With every step, I expected the figure to reappear, but the hallway remained empty. The apartment felt suffocating, as though the walls were closing in on me. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. I was not alone. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, and I felt like someone was standing just behind me, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. I took a deep breath and walked back into the living room, trying to steady my nerves. The whisper had shaken me to my core, but I couldn't let fear control me. I had to be rational, to tell myself that it was all in my head. As I sat back down, I glanced at the clock on the wall. The time read 12:10 a.m. Just 10 minutes had passed since midnight, but it felt like hours. The room was still, and for a moment, I thought I might be able to relax. But then, I heard it again. This time it was even clearer, more distinct. "Happy New Year." The voice was right next to my ear, so close that it felt like someone was breathing down my neck. My skin prickled with terror, and I jumped out of my seat, spinning around to face the empty room. But again, there was nothing, no one. I felt the coldness intensify, like a presence was growing in the room. My body tensed, and I was paralyzed by fear. The silence that followed was suffocating, but it wasn't just any silence. It was the kind of silence that felt unnatural, as though something else was lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. I wanted to scream, to call out, but no sound escaped my lips. Then, I heard something else, faint but unmistakable. A soft, almost imperceptible tapping sound, as though someone were lightly knocking on the walls or the floor. It was rhythmic, methodical, as if it was coming from within the very room itself. I searched every corner of the space, but the tapping continued, echoing louder, as if it were moving closer. It was coming from inside the walls, the ceiling, or perhaps even beneath the floorboards. Panic surged through me, and I rushed to the door, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the handle. My mind screamed at me to get out, to leave the apartment and never look back. But when I opened the door and peered into the hallway, I found it just as empty as before. There was no one there, no one to explain the whispering, the tapping, the suffocating cold. I turned back toward the living room, and that's when I saw it. On the coffee table, where I had placed my glass earlier. Something had changed. The glass of champagne, which had been half full when I left it, was now completely empty. I hadn't touched it since I'd last sat down. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that someone or something had been in the room with me. The cold, the whispers, the glass, it was all too much. The unease that had been simmering in my gut for the past few minutes turned to pure terror. I backed away from the table slowly, my legs shaking beneath me. The air was thick with an oppressive force, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching my every move. I couldn't stay here anymore. I had to leave, but as I moved toward the door, I heard the whisper once more, this time louder and more urgent, right in my ear, "Happy New Year." I froze, paralyzed by the words. The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. It was almost as if it was someone I had known once, long ago, someone whose presence had somehow lingered in the room despite their absence. The room grew colder still, and I knew I couldn't stay another second. I turned and bolted toward the door, heart racing, hands trembling as I fumbled with the lock. When I finally stepped into the hallway, I didn't look back. I didn't want to see whatever was behind me, whatever had spoken those words into my ear. The echo of the whisper lingered in my mind, and I could feel it following me as I left the apartment, not stopping until I was far from that place. As the cold night air hit my face, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, the weight of the presence lifting as I put distance between myself and the apartment. But as I walked away, one question gnawed at my mind: who had whispered those words? And why did it feel as though they had been waiting for me all along? Story 35. It had been a night full of excitement, laughter, and the usual chaos of a New Year's Eve party. The countdown was in full swing, and the atmosphere was buzzing with energy as we prepared to welcome the new year. My friends and I were in the middle of toasting when one of them, Mark, excused himself to grab something from his car. He said it was just a jacket he had forgotten, but there was something about the way he said it that felt off. I waved him off, too distracted by the festivities to think much of it. The minutes passed quickly as we celebrated, surrounded by the warmth of the party, the laughter of old friends, and the music that filled the room. The clock struck midnight and everyone erupted in cheers and laughter, sharing hugs and exchanging well wishes for the year ahead. But amid all the joy, I couldn't shake the nagging thought of Mark. He had left a while ago, longer than it should have taken to grab a jacket. I excused myself from the crowd, stepping outside to see if I could spot him. The night air was crisp and cold, and the streetlights cast long shadows across the quiet driveway. The sound of the celebration inside faded as I stepped further into the yard. I glanced toward the parking area, but Mark's car was the only one in the lot. I took a few steps toward it, scanning the area for any sign of him. His car was parked just a few feet from the house, the engine off, and the door locked. It was strange. Mark was usually quick about things like this, so where had he gone? I felt an uneasy chill in my stomach. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, hoping it was a text from Mark explaining where he was. But as I unlocked the screen, I found no message from him. Instead, there was a missed call from an unknown number, followed by a voicemail. Curious, I tapped on the message. The voice on the other end was soft, almost too quiet to hear, but I caught a few words. "Don't leave now," the voice whispered, followed by an eerie silence. My skin prickled as I replayed the voicemail, trying to make sense of it. It sounded like Mark, but it didn't quite sound like him. His voice was distorted, like someone had tampered with it, making it hollow and unsettling. I glanced around the yard, feeling the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. I walked back toward the house, but as I neared the door, I noticed something odd. A trail of muddy footprints led away from the driveway and toward the woods behind the house. They were fresh, as if someone had walked through the wet grass just moments ago. I stood frozen for a second, trying to rationalize it, but the cold dread in my chest told me that something was wrong. Against my better judgment, I followed the footprints. They led deeper into the woods, the shadows of the trees stretching far above me, creating a canopy that seemed to swallow the light. The night was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. The footprints were still clear, though, each step sharp and deliberate, as if someone I hoped had walked this path just moments ago. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my breath shallow as I navigated through the darkened woods. My phone buzzed again, and I quickly checked it. This time it was a text from Mark. "I'm not coming back. Don't follow." My stomach dropped as I read the words. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the message. Was it really him? Why would he send something like that? I paused for a moment, my heart hammering in my chest. The path before me grew darker, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. My eyes flicked nervously to the surrounding trees. The further I walked, the more I felt the sensation of being watched. It wasn't just the forest, it was something else, something unnatural. The footprints were still visible, but now they seemed to be leading me in circles. I was no longer sure if they belonged to Mark. There was a strange feeling in the air, a feeling that had no logical explanation. I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. That's when I heard the soft crunching of leaves behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing. The woods were empty, silent once again. But then, in the distance, I saw something moving. At first I thought it was Mark, but as it drew closer, I realized it was too fast, too erratic to be him. It was a shadow darting between the trees, just out of clear sight. My heart skipped a beat. I turned to run, my feet pounding against the soft earth, but something seemed to be closing in around me. It was as though the forest itself was alive, shifting, bending, and trapping me within its grasp. I ran blindly, panic setting in, but the path before me seemed to stretch endlessly, as though I was going in circles. Every tree, every rock, every bush seemed to blend into the other, making it impossible to tell which direction I was heading. My phone buzzed again, this time with a new message from Mark. "Turn around." I stopped dead in my tracks. The message was simple, chilling. I couldn't bring myself to turn around, but something inside me told me that if I didn't, I would never leave the woods. Slowly, reluctantly, I turned around, my breath catching in my throat. What I saw made my blood run cold. Mark was standing there, but it wasn't the Mark I knew. His eyes were wide and unblinking, his skin pale and waxy. He was staring at me with an expression of utter emptiness, his mouth hanging open in a silent scream. His body was motionless, frozen in place, like a figure carved from stone. And in his eyes there was nothing, just a deep, hollow void. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. And then, in an instant, his figure was gone. I blinked, and the woods were empty once again, just as they had been before. The only sign that he had been there was a faint imprint in the dirt where he had stood, as though he had never existed at all. I stood there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, too terrified to understand what had just happened. The air felt thick, the silence oppressive. But then a new voice, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper floated through the trees. "He's not coming back. He never will." I turned and fled, the trees seeming to close in behind me, trapping me in their shadows. I ran faster than I ever had before, until I finally stumbled back to the edge of the woods, gasping for air. I could still feel the weight of the forest pressing on me, the memory of Mark's face still haunting me. When I returned to the party, no one seemed to notice my absence. The music was still playing, and the celebration continued as though nothing had happened. But I knew that something had changed, and Mark was never coming back. Story 36. The sound of cheers and laughter echoed through the house as the clock struck midnight, marking the arrival of the new year. I stood in the corner of the room, my glass raised in celebration, surrounded by friends and family. The festivities were in full swing, and everyone seemed to be reveling in the moment, toasting to a fresh start. I felt a sense of joy mixed with the anticipation of what the coming year would bring. But just as the noise reached its peak, my phone rang. The screen lit up with an unknown number, its unfamiliar digits blinking back at me. It was strange no one had mentioned they'd be calling at this moment, and I didn't recognize the area code. My curiosity piqued. I answered the call, hoping it wasn't something urgent, like a last-minute message or a reminder I had forgotten. But as I pressed the phone to my ear, instead of a greeting or a message, all I heard was laughter. It wasn't the kind of laughter you would expect from a friend or a loved one, either. It was eerie, cold, hollow, and utterly unsettling. The laughter continued, rising and falling like an unsettling melody, but no words were spoken. It echoed in my ear, sending a chill down my spine. My heart started to race as I waited for something more to follow, some explanation for the call. But there was nothing but that laughter. It felt so distant yet so close at the same time, as if the person on the other end was standing right behind me, just out of sight. The noise wasn't friendly. It wasn't playful. There was something in it that sent an icy shiver through my bones. It was as though the voice wasn't human at all, but something far darker. I pulled the phone away from my ear, briefly considering hanging up, but then something stopped me. What if this was a prank? Someone from the party, trying to add a strange twist to the celebrations? I glanced around, but everyone else was engrossed in the revelry, completely unaware of the unsettling moment I was experiencing. The voice continued, and I felt my grip on the phone tighten involuntarily, my breath becoming shallow. I wasn't sure if I was scared because of the strange laugh or the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, just as quickly as it had started, the laughter stopped. The line went dead, and the silence that followed was even more unsettling than the laugh itself. I stared at the phone in my hand, a sense of dread creeping into my chest. Who had called me? What had they wanted? The voice had been so haunting, so unnatural, that I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a random prank call. Something about it felt deliberate, like I had been singled out for a reason. I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence, that it was just someone having fun on New Year's Eve, but the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. I checked the phone again, but the number had disappeared from the call log, leaving only the time of the call and a blank space where the number should have been. I quickly dialed back the number, but it went straight to voicemail, the inbox full and unavailable. My pulse quickened. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I thought about the laugh, how it had seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. It wasn't the first time I'd received a strange call, but it was the first time it had felt so wrong. Shaking off the feeling of unease, I tried to rejoin the party, but my mind kept drifting back to the call. I couldn't ignore the sensation that something was watching me. The laughter echoed in my mind each time it played in my thoughts, growing louder, more sinister. As the minutes passed, I tried to focus on the festivities around me, but I felt increasingly disconnected from everyone else. The joy of the new year seemed to slip away, replaced by a creeping sense of dread that I couldn't shake. I left the room, stepping outside onto the porch to clear my mind. The cold night air hit me like a sharp breath, but it did little to cool the panic rising within me. I paced back and forth, trying to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination, that the call had been nothing more than a prank. But something inside me told me that this wasn't the case. The voice, the laugh, had been too perfect, too chilling. There was something intentional about it, something deliberate. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, watching me. I was alone on the porch, the sounds of the party still faintly audible from inside. But the night felt oddly empty. The laughter echoed in my ears once more, and I nearly dropped the phone when it seemed to reverberate around me. It wasn't coming from the call, it was in my head now, like an imprint that couldn't be erased. My hands trembled as I wiped my phone's screen, hoping to rid myself of the unsettling memory. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just my phone that had made the call. It was as if the call had been a warning. Something or someone was trying to get my attention. The idea that someone was toying with me, playing games, became less believable with each passing minute. I could almost feel the presence of whoever had been on the other end of the line, as though they were standing just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. The more I thought about it, the more my mind raced with possibilities. Could it have been a prank? It had to be, right? Someone in the crowd at the party, trying to scare me. But then why did the call seem so personal? The laugh had sounded like it was meant for me, not anyone else. The fact that the call had come exactly as the clock struck 12, the exact moment when time shifted, added a layer of mystery to the whole situation. It was as though the timing itself had been intentional, a clue that something else was at play. I slowly made my way back inside, hoping the warmth and light would banish the lingering sense of unease. As I entered the room, the familiar sights and sounds of the party welcomed me, but it all felt different now. My mind kept returning to that laugh, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. No one seemed to notice my discomfort, as everyone else continued to celebrate, unaware of the strange call that had intruded upon my night. It was then that I received another call, this time from a different unknown number. My heart skipped a beat as I looked at the screen. I hesitated for a moment before answering, my fingers trembling slightly as I pressed the phone to my ear. This time there was no laughter, just silence. I waited for something to happen, anything to break the stillness, but all I heard was the steady breath on the other end. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could say anything, the line went dead again. I stood there for a moment, phone in hand, my mind spinning. The second call had only deepened my fear. Whoever had been trying to reach me clearly wasn't finished yet. The laughter, the silence, and the strange timing, they were all pieces of something larger. Something I wasn't sure I wanted to understand. The new year had started, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had ushered in something far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Story 37. The music was loud, the clinking of glasses and laughter filling the air as the party raged on around me. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone was in high spirits, excited for the countdown that would usher in another year. I stood near the window, sipping my drink, watching the fireworks light up the night sky. The festive atmosphere seemed endless, a perfect celebration with friends I had known for years. But amidst all the excitement, I felt an uneasy prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as though something was off. I glanced around, trying to shake the feeling, but my eyes were drawn to the far corner of the room. At first, I couldn't pinpoint what was causing the unease, but then I noticed it a shadow, deep and unnatural, stretching out from the corner. It was hard to explain, but the shape of it didn't quite match the lighting in the room. It didn't belong to anyone, nor was it cast by any object in the vicinity. The partygoers around me remained oblivious, dancing and chatting as though nothing was amiss. But I couldn't tear my gaze away from the dark patch in the corner. It didn't move. It didn't shift with the flickering of the lights. It was simply there waiting. I turned my attention back to the group, telling myself it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by something unnoticed. But I could feel my pulse quicken as I stole another glance at the corner. It was still there, darker than the rest of the shadows, almost like it was absorbing the light around it. The others were too busy with their own conversations to notice, and I felt a growing sense of isolation. I began to wonder if I was the only one who saw it, if I was imagining it, but something deep in my gut told me otherwise. Curiosity and something darker drove me closer to the corner. As I moved through the room, the others continued in their oblivious merrymaking, unaware of the subtle tension that had taken root in me. When I reached the edge of the room, where the shadow lingered, I hesitated, my breath shallow. The air felt heavier here, colder. I stretched out my hand, a mixture of hesitation and irrational fear coursing through me. As my fingers neared the space where the shadow stood, I felt a sudden chill grip my skin, and for the briefest moment, I thought I heard a faint whisper, something unintelligible, but the words felt so wrong, so foreign. I yanked my hand back, heart racing. The shadow remained unmoved, unfazed by my attempt to interact with it. I took a deep breath, trying to regain control, but the unease continued to churn in my stomach. I turned quickly, as if to leave the corner behind, but that's when I saw a subtle movement. The shadow didn't just stay in place. It stretched slightly, lengthening as if it had sensed my attention. My heart lurched in my chest as I realized that whatever this was, it was aware of me. My mind screamed at me to leave, to get out of the room and away from that thing, but my feet felt heavy, as though they were frozen to the floor. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the cheerful conversations of my friends. But the corner seemed to beckon me, pulling me back, its darkness an almost tangible force. When I looked again, the shadow had grown its outline more defined, creeping along the floor, spreading like a stain. It didn't belong, and I could feel its presence encroaching on the safe, familiar space of the room, as if it were trying to pull something out of the walls themselves. Suddenly, one of my friends turned and saw me staring at the corner. "You okay?" she asked, her voice warm but laced with concern. I couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt, as though I had been caught in the act of something forbidden. "Yeah, just got distracted," I replied quickly, shaking my head as if to shake off the unsettling feeling that had taken hold of me. But my gaze wandered back to the corner once more. The shadow was moving again. This time it wasn't just a creeping dark mass. It had formed into a shape, something vaguely humanoid, but distorted. The figure, if you could even call it that, seemed to be reaching out toward me, its elongated arms stretching unnaturally long, claw-like fingers extending into the room. The figure didn't seem to have a face, just a swirling mass of shadows where its head should be. My breath caught in my throat and panic surged through my body. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the thing in the corner. "Guys," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Do you see that?" I felt my words choke in my throat, but the others continued to laugh, to talk, completely unaware. No one else sees it. Does anyone else see it? I repeated, my voice rising with desperation. The room grew quieter and I realized that everyone had stopped moving. I turned to look at them, and for a moment, I thought the whole scene had shifted. Their faces were empty, their eyes dull and lifeless. A wave of dizziness hit me and I staggered back. It was as though I was no longer in the same room, as if the world around me had shifted into something unfamiliar, something sinister. The partygoers' smiles were twisted, frozen in expressions that didn't belong to them. But in the corner, the shadow had grown larger, its limbs reaching further, its body pulling itself closer to me. My knees buckled beneath me as a cold, icy chill spread across the room, the shadow's presence now undeniable. Suddenly, one of the partygoers turned, their eyes locking with mine. But it wasn't the person I had known, it was something else entirely. Something wrong. Their mouth moved, but the words they spoke were not their own. "It's coming for you." The voice wasn't human, not anymore, but a gutter rasp that seemed to vibrate through the walls themselves. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the growing noise in my ears, a low hum that filled my head with nothing but darkness. I stumbled away from the corner, desperate to escape, but the room seemed to warp around me. The shadow followed, creeping along the walls, curling around the furniture, its claws scraping across the floor as it reached for me. I turned to run, but the door was no longer where it had been. The walls pressed in, and the ceiling lowered, trapping me inside the shrinking space. In a final desperate attempt, I reached for the light switch, but before I could even touch it, the shadow lunged forward, its cold fingers brushing against my skin. The room went dark. The last thing I heard was the echoing of a deep, hollow laugh. Then, silence. I woke up hours later, disoriented, and the room was silent once again. The party was gone. The furniture was intact, and the light flickered softly above me, as though nothing had ever happened. But when I looked to the corner, the shadow was gone, its presence erased as though it had never been there at all. I left that night, unable to explain what I had seen, but knowing deep in my bones that it was not just a trick of the mind. Whatever had been in that corner, it was not finished. It was waiting for me, and the party had been its invitation. Story 38. It had been a fantastic night filled with laughter, music, and the kind of joy that only a New Year's Eve party could bring. The moment the clock struck midnight, we all raised our glasses, toasting to the promises of a new year and the memories we'd made. The photos we took together captured smiles frozen in time, happy faces illuminated by the soft glow of string lights, the excitement of the crowd reflected in the background. Everything seemed perfect in the photos, exactly as I had remembered it. But when I later went through the images, something strange began to unfold. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I scrolled through the album, reminiscing about the night, the laughter, the jokes, and the dancing. The usual party pictures were there, group shots, candid moments, and a few selfies with friends. But then, as I zoomed in on one of the photos taken in the living room, something caught my eye, a faint distortion on the wall behind us. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or a flaw in the camera. However, as I zoomed in further, the blurry image started to become clearer. It was faint, almost hidden by the darkness, but it was unmistakable. The words "Get Out" were scrawled on the wall in a jagged, uneven hand. I froze, staring at the photo, my fingers trembling on the screen. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The writing was there, in the background, almost too subtle to notice at first glance. I quickly scrolled back to the other photos, wondering if this was a fluke or if I had missed something. I went through each image, zooming in on the corners of the room, the walls, the darkened areas where the party guests had been oblivious to anything strange. And in every single photo there it was Get Out, lurking just behind the shadows, barely visible unless you were looking closely. The room began to feel colder as I stared at the photos, my stomach turning with unease. I had been in that very room hours earlier, surrounded by friends, none of us aware of the message that had been left for us. The writing was faint, as if someone or something had carefully scrawled the words without drawing attention to them. It didn't make sense. How could it have gone unnoticed by everyone at the party? How had I missed it? The photos didn't lie. The words had been there, watching us while we danced and celebrated. I pulled out my phone and opened the group chat, asking if anyone had noticed anything strange during the party. A few replies came in, each one more dismissive than the last. It was just a party. "Don't overthink it," one friend texted. Another replied, "You're probably imagining things. What did you drink?" But as I read the messages, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the walls hadn't been like that before. I had been to this house countless times for parties, and it had always been well maintained, clean, cheerful, inviting. But now, with the photos in front of me, I could see the truth. Something had changed. I had to go back. The desire to confront whatever had been left behind, to understand what was happening, grew too strong to ignore. It didn't matter that it was the middle of the night or that I felt like I was being paranoid. I had to see for myself. I grabbed my coat and made my way to the house, the photos still fresh in my mind, the words "Get Out" echoing in my thoughts. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just a prank, but deep down I knew something far darker was at play. When I arrived, the house was quiet, almost too quiet. The lights were dim and the once vibrant decorations were now gone, leaving the place feeling abandoned. The front door was unlocked, just as it had been earlier, and I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The hallway was eerily still, the only sound being the faint creak of floorboards beneath my feet. I turned on the lights, half expecting the power to be out or the place to be cold and empty, but the warmth of the house greeted me, as though everything was as it had been hours ago. I moved through the rooms, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing obviously wrong, nothing that screamed danger or foreboding, but the silence was unnerving. I made my way to the living room, where the party had taken place, and stood in the center of the room, staring at the walls. They looked normal, freshly painted, nothing out of the ordinary, but I knew what I had seen in the photos. My eyes scanned the space, desperate to find any trace of the message, but nothing appeared. The walls were clean, empty. That's when I noticed the faintest outline, barely perceptible, just above the fireplace. A discoloration in the paint, something that didn't belong. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the spot, and realized that it wasn't just a stain or a scratch. The shape of the words was there imprinted on the wall, almost as if the paint had been deliberately scraped off in a pattern. "You get out." The words were there, just as they had been in the photo, but now they weren't just an image. They were real. A chill ran down my spine and I took a step back. My mind raced. Who could have done this? And more importantly, why? I had been in this house earlier, standing right here among my friends, completely unaware of the writing that had been hidden in plain sight. Was someone messing with us? Or was there something darker at play, something I couldn't explain? The feeling of dread only intensified as I realized that the message had been left for us, and that I was the only one who had noticed. The silence in the house seemed to close in around me, and for the first time I felt like I wasn't alone. There was something else in the room, something watching me, lurking just beyond the walls. I quickly left, my heart racing, and as I reached the door I turned around one last time. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner of my eye, a shadow, fleeting and almost imperceptible, but there nonetheless. I didn't go back inside that night. I didn't go back for weeks. It wasn't until the next party at the same house that I dared return. The walls were as pristine as they had been when I first entered, and there was no sign of a message. The house was lively again, filled with guests, music, and laughter. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still hidden there, lurking just beneath the surface. And the photos, they were gone, all of them. Every single one of the images I had taken that night, including the ones with the faint writing on the walls, had mysteriously disappeared from my phone. It was as if they had never existed. The only trace of that night remained in my memory, and the chilling, unanswered question of who had left the message behind. Story 39. A guest claimed they saw someone watching us through the window, but no one else saw anything. The words sent a ripple of unease through the group, though no one voiced their concern aloud. The room had been buzzing with laughter and conversation just moments before, but now a strange tension began to settle in. It wasn't like the usual playful paranoia that could crop up during late-night parties. It was something colder, more unsettling. People glanced nervously at the windows, but all they saw were their own distorted reflections in the glass, lit by the soft glow of the room. "I swear," the guest repeated, her voice shaky now. "I saw someone standing outside, just watching us." She pointed toward the window near the corner of the room. But when everyone turned to look, the spot she indicated was empty. The street outside was still, bathed in the pale light of the street lamps, and there was no sign of anyone, no movement, no shadows. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the world outside seemed calm, even peaceful. Yet the tension in the room didn't dissipate. One of the other guests chuckled nervously, trying to brush off the claim. "It's probably just someone walking by. You know, people walking home from their New Year's parties." But the words didn't sound convincing, not to anyone who was paying attention. The room had grown quieter, the usual festive energy replaced with an undercurrent of discomfort. Everyone knew that it wasn't just a casual comment. Something had shifted, something unseen, and they couldn't help but feel it pressing in on them. Still, they tried to move past it. The clock on the wall ticked toward midnight, and people took their places around the living room, gearing up for the countdown. But the feeling didn't leave. It lingered, hanging in the air like a thick fog, suffocating the laughter that had once filled the space. Eyes darted nervously toward the windows every few seconds, and a few guests even wandered closer to peer outside. But there was nothing there, nothing except the shadowed streets and the occasional flicker of a passing car. Then the guest who had first spoken up pointed again, this time more urgently. There it is again." Her voice was barely above a whisper, but everyone could hear the panic in it. Once again, the group turned to the window, only to find nothing out of the ordinary. The street outside remained eerily still, as if the world itself had gone quiet in response to her words. Yet the look in her eyes was one of sheer terror, as though she was seeing something that no one else could. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the ticking of the clock. People exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if their friend was just seeing things, or if there truly was someone outside, hidden from view. The door had been locked since they arrived, and the windows were sealed shut, yet the feeling of being watched was growing stronger. Some began to laugh, attempting to deflect the fear creeping up on them, but the unease was palpable. It was as if something was waiting, lurking just beyond their sight, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. Suddenly the lights flickered, casting strange shadows across the room. The laughter stopped immediately, replaced by a tense silence. Someone reached for the light switch, but the lights did not come back on. Instead, the room was swallowed by darkness, the only light now coming from the television, which had been playing a random program in the background. The screen displayed a series of chaotic, jumbled images, static, shadows and flickers that seemed to pulse with a strange rhythm. It was then that a faint tapping sound came from the window, the same window the guest had claimed to have seen someone standing outside of. The noise was soft at first, like the tapping of fingers against glass, but it grew louder, more insistent. One by one, the guests turned to face the window, and the tapping grew even more distinct. It was as if something or someone was trying to get their attention from the other side of the glass. The atmosphere in the room thickened with dread as they all waited, holding their breath, for whatever would come next. Someone rushed toward the window, pulling open the curtain with a sudden frantic motion. But there was nothing. The street outside was completely empty, the tapping abruptly gone, as if it had never happened. For a moment, everyone stood there in stunned silence, wondering if they had imagined it. But the feeling of being watched didn't dissipate. It lingered in the room, a presence they could not shake, pressing on their chests, making it hard to breathe. "I told you," the guest said, her voice trembling. She stepped back from the window, her eyes wide with fear. "There's someone out there. They're watching us. I saw them." Her words hung in the air, thick with the weight of conviction. Yet no one could confirm what she had seen. The street was as empty as it had been before. And then, the countdown began. The timer on the television flickered back to life, ticking down toward midnight, but the earlier unease still held everyone in its grip. No one could shake the feeling that something was wrong. The usual excitement of the final countdown had faded, replaced by a creeping dread that made it impossible to focus on anything else. No one spoke. No one moved. As the timer reached its final seconds, the lights flickered once again, casting an unnatural glow over the room. The countdown reached 0, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. And then, the tapping returned, louder than before, this time accompanied by a soft, whispering voice from outside. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if someone or something was speaking directly to them. It was too much. The group rushed to the door, pulling at the handles in desperation, but it wouldn't open. The whispers grew louder, the tapping growing frenzied, as if whatever was on the other side was trying to get in. The guests backed away from the windows, their faces pale with fear, as the whispering turned to chanting, words that none of them could understand. The tension in the room was unbearable, every second stretching longer than the last. Suddenly the front door burst open, and the cold night air flooded into the room. The door had never been unlocked, yet now it stood wide open, as if inviting them into the darkness outside. The whispers stopped. The tapping ceased. The room fell into an unnatural silence. And then, as if on cue, the television flickered one last time, and the screen showed only static. The room was plunged into darkness again, and in that blackness they heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the direction of the open door. The room was no longer just a room. It was a trap. They were being watched, whether from inside or outside. It didn't matter. Whatever had been waiting outside had found a way in. One by one, the guests disappeared into the night, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the eerie silence behind. The door stood open, the street outside empty, and the only thing left in the house was the television, its screen still static, flickering with an ominous, rhythmic pulse. The house was silent once again, but the feeling of being watched, of something waiting, lingered, long after the last of the guests had gone. Story 40. On. The party was going great. Laughter echoed throughout the apartment as friends mingled, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was filled with celebration. The clock was ticking closer to midnight, and everyone was eager to toast to the new year. I had spent weeks planning this evening, decorations, food, drinks, everything was set for the perfect celebration. But as the evening wore on, something strange began to happen, something I couldn't explain. Something that left me feeling more uneasy with every passing hour. It started when I went into the dining room to grab another round of drinks. The room was dimly lit, the soft glow of candles flickering on the table, adding to the festive ambience. As I walked past the dining table, my eyes briefly caught something unusual. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but then I stopped, my heart dropping into my stomach. Right there, etched into the surface of the dining table, was my name. Not in ink, not with a marker, but scratched deeply into the wood, as if something or someone had deliberately carved it there. I leaned in closer, my breath catching in my throat. The grooves in the wood were fresh, the edges still faintly glimmering with the reflection of the candlelight. There was no mistaking it. The name scratched into the table was mine, unmistakably and clearly. I didn't even need to look twice to recognize it. My name, a simple string of letters, was carved into the dining table where no one had been seated for hours. It made no sense. How could this have happened? The table had been perfectly fine when we set it up hours ago. No one had been near it with any sharp objects. I looked around the room, expecting someone to jump out and tell me it was some kind of prank, but everyone was busy in the other room, chatting and laughing. No one had been near the table. I carefully ran my fingers over the carved letters, trying to make sense of it, but there was no logical explanation. How could my name have been scratched into the wood without anyone noticing? It felt as if the table itself had become a conduit for something beyond explanation. A shiver ran down my spine, and I stepped away from the table, my mind racing. I tried to shake off the creeping dread that was quickly taking hold of me. It could have been a coincidence, right? Maybe someone had accidentally scratched the surface earlier in the evening without me noticing, though I knew that didn't explain the sudden appearance of my name. I convinced myself to move past it and went back to join the others, pretending everything was normal. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't forget the sight of my name carved into the wood, as though someone or something was trying to send a message. The night wore on, and the party continued without interruption, but the unease lingered like a shadow over my every step. I couldn't enjoy the conversations or the music. Every time I glanced back toward the dining room, I felt a nagging pull in my gut, as if something was waiting for me in there. Every corner of the apartment felt off, like an invisible presence was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. The sounds of laughter seemed distant, muffled, as though they were coming from a place far beyond the room. As the night drew on and the hours passed, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I decided to go back into the dining room to check the table one more time. The room was eerily quiet, the lights casting long shadows across the walls. I hesitated for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart, and then I slowly approached the table. When I looked down at the surface, my breath caught in my throat. The name was still there, but now there was something more. The letters seemed deeper, more pronounced, as though they had been scratched into the wood even further since the last time I'd seen them. I stepped back, my mind reeling. How was this possible? How could the scratches have gotten deeper when no one had touched the table? I reached out, running my fingers over the name once more, only to feel a sudden sharp prick on my fingertip. I gasped and pulled my hand away. There, in the spot where I had touched the surface, was a tiny drop of blood. The blood was my own. My pulse quickened, my hands trembling as I backed away from the table. This was no longer a joke or a coincidence. Something was wrong and I couldn't explain it. I felt a presence, an undeniable sense that someone was trying to communicate with me. But why? And how had it gotten this far? Why my name? I took a deep breath and turned to leave, but the sound of something scraping against the wood stopped me dead in my tracks. The unmistakable sound of nails dragging across the surface of the table. My eyes darted back toward the table, my body frozen with fear. The scratches were moving, slowly at first, but then with more urgency, as if the surface of the table itself was alive. The sound grew louder, more frantic, until I could almost feel the vibrations in the floor beneath me. I couldn't move. I stood there, my feet rooted to the ground, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The scratching continued, growing louder and louder, until it seemed to fill the entire room. It was no longer just a sound, it was as if the table was speaking to me. Each scrape of the nails was like a whispered warning, and each new line that appeared only added to the growing sense of dread that was suffocating me. Suddenly the scratching stopped. The room fell silent again, the only sound my own erratic breathing. I dared not look back at the table, but I couldn't resist. When I finally turned my head, I gasped. The name was still there, but now, beneath it, were new words, scrawled with wild urgency, "Leave now." I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, the air thick and heavy with an oppressive energy. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. My mind screamed at me to get out of there, to leave the apartment and never look back. But something held me in place, as if an invisible force was keeping me trapped in that room. I had to get away. The party was still going on in the other room, but I couldn't bring myself to return to the group. Something was wrong. The table had sent me a message, a warning, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. With one last terrified glance at the table, I bolted from the room and ran to the front door, desperate to leave. As I stepped out into the cold night air, the weight in my chest lifted slightly, but the fear still gnawed at me. My heart was racing, and my mind was spinning with questions that I couldn't answer. Who or what had done this? Why had it chosen me? And most of all, what was I supposed to do now? The answers were elusive, hidden behind the strange events of the night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been written on that table had a deeper meaning, something I wasn't ready to understand. I tried to reach out to my friends the next day, but no one seemed to remember anything unusual from the night before. They had all moved on, laughing about the fun they'd had and the memories they'd made. No one had noticed the scratches on the table or heard the strange noises, but I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened, and as the days passed, the memory of the table and the warning it had given me remained burned into my mind. I couldn't forget it. I couldn't escape it. And even now, months later, I still can't shake the feeling that whatever message I received that night was just the beginning of something much darker. Story 41. It was supposed to be a night of celebration, a night to leave behind the past and welcome the promise of a new year. The city skyline stretched out before me, a dazzling display of lights as the fireworks erupted in the distance, filling the night sky with vibrant colors. I stood on my balcony, surrounded by friends and laughter, yet something felt off. The air felt unusually still, and the sounds of the celebration below seemed muffled, distant. As the first fireworks shot up into the sky, the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. When it exploded, the bright burst of color painted the sky in red and gold, but there was something wrong. The explosion was silent. There was no sound, no crackle or boom to accompany the visual spectacle. Instead, as the fireworks blossomed in the air, an eerie whisper followed their trails, rising from the depths of the night. It was faint at first, like the flutter of a distant conversation, but it quickly became louder, filling the air with a sinister hum. The whispers weren't just random, they seemed deliberate, as if they were speaking directly to me. I turned to my friends, but they didn't seem to notice. They were all laughing, toasting, and enjoying the sight of the fireworks, oblivious to the oddity unfolding around us. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The whispers, now clearer with each explosion, began to form words, though they were faint and jumbled. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the more I listened, the more I was certain. The fireworks weren't just exploding, they were speaking. "Come closer," the whispers hissed, growing louder as the next firework ignited. The colorful burst illuminated the night sky again, and the whispers seemed to echo within the explosion itself. My skin prickled, and a chill ran through my body, though the night was unseasonably warm. I looked around, but no one else seemed to hear it. No one else seemed to feel the tension building in the air, the weight of something unseen pressing down on the celebration. The fireworks continued, each one a brilliant display of color, but each one also bringing with it a whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "Leave now," one voice urged during the next explosion. "Do you hear it?" another whispered in the next burst of light. It was as if the fireworks were speaking to me directly, calling me, beckoning me to do something or to stop doing something. I couldn't explain it, but a deep sense of dread began to settle in my chest. The whispers were getting louder now, more insistent, as if they were warning me, or perhaps trying to control me. I looked to the others again, my heart racing, but they were still oblivious. My closest friend, Lucy, was holding her glass up, laughing as if the night was just like any other. But there was something different about her laugh now, something hollow in its sound, as though it were coming from a place far deeper than her body. I shook my head, trying to shake the feeling of unease. But the next firework exploded, and the whisper that followed was unmistakable. "Turn around." I froze, the blood draining from my face as the voice echoed in my mind. The explosion was bright and blinding, but as the light faded, I instinctively turned around, my eyes scanning the empty corner of the balcony. And there, in the dim light, I saw something I shouldn't have. A figure, standing just at the edge of the shadow, barely visible against the blackness of the night. Its shape was indistinct, shifting, as if it was never fully solid, constantly flickering in and out of existence. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers continued, now more urgent, frantic. "It's coming for you," they warned. "Run." I wanted to scream, to shout for my friends, but my voice caught in my throat. The figure in the corner moved closer, its shape slowly solidifying into something more defined, more tangible. It was tall, gaunt, with long skeletal fingers that seemed to twitch with unnatural speed. I could see its eyes now, or at least the absence of them, deep, empty sockets that stared at me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. "Why are you here?" The whisper came, this time not from the fireworks, but from the figure itself, its voice cold and hollow, like the wind through dead trees. "Why did you stay? Why did you stay?" I tried to move, but my legs felt like lead, my body paralyzed with fear. The whispers in the air grew louder, overlapping each other now, as if dozens of voices were speaking at once. "Leave," they said in unison, but the figure in front of me remained still, its gaze fixed on me. I tore my eyes away from the figure and looked up at the sky, hoping that the fireworks would end, that the night would return to normal. But instead, the sky was filled with more explosions, more bursts of color, each one louder and more intense than the last. With every explosion, the whispers became clearer, more distinct, until I could no longer distinguish one voice from another. The sound of the fireworks was gone entirely, replaced by a steady stream of whispering, a constant murmur that filled my mind and drowned out all other thoughts. "Go," the voice from the figure said, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, as though the very foundation of the building was beginning to crack. The temperature dropped, and the air grew thick with the sense of something wrong. The darkness around the figure seemed to deepen, its shadow stretching unnaturally long, reaching toward me as if to claim me. "Leave now or stay forever," the figure warned, its voice low and threatening. "The choice is yours." In that moment, I felt the weight of its words, as though the figure and the whispers were tied to something ancient, something malevolent that had always been here, waiting. I knew I had no choice. I had to run. I turned on my heels and bolted for the door, but as I reached it, the fireworks exploded once again, and the voice from the sky spoke clearly, right in my ear. Too late. The door slammed shut in front of me with a force that rattled the windows, trapping me inside the room. I spun around, my heart racing, but the figure was gone. The whispers stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that filled the space with a terrible weight. The balcony was empty once more, the lights of the city in the distance shining like nothing had ever happened. I collapsed against the wall, gasping for air, my mind spinning with confusion and fear. I wanted to believe it was just a nightmare, a trick of my mind after too much champagne, but the feeling in the air was unmistakable. The whispers still lingered in the back of my mind, echoing faintly like the ghost of a memory that refused to die. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The night that had begun so full of promise had turned into something far darker, something I couldn't escape. The fireworks had stopped, but the whispers, they would never stop. Story 42. The evening had started off like any other New Year's Eve. I had spent the day cleaning, preparing food, and picking out my best outfit for the evening's celebration. The air was crisp, and the streets outside were full of people hustling to finish their last-minute errands before the big night. It felt like just another year wrapping up, another chance to reflect on the past 12 months and look forward to the future. As the sun began to set, I noticed a strange stillness settling in around my house. The usual sounds of the neighborhood, the hum of traffic, the chatter of people walking by seemed distant, almost muffled. I shrugged it off as just the quiet before the festivities, but something about it felt off. The sensation lingered as I went about my evening preparations, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why it felt different from every other New Year's Eve. Around 8 p.m., I stepped outside to get some fresh air. The cold air hit my face as I walked down the driveway, my breath visible in the night air. When I turned to head back inside, something caught my eye. There, lying on my doorstep, was a small, old-fashioned clock. It was set to midnight. Not just any midnight, though the hands of the clock were ticking down, inching closer to 12. But the strange part was that it was hours before the new year. The clock wasn't simply showing the current time, it was deliberately set to midnight, as if it had a purpose. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers brushing against the cool metal. The clock was an antique, the kind you might find at a yard sale or in a dusty corner of a thrift store. It had an ornate design with intricate carvings around the edges, and the numbers were faded, worn with age. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong on my doorstep at all. I glanced around, expecting to see someone nearby, but the street was empty. No one was in sight. Confused and slightly unsettled, I brought the clock inside and set it on the kitchen counter. My mind raced, wondering who could have left it there, and why. Had it been a prank? But the idea didn't sit right with me. It felt too deliberate, too intentional, as if the clock had been placed there for a reason. I tried to shrug the growing unease and went back to preparing for the party, but I couldn't stop glancing at the clock every now and then, watching its hands creep closer to midnight. As the hours ticked by, the party preparations were in full swing. Friends were arriving, the house was buzzing with laughter, and the excitement for the new year was palpable. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time I passed by the kitchen, I saw the clock on the counter, and every time, I felt a chill. It was as though the clock was counting down not just to midnight, but to something else, something I couldn't yet understand. By the time the guests began to gather, the clock was only a few minutes away from striking 12. The mood in the room was high. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the new year, glasses of champagne in hand. The countdown began 10, 9, 8, but my eyes kept drifting to the clock on the counter, its hands now dangerously close to 12. And then, as if on cue, the power went out. The entire house was plunged into darkness, and the room fell silent. A few startled gasps filled the air as people fumbled for their phones, trying to turn on flashlights. But the eerie stillness lasted only a few seconds before a low, distant chime rang out. It wasn't coming from the TV or any clock in the room, it was coming from the antique clock on the counter. The same clock that had been counting down since hours before. The sound echoed through the house, cold and metallic, as if it were mocking us. Then, the clock struck 12. The chime reverberated like a death knell, louder and more ominous than I had ever heard. I turned around, trying to locate the source of the noise, but no one else seemed to be reacting to it the way I was. They were still trying to figure out what had happened to the lights, their voices rising in confusion. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just crossed over, that the countdown wasn't just a celebration, but a warning. As the chimes died away, the power returned, and the lights flickered back on. But the room was no longer the same. Something had shifted. Everyone resumed the celebration, but their smiles seemed forced, their movements stiff. They laughed, but there was a hollow quality to their voices. I scanned the room, feeling a growing sense of unease as I watched their faces, but none of them seemed to notice how odd the atmosphere had become. Then, as the evening wore on, I realized something that made my blood run cold. No one had touched the clock after I had set it down. No one had even acknowledged its presence, yet it was still ticking away, its hands steadily advancing. It was as though it had a life of its own, an unstoppable force that wasn't bound by the laws of time or logic. The strange ticking seemed louder now, more insistent, as if it was telling me something, but I couldn't understand what. As the night drew to a close, I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. I tried to act normal, tried to enjoy the celebration like everyone else, but the thought of the clock, the way it had appeared on my doorstep, the way it had chimed at midnight haunted me. I couldn't get it out of my mind. When the last of my guests left and the house grew quiet again, I returned to the kitchen to find the clock still on the counter, ticking steadily. But now its hands had stopped moving. It was frozen at exactly midnight. I reached out to touch it, but the moment my fingers made contact, the sudden coldness shot through me. It was as though the clock had drained all the warmth from my body, leaving me feeling hollow and drained. I quickly pulled my hand away, my heart racing, and looked at the clock one last time. The chimes that had once seemed so distant now seemed to echo in my mind, reverberating long after they had stopped. I couldn't help but wonder, what had I just experienced? Had the clock been trying to tell me something? Or had it been some sort of warning? And who had left it on my doorstep? There was no answer, only the unsettling feeling that something was waiting, something just beyond my understanding. And I wasn't sure if I was ready to face it. In the days that followed, the clock remained on my counter, never ticking again. But every time I passed by it, I could feel its presence, its weight hanging over me. And I knew one thing for certain: I had been a part of something that night, something I couldn't explain. The clock, set to midnight, had done more than mark the beginning of a new year. It had marked the beginning of something else, something far darker, far more sinister. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over yet. Story 43. The party was buzzing with excitement as the countdown to midnight began. Music played softly in the background and people milled around, exchanging stories of the year gone by. I was holding a drink in my hand, one of the many offered to me throughout the evening. The glass was filled with something sweet and fizzy, but as I took a sip, something felt off. The aftertaste was strange, almost metallic, lingering on my tongue long after I swallowed. I frowned, staring into the glass as I swirled the liquid around, trying to make sense of it. At first, I thought it was just the mix of alcohol and the artificial flavors of the drink. But the aftertaste was much more distinct, almost like something foreign, something wrong. I took another sip, hoping to shake the feeling, but it only made it worse. There was a sharpness to it now, a bitterness I hadn't tasted before. I could feel a creeping discomfort in my stomach, the sense that something wasn't quite right. Then I noticed something at the bottom of the cup, a small, jagged shard of glass. I froze, staring at it, my pulse quickening as I realized what I had just consumed. The shard wasn't small or smooth, it was sharp, almost as if it had been deliberately broken and placed in my drink. My heart skipped a beat as I tried to recall whether I had seen anything unusual when the drink was first poured. Had someone intentionally tampered with it? Or was it simply an accident, a careless mistake? Either way, I had no idea what I had just swallowed. I looked around the room, hoping to see something, anything that would explain what had happened. The laughter and conversation continued, oblivious to the growing unease within me. No one else seemed to have noticed anything wrong. The glass in my hand now felt heavier, the weight of the shard pressing down on me like a secret I wasn't meant to know. My mind raced as I wondered what could have happened to the drink before it reached me. I wasn't sure who had served it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been targeted in some way. A cold sweat began to form on my forehead as I gripped the glass, trying to calm my breathing. The aftertaste lingered in my mouth, a constant reminder of something sinister. Should I tell someone? Should I call for help? But the party was in full swing, and no one seemed to notice my growing discomfort. I had to get rid of the glass to make sure no one else would end up with the same strange sensation. I looked around, but the room suddenly felt so much bigger, the people so much farther away. Without thinking, I walked to the trash can near the corner of the room, trying to act as normal as possible. But as I reached for the edge of the can, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The other glasses in the trash, the ones that had been discarded moments ago, looked exactly like mine. And in each one, there was something that didn't belong, a shard of glass. Some shards were larger, others smaller, but the pattern was unmistakable. It wasn't just an accident. I backed away from the trash can slowly, my breath catching in my throat. Someone had been deliberately putting shards of glass into people's drinks. I could feel panic starting to rise in my chest as I scanned the room again, looking for any signs of trouble, any hints of who could be responsible. But the party went on carefree, as if nothing unusual was happening. The music played, people danced, and laughter echoed through the space, oblivious to the danger that had been lurking in plain sight. I tried to think logically, to calm myself down, but the thought of what I had just swallowed was too much. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the strange taste in my mouth becoming unbearable. What if this shard had been coated with something? What if it had been laced with something that would take effect later, when I least expected it? The possibilities terrified me. My legs felt weak, and I had to lean against the wall to steady myself. As I stood there, trying to compose myself, I noticed something else. People were starting to act strangely. The conversation was quieter, more hushed, and some faces seemed to be glowing with an odd, unnatural sheen. Others stood motionless, staring ahead with vacant expressions, as though they were no longer fully present in the room. I realized that I wasn't the only one who had felt something was wrong. But what was happening? Why did it feel like the party had taken on a darker tone? Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting strange shadows across the room. For a brief moment, the entire scene felt like a dream, distorted, unreal. I looked at the people around me, their faces blurred as if they were fading in and out of existence. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I stumbled back, grabbing onto the nearest chair for support. I could hear my pulse in my ears, loud and frantic. The room spun around me and I struggled to keep my footing, but it felt as though the ground was slipping away from me. Someone nearby began to laugh, but it wasn't a normal laugh. It was hollow, strange, almost mechanical. I turned toward the sound, but the person was no longer recognizable. Their eyes were too wide, their smile too wide, stretching unnaturally across their face. The laughter continued, though it sounded more like a warning than anything else. And then, as quickly as it had started, the laughter stopped. The person blinked, and suddenly they were themselves again, as if nothing had happened. I tried to make sense of what was happening, but my mind was clouded, foggy from whatever had been put in the drink. The shard, the strange aftertaste, the laughter, it was all connected. Someone had tampered with the drinks, yes, but it wasn't just to harm us. It was to manipulate us, to make us see things, to blur the lines between reality and something much darker. I had to leave. I had to get out of there before it was too late. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone, trying to call for help, but the screen was unresponsive, flickering in and out. In a panic, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and stumbled toward the door, but it wouldn't open. I yanked at the handle, but the door was locked, sealed shut. No one else seemed to notice, as if they were all trapped in their own strange world. I turned to face the room, but it was no longer the party I had walked into hours ago. The walls were closing in, the lights flickering more erratically, and the laughter, always that hollow, eerie laughter, was getting louder. It was then that I realized I was no longer in control of my own actions. Whatever had been put into my drink, whatever that shard of glass represented, it had taken hold of me. I was no longer just a witness to the horror. I was part of it. and there was no escaping it. Story 44. It had been a lively New Year's Eve party, with friends and acquaintances filling my apartment, laughter and music filling every corner. We were just minutes away from ringing in the new year, and the excitement was palpable. The countdown had started, and the champagne corks had already been popped, spilling bubbly into glasses. The energy was electric, the kind of energy that only a new year could bring. It was a time for celebrating, for forgetting the worries of the past year, and for welcoming the unknown future. But as the minutes ticked down toward midnight, something strange happened. A man I didn't recognize entered the apartment. He wasn't with any of our group, and no one seemed to know him. He was tall, dressed in a dark suit, and his eyes were hidden behind a pair of sunglasses, even though it was well into the evening. His presence was almost unsettling, as though he didn't belong in the jovial atmosphere we had cultivated. But no one questioned him. He simply made his way into the living room, smiling politely and taking a drink from the counter without a word. At first I thought he might be a friend of a friend, someone who had slipped in unnoticed. But as I tried to engage him in conversation, I found that he wasn't very forthcoming. He answered in brief, almost cryptic responses, his smile never fading. "How do you know Sarah?" I asked, pointing to a mutual friend. He didn't seem to know her at all, yet he continued to mingle, nodding along to conversations, never interrupting, but always present. The party continued as if nothing were unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It was as if he didn't belong here, like he was an outsider among us, just observing. Yet, he never seemed out of place either. He moved seamlessly through the crowd, his presence almost blending in with the rest. People chatted with him, some even laughing at his odd but charming remarks. But I noticed no one seemed particularly interested in learning more about him. It was as though they had accepted him without question. As the clock neared midnight, the excitement in the room grew. People began to gather near the television for the countdown, ready to cheer as the new year arrived. The stranger, however, seemed unfazed by the festivities. He stayed on the outskirts of the group, watching without joining in. When the countdown reached its final seconds, he was still standing there, his gaze fixed on the screen, yet somehow distant, as if he wasn't quite part of the moment. "Happy New Year." Everyone shouted in unison when the clock struck 12, and the room erupted into cheers, hugs, and laughter. Confetti fell from the ceiling and people kissed, toasting to the new year. But when I looked around to share the moment with the stranger, he was gone. Just like that, without a word, he had vanished. No one had seen him leave, and no one seemed to notice at first. The party carried on, but I stood there, frozen for a moment, wondering if I had imagined his presence. I looked around, trying to find someone who might have seen him leave, but everyone was too caught up in their own celebrations. I approached Sarah, who had been one of the people talking to him earlier in the night. "Did you see that guy who was here earlier?" I asked. She blinked at me, clearly confused. "What guy?" she replied, as if she hadn't noticed anyone unusual at all. "The one in the suit," I added, but she shook her head, not recognizing the description. I felt a chill run down my spine. Had I truly seen him, or had I imagined the whole thing? It was hard to believe that someone could just slip in unnoticed, mingle with the crowd, and leave without anyone questioning it. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the excitement of the night playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't forget the feeling, the strange, haunting feeling that something wasn't right. As the night wore on, the party began to wind down, and people started to leave. Some had already gone home, and others were gathered near the door, saying their goodbyes. I glanced around one last time, almost expecting to see the stranger standing in the corner, watching quietly. But no, he was nowhere to be found. Just as the last guest was leaving, Sarah came up to me and asked if I was okay. "You seem a little off," she said, concern in her voice. I smiled, not wanting to worry her, but the strange encounter still lingered in my mind. "I'm fine, just a little tired," I replied, hoping the discomfort would fade with time. After Sarah left, I finally locked the door and turned off the lights, feeling a sense of relief. But as I walked through the apartment, I noticed something odd, a small, neatly folded piece of paper on the counter. It wasn't there before, and I was sure I hadn't left it there. My hand shook slightly as I unfolded it, reading the words written in elegant, precise handwriting. "Thank you for the invitation. I'll see you next year." My blood ran cold. How could he have left this note without anyone noticing? And why would he have written it? The note was a chilling reminder of his presence, even though he had disappeared without a trace. I stared at the paper for a long time, my mind racing. Was it all just a strange coincidence, or had something more sinister happened that night? I couldn't explain what I had experienced, but the sense of unease stayed with me long after the party ended. That stranger, whoever he was, had left more than just an impression on me. He had left a mystery, one that I couldn't seem to shake off. As I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I found myself staring at the clock. The new year had begun, but something told me that it wasn't going to be an ordinary year. The stranger's disappearance, his cryptic note, and the strange feeling that had followed me throughout the evening all felt like parts of a puzzle that I couldn't put together. And deep down, I had a sense that I wasn't the only one who had seen him. I wasn't the only one who had noticed. Story 45. The house was quiet, the only sound the muffled noise of the New Year's celebrations coming from the street. The countdown had just finished, and the streets outside were alive with laughter and the sound of fireworks. I sat down in my living room, watching the sparkling lights from my window as the world around me welcomed the new year. Everything felt normal, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to relax, taking a deep breath as the stress of the past year faded away. Then, at midnight, a sound sliced through the air, the doorbell. It was loud, sudden, and unexpected, making me jump in my seat. I froze, staring at the door, unsure if I had heard it correctly. At first, I thought it was a prank or maybe a neighbor stopping by to wish me well for the new year. But there was something unsettling about the timing. The streets were empty, and the sound of fireworks had drowned out any noise from people outside. My curiosity got the best of me, and I stood up, walking toward the door, my mind racing. I reached for the handle, but a small, rational part of me told me to check the security camera first. I quickly pulled out my phone, opening the app that displayed the live feed from the front porch. What I saw sent a chill down my spine. There, on the screen, was nothing. No one was standing at the door. No figures. No movement. Just the empty, quiet porch, bathed in the dim light from the porch light. My heart began to race as I stared at the blank screen, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. I glanced back at the door, then back at my phone, trying to reconcile the two images. The doorbell had definitely rung, there was no doubt about it. But there was no one there. I replayed the video feed from a few minutes ago, looking for any signs of someone approaching. But again, nothing. It was as if the person or thing had vanished before the camera could register them. A sudden unease washed over me. My mind spun with possibilities. Maybe it was a glitch. Perhaps the camera had malfunctioned. But the sound of the doorbell had been so real, so distinct. I felt the weight of something unseen hanging in the air. the room growing colder despite the heat of the New Year's celebration. The sense of being watched, or worse, being followed, crept into my thoughts. I turned toward the door again, now almost afraid to open it. Another ring of the doorbell echoed through the silence, as if to prove to me that it hadn't been a mistake. But this time I didn't move. Instead, I held my breath, staring at the door, willing the phone's camera feed to change, to show anything that would make sense of what was happening. The seconds felt like hours, and the only sound was the soft hum of the television in the background. I tried to tell myself it was just a prank, a neighbor trying to scare me for fun, but something deep within me knew that wasn't true. The doorbell wasn't the end of it, it was only the beginning. I stood there in the silence, my mind racing with growing fear. Another ring. I looked at the security camera again. Still nothing. A chill ran down my spine as I wondered if I was alone in the house after all. I didn't know what to do. My hands trembled as I reached out, grabbed the door handle, and slowly pulled the door open. The fresh, cold air outside hit my face, but there was no one there. Nothing but the empty front steps and the quiet of the night. No shadows, no movement, nothing to explain the noise I had heard just moments before. The street was empty, except for the distant glow of fireworks lighting up the sky. A stark contrast to the silence that now surrounded me. I closed the door quickly, locking it behind me, but the unease didn't go away. My heart pounded as I scanned the area through the window, looking for any sign of what could have caused the doorbell to ring. There was nothing. The street remained eerily quiet, and the only sound was the distant crackle of fireworks echoing through the sky. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that it was over. Maybe I had imagined it, or maybe it was a trick of the mind, just a coincidence. But when I looked at the security camera again, I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread that filled the room. The camera feed had changed. The footage was no longer just an empty porch. There, in the corner of the screen, was a figure. A shadow standing just at the edge of the porch, barely visible in the dim light. I had to squint to see it clearly, but there was something unmistakably wrong about it. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its features were obscured by the darkness, but the shape of it seemed to loom, as though it were stretching unnaturally, its form distorted. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it slowly raise its hand, almost as if beckoning me to open the door. I turned away from the screen, my chest tightening as panic rose in my throat. What was that? Who was that? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. It had to be a glitch, right? But the fear in my stomach told me otherwise. I didn't dare go back to the door. I backed away, pacing the living room, trying to collect my thoughts. A third ring of the doorbell sounded, this time louder, more urgent. I looked at the camera feed once again, but the figure was gone. The porch was empty once more. My phone buzzed in my hand, the screen lighting up with a new message from an unknown number. I opened it cautiously, the words on the screen almost too much to bear. You shouldn't have opened the door. I didn't know who had sent the message or how they knew what I was doing. But in that moment I knew I wasn't alone, even though I couldn't see anyone. The house felt suffocating, the walls closing in around me. And somewhere, out there in the darkness, I knew the figure was still watching. The doorbell's ringing had been just the beginning. Someone was waiting, and I was no longer sure I was safe behind my locked door. Story 46. The night had begun like any other New Year's Eve celebration, full of excitement, laughter, and the joy of being surrounded by friends and family. We had all gathered to ring in the new year together, and as the clock ticked closer to midnight, the energy in the room reached a fever pitch. Music blared from the speakers, and glasses were raised in anticipation of the countdown. Everyone was caught up in the festive atmosphere, and I found myself standing near the fireplace, trying to capture the moment on my phone with a quick selfie. With a big smile on my face, I held the phone up and clicked the shutter, unaware that something was about to change everything. The screen flashed with the image, and I looked at the picture, expecting to see the familiar faces of my friends in the background, their smiles just as wide as mine. But as I examined the photo, something stopped me cold. There, standing directly behind me, was a figure I didn't recognize. They were blurry at first glance, but the more I stared, the more distinct the figure became. The person in the background was tall, dressed in a dark coat, with their face obscured by a shadow. It was impossible to make out their features, but there was something chilling about their presence. I quickly swiped to the next photo, hoping it was a fluke, maybe just a trick of the light or some kind of camera glitch, but the figure was still there, standing just behind me, perfectly still. My heart started to race as I felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. Who was that? How had they gotten so close without me noticing? I scrolled through the other photos I had taken that night, looking for any signs of the stranger in the background. But none of the other pictures showed the figure. It was as if they only appeared in that one shot. The more I stared at the image, the more I felt uneasy. The figure seemed out of place, like they didn't belong in the moment. The dark shadows that clung to them only added to the sense of mystery, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I had been alone in the frame when I took the selfie, or so I thought. How could they have gotten so close without anyone noticing? I turned around, instinctively looking behind me, half expecting to find the figure still there, but the room was as it had been moments ago, bright, lively, and full of people. No one stood close to me, and no one appeared to be dressed in the same way as the figure in the photo. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized the stranger in the image hadn't been part of the party at all. They had been there, in the background, watching me, but no one else seemed to have noticed. I quickly closed the photo and tried to push the thought from my mind, but it lingered, hanging over me like a dark cloud. I rejoined my friends, hoping the distraction of the party would ease the growing unease in my chest. But it didn't help. Every now and then, I would glance at the photo again, and each time the figure seemed more real, more present, as though it was staring back at me from the screen. As the evening wore on and the clock finally struck 12, I tried to enjoy the celebration, but the image of that unfamiliar figure in the background stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been watching me, lurking in the shadows just beyond my awareness. I told myself it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe someone had accidentally walked into the frame as I took the selfie. But deep down, I knew that explanation didn't feel right. The figure in the photo hadn't seemed like someone who just walked by. It was as if they had been deliberately placed there, their presence lurking in the background as I captured my own reflection. Later that night, when the party had quieted down, I found myself alone in the living room, staring at the photo once more. The more I looked at the figure, the more I became convinced that there was something strange about it. I zoomed in on the image, trying to get a better look, and that was when I noticed something even more disturbing. The figure's face, though still obscured by shadows, seemed to be slightly turned toward the camera, as though it had been aware of me the entire time. It wasn't just a random passerby. It was as if the person had been watching me, waiting for the moment I would take that selfie. I turned off the phone and placed it face down on the coffee table, hoping the darkness would help push the thought from my mind. But the feeling of being watched remained. It was as though the presence of the figure had followed me, lingering in the corners of the room. I tried to ignore it, trying to focus on the quiet stillness that had settled over the house. But every creak of the floorboards and every whisper of wind outside seemed to draw my attention back to the photo. I couldn't help but wonder if the figure was still out there, watching, waiting for me to notice them again. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed since I'd taken that selfie. The house seemed darker, quieter, as though the shadows had deepened and stretched just a little farther. I checked the locks on all the doors, making sure everything was secure, but still, the unease gnawed at me. The figure in the photo wasn't just a trick of the light, it was real. Somehow it had found its way into my memory of the night, and I had no idea what it wanted. All I knew was that I couldn't escape the feeling that whatever it was still watching. I tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadowed figure standing behind me, its face hidden in the darkness. The image haunted me, pulling me back into a state of alertness. My mind kept returning to the eerie thought, what if that figure wasn't just someone from the party? What if it was something else, something that didn't belong in a world of celebration and joy? What if it had followed me home? The hours passed and I finally managed to drift off. But even in my sleep, I couldn't escape the unsettling feeling that something was lurking just out of sight, waiting to be noticed. When I awoke the next morning, the house was quiet again, the sunlight streaming through the windows, but the unease still lingered in the air. I checked my phone, hoping for some reassurance, but when I opened the gallery and looked at the selfie again, the figure was still there, and this time it felt like it was closer than before. I couldn't shake the thought that this was only the beginning, that whatever had shown itself in that photo, whatever it was that had made its presence known in such a chilling way, wasn't finished yet. Something had crossed over from the background, stepping into the frame of my reality. And the fact that it had made itself known in the most subtle and disturbing way meant that it was trying to tell me something. What exactly, I wasn't sure. But I knew one thing for certain. The new year hadn't brought just new beginnings, it had brought something far darker. Story 47. The clock was ticking down to midnight, and the party had reached its peak. Laughter filled the room, people chatting animatedly, exchanging jokes and clinking glasses in anticipation of the new year. As the final moments approached, we gathered in a circle to share our resolutions. It was a tradition, one we had all taken part in for years. Each person spoke aloud their hopes and goals for the coming year, quitting bad habits, starting new ventures, or simply trying to be better versions of themselves. I smiled, listening to the familiar voices, the warmth of friendship surrounding me. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath, thinking about what I wanted to change in the year ahead. I want to spend more time on myself, work on my health and my career, I said, the words coming easily. Everyone nodded in agreement, offering their support, and the group moved on. One by one, each of my friends shared their own resolutions, a sense of camaraderie flowing between us. The energy in the room felt vibrant, full of hope for what was to come. Then, as the clock struck midnight, we all gathered to toast the new year. The moment was magical, everyone laughing, cheering, and celebrating. But something felt off. The music faded into the background, and a strange noise caught my attention, a soft whirring sound, as though a recording device had been activated. I froze, my hand still holding my drink, my heart suddenly racing. Did anyone start recording? I asked, looking around the room. Everyone stared back at me, confused, shaking their heads. The sound continued for a few seconds before it stopped, and in that silence, something else happened. From the speaker of the phone or whatever device had been recording, a voice broke through. It was quiet at first, almost like a whisper, but then it grew clearer, louder. Your resolutions will mean nothing, the voice said. You cannot escape what's coming for you. The room fell silent. The festive mood shattered instantly. A chill ran through me, and my skin prickled as I turned to look at my friends. None of them had spoken that, yet the voice was unmistakable, coming from the device, cutting through the noise like a sharp blade. My stomach dropped, and I could feel a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. Who was that? Someone asked, their voice shaking. We all looked around, but no one had moved. No one had spoken except for the group moments earlier. I grabbed the phone that had been recording, but the screen was blank, and there was no sign of any audio or video. Just the empty display, showing that nothing had been saved. I clicked through the phone's apps, hoping to find something, anything that would explain the voice, but nothing was there. The phone's recording app had shut itself down, and there were no recent files. I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe someone had inadvertently triggered something, but the voice had been so clear, so deliberate. The words felt heavy, like a promise, a warning. I turned to my friends, expecting them to laugh it off, to say it was just a weird coincidence. But they were all visibly unsettled, some looking at each other with suspicion, others with confusion. This isn't funny, one of them finally muttered. What the hell was that? I didn't know what to say. I wanted to believe it was just a malfunction, something explainable, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The voice had said something that none of us had said, something that none of us had even considered. And that feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, began to settle over the group. The warmth of the party evaporated, replaced by an unsettling tension that none of us could shake. We tried to move on, to continue with the celebration, but every now and then we would hear that same faint whirring sound, almost like the device was alive, listening to us. Each time it occurred, the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier, the silence after the noise stretching longer. It was as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The conversation slowed down as we all grew more and more aware of the strange presence. No one dared speak of the voice again, but its words echoed in the back of our minds. You cannot escape what's coming for you. They lingered, haunting us in the dim light, and as the night wore on, we found ourselves glancing over our shoulders, certain that something was watching us from the shadows. Eventually, the night ended. We all made our way home, our excitement from earlier replaced with unease. The drive back was quiet, no one wanting to break the tension in the air. But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I kept hearing that voice in my mind, as clear as if it had been spoken directly into my ear. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. Small things at first, like items disappearing from my house, only to reappear in places I hadn't left them. A glass of water I had set down on the kitchen counter would be found hours later in the living room. My phone would light up, but when I checked, there were no messages, no missed calls. And each time, the sense of something lurking in the background, something just out of sight, grew stronger. It wasn't until I gathered with my friends again that I started to realize we were all experiencing the same strange occurrences. One by one, they admitted to feeling watched, to hearing that same eerie whisper that seemed to come from nowhere. One of them had even heard the voice on their phone again, and this time it had said something different. Your fate is sealed. We tried to brush it off, thinking we were all just paranoid, but the feeling that we were being hunted, that something was tracking us, persisted. Each resolution we had made on that New Year's Eve began to feel like a chain, binding us to a fate we couldn't escape. The voice had been a warning, but it had also been a promise something was coming for us, something beyond our understanding. And now, months later, we are all still waiting for that moment. The one when the voice will finally make good on its promise. The voice that wasn't anyone we knew. The voice that wasn't from this world. It's been silent for a while, but we all know it's still out there, and it's only a matter of time before it comes back. The resolutions we made that night no longer seem to matter, not when there's something far worse to face. Story 48. The party had been everything I had hoped for: energetic, full of laughter, and the promise of a fresh start with the coming year. The countdown was fast approaching, and everyone gathered around, drinks in hand, ready to toast to the new year. The lights in the room twinkled brightly, and the excitement was palpable. In the midst of the chaos, I stepped outside onto the balcony for a moment of peace, hoping to catch my breath before the clock struck midnight. The crisp air felt refreshing, cutting through the warmth of the crowded house, and for a moment, I closed my eyes and let the sound of the party wash over me. From the balcony, I had a perfect view of the backyard and the darkened street beyond. The distant hum of fireworks could be heard in the distance, and the faint glow of passing cars lit up the road. I took in the scene, trying to center myself before the madness of the final moments of the year took over. But then, as the countdown began, something caught my eye in the corner of the yard. A figure, moving with unsettling grace, stood near the edge of the balcony. It was one of the guests, or so I thought, someone in a dark coat, their face obscured by the night. As the seconds ticked down, I watched, transfixed, as the figure took a slow, deliberate step toward the edge of the balcony. My breath caught in my throat. It looked as if they were about to leap. A wave